Iar mai dart a hirna Dáil Éireann a chur fuin chun sin is stúr in arganífra agus neart a grasa a bhronna oring gníad a húirt chun críocha. Unas gur útseach os ófar ar nila bríthir agus ar nila gníomh festa agus gur tríoth a críoch nófríd trí Christ ar dearna. Direct we beseech thee, O Lord, our actions by thy holy inspirations and carry them on by thy gracious assistance, that every word and work of ours may always begin from thee and by thee be happily ended through Christ our Lord. Minister of State Paul Keogh to announce the details for taking of constitutional business.
Number one, nomination of Taoiseach resumed. It is proposed, notwithstanding any standing orders, that number one, the arrangements in relation to the nomination of an Taoiseach shall be as follows. Number one, the speech of each proposer and seconder shall not exceed 5 minutes in each case. Number two, following which statements shall be made by the main spokesperson from the Fine Gael party, Fianna Fáil, Sinn Féin, Labour, AAA, PBP, Independents for Change, Social Democrats, the Green Party, or a member nominated in their stead, and a non-party deputy which shall not exceed 10 minutes in each case, and such members may share their time. Number three, following which the Chair shall allow contributions for a period not exceeding 30 minutes, whereupon the Chair shall put the question on any motion made in the order in which such motions were received. And number four, on conclusion of the votes on nomination of a Taoiseach, the Consequently shall call on all nominees for a 5-minute statement in each case. On the conclusion of a nomination of a Taoiseach, the Dáil shall adjourn for 3 hours.
I will now take nominations. It's agreed, I take it? Yes, it is agreed. I will now take nominations for the office of Taoiseach.
Thank you, Corla. Fourth time is the charm, as they say, Ceann Corla. And as you can see, I am very, very eager to get on with this speech on the fourth occasion. Ceann Corla, I'd like to move to nominate Enda Kenny for the role of Taoiseach. We, all of us in this chamber, have been trusted with a responsibility. It's up to us to build consensus, it's up to us to work together, and it's up to us to reject the politics of the past and embrace the politics of the future, Ceann Corla. Resilience is needed, patience is needed, fortitude is needed, and it has not been found wanting from many in this House. It would be remiss of me not to pay respect to those who have engaged and played their part, Ceann Corla, in this process. To those in Fianna Fáil who have worked to compromise, and to those independents who have worked together to build consensus, build foundations, and build trust. We, all of us, are aware that government is not merely about having power, but about using it to achieve the kind of change which we wish to see in our society. And the truth is, Ceann Corla, no problem we face as a nation is bigger than our capacity as a people to overcome it. But that requires parties and people working together and pursuing those same overarching goals, ensuring the well-being of our nation, our society, our people, and the most vulnerable within it. I have no doubt that Enda Kenny has done this and will continue to do this, and I have no doubt that of those who are willing, we can work together and will work together, Ceann Corla, with trust, transparency and tenacity underpinning our efforts. This new partnership government would work with an ethos of openness and inclusivity, and I believe that nobody would be better placed to head that government than Enda Kenny. History often has a tendency to chime with the present day, and while we must today look forward and embrace the politics of the future, it's often instructive to learn from the past. In 1922, Michael Collins, speaking as he nominated a president, said, "The Irish nation at the present moment is a ship without a captain, and a ship cannot go on without a captain." Today, we face a similar issue. Ireland needs a Taoiseach. We need a Taoiseach to match the challenges we have ahead, a Taoiseach to master the opportunities which we face, a Taoiseach that can harness the great capabilities of this Parliament, and a Taoiseach that will always, always put country first. I believe Enda Kenny is all of these things, and I believe that Enda Kenny should be our next Taoiseach. President Higgins often implores us to be the arrow and not the target, Ceann Corla, to lead, to illuminate the path ahead, not just for ourselves, but for others too. To learn from the politics of the past and embrace the politics of the future. To reject the politics of anger and embrace the politics of answers. That's why we, all of us, chose to seek public office. That's why Enda Kenny came to lead our country in an hour of need. And that's why I'm nominating him to lead us at a time when once again we need leadership and we need a government. I might close with a quote from somebody who isn't a US president for once, but rather Arthur Griffith, who wrote in the first issue of Nationality in 1915, "We believe, in short, that Ireland will be again one of these days what it was in a former day, the light of the world, and that the chief business of every Irishman is to hasten that day." That was back in 1915, 101 years ago. How far we've come, but how far we still have to go. It has been 70 days, as I know you're all aware, since our election. We have capacity, we have opportunity, we have the ability to be the best country in the world, but we also have challenges, and the urgency of now is too great to ignore. We have no time to lose. It has been 70 days. I'm proud to nominate Enda Kenny to be Taoiseach.
Thank you very much, Deputy Rock. Deputy Byrne.
And members of the Dáil, it's my honour and privilege to second the nomination of Deputy Enda Kenny as Taoiseach in the 32nd Dáil. In the words of John F. Kennedy, he said, "We must think and act not only for the moment, but for our time." I believe Deputy Enda Kenny over the past number of weeks has shown himself as a leader that acts and thinks not only for himself, but for the good of the country and the good of our citizens. Through negotiation and listening to the views of those elected by the people, Deputy Kenny has put the country first by reading the signs of the times and putting in place a programme for partnership. We stand, Ciancórla, on the brink of the next important chapter in Irish history. It is important that we have a leadership that has vision, compassion and a sense of common decency. I believe that Deputy Enda Kenny has all these qualities in abundance. I firmly believe that Deputy Enda Kenny as Taoiseach will leave the country on the right track, encouraging consensus and open communication to face the many challenges that lie ahead for all of us in the 32nd Dáil. I therefore formally propose to Dáil Éireann the election of Deputy Enda Kenny as Taoiseach.
Deputy Byrne. Now we move on to statements. Fine Gael, Taoiseach, are you speaking?
I think it's after.
Oh, the main spokespersons. Well, who is the spokesperson? Sorry. You're just slightly distracted.
I think. I didn't think I was meant to speak.
Yes, please.
Thank you,
Mr. Harris has the floor, please.
Thank you, Ciancórla. I think, firstly, all of us in this House must thank the Irish people for their patience and their forbearance in what has been a very difficult period of time since the general election, as all of us in this House, in all parties, grapple to come to terms with the new political reality. We have been presented by the Irish people with a very diverse political situation, and I want to acknowledge the efforts by many in this House to try and ensure that that outcome can produce a government and bring us to this point today. Today, I truly hope we will see the creation of a partnership government, and this will be a government which will set out a vision of a strong economy, but a strong economy which will help to deliver a fair society, with each, the strong economy and the fair society, dependent on each other to succeed. The success or failure of any new partnership government will not just be measured, though, in terms of percentage points of economic growth or in terms of bond yields or bond yield changes, but rather must be measured in the success of the quality of people's lives and the opportunities for a fair society that exists for all of our citizens. A fair community leans on a strong economy, and we, as we set about trying to put together a new government, are determined to build that competitive and adaptable economy right across the country, centred on the aim of decent work for everyone. This is at the heart of the development of the core ambition for a new government. We now need, Ciancórla, to use our economic success to make the lives of all our people a little bit easier. Government, though, will not achieve this ambition working alone. This government is a partnership government, and it will not just be for those in government or indeed for those in the Oireachtas, but we will also need to create scope to empower communities and citizens so that we can all truly work together to achieve these aims. Ireland has changed and our citizens rightly have higher expectations. Politics must now respond to those expectations openly and quickly. It must offer people more choice and diversity and help them to be better able to manage threats in their lives. Our aim in 2016 must be to build a nation which values all of our citizens. The deep economic recession and crisis which this country faced has meant that there have been many lost years, and indeed many damaged lives from those difficult years. Those gaps cannot be instantly bridged. There will be bumpy periods ahead. There are potential shocks to our small, open economy. We must be prepared for these. And as we handle these difficulties, we must ensure that we put in place a government able to respond to that. And I truly hope Deputy Rock, on his fourth attempt, will manage that today. When I joked to him when I nominated the Taoiseach in 2011, it only took one go. But I'm sure he'll have persuaded us today. As we form a new government and as we develop a new programme for government, the mandate for that government must be based on three overarching elements. We must create a country which is a great place to rear our children, helping all our people to fulfil their potential through the early years, through our education system, and making sure that work gives decent reward. We must create a great place to work and do business in this country, helping all our people to find a home for their family and the supports that gives their children a good start in life in safe and sustainable communities. We must ensure that we create a great country in which to grow old, giving all our people the confidence that they can get the care when they need it and the chance to remain independent and secure in advancing years. Our determination must be that this approach will take root in all our communities, both urban and rural. I think that one of the weaknesses exposed in the Irish governance system is that it is all too often focused on the short term and does not easily accommodate long-term thinking. There is going to be an onus on the government and on all of us in this House to work to build action plans, to work to get the input of all members. Nobody has a monopoly on wisdom to develop the long-term action plans to address the challenges that we face. There are policy challenges where long-term planning and thinking and a degree of political consensus, I would argue, are vital to executing a timely plan. Such challenges include climate change and long-term funding models for pensions, higher education and health. We need to ask the next Dáil, this Dáil, to work with the next government to develop longer-term thinking in those important areas. A new partnership government will be, I think it's fair to say, Ceann Comhairle, unlike any other established in this country before, since the foundation of the state. This will be a government that will comprise of great diversity. But the diversity in the 32nd Dáil need not result in division. Diversity is not the same as division, because I believe those of us in government, and indeed those of us in this House, are united in our common cause to make life better for every person in every part of this country. We will argue over the modality of how best to do it, but I think much more will unite us than will divide us. This is the shared ambition which will burn strongly through the newly published programme for government. I think it's worth acknowledging the process that has gone on to arrive at the point where we endeavour to put a government in place. There have been formal processes of meetings and agreements since the 24th of March. There have been many hours and indeed days and weeks of formal discussions, informal conversations, sharing our priorities and our perspectives. I now truly hope that those discussions will result in a government that can address the challenges that this country continues to face. Ceann Comhairle, the period of waiting must end for the Irish people. We thank the Irish people for their patience, but the challenges up ahead are building up. The opportunities for this country are great and many, and a new government working with a new Dáil in a new manner can ensure that we can collectively work in the interests of all our people.
Martin.
Thank you, Ceann Comhairle. And on behalf of the Fianna Fáil party, I would like to outline our approach to this vote and to the broader issue of how our country is to be governed during the 32nd Dáil. Today potentially represents, and I use the word potentially noting the absence of the Independent Alliance, but in any event that may change in the coming minutes. But it potentially represents a major turning point for Irish democracy. It marks a decisive shift away from a government with the absolute power to control our Parliament. In many ways it is a new beginning, and it presents challenges and opportunities to every person given the honour of being elected to Dáil Éireann. It brings with it new rules and new expectations. The result of February's election was unprecedented. In the election, Fianna Fáil won the support of over 500,000 people. We had the highest increase in vote numbers, percentage of votes, and in extra seats won. And this progress was seen in every part of the country. However, while this is a strong mandate, we accept that this is a diverse Dáil and we respect the mandate of others. My party presented a very clear platform to the people, and since the election we have worked every day to try to implement as much of that platform as possible. The election represented an overwhelming rejection of the Fine Gael Labour government, its policies and its hyper-political behaviour. That is why we sought to completely replace that government. We sought to secure a government led by Fianna Fáil, with the inclusion and support of others. And this was the only possible way of removing Fine Gael from government. On 3 separate occasions we put this option to the House, and on each of those 3 occasions no party and no independent supported the alternative. Those in the House who try and lecture us about facilitating a Fine Gael-led minority government need to remember that they refused point blank to vote for the only way of preventing this. As I said when we last voted the nominations for Taoiseach, there came a point when we had to move on and consider alternative approaches. We did this because, unlike Sinn Féin, the hard left alliance, Labour and others, we believe it is the duty of all deputies to be constructive, and we reject their approach of seeking to maintain a model of dominant government versus total opposition. As the House knows, we entered into lengthy discussions with the Fine Gael party concerning allowing a minority government to be formed. These negotiations were not easy, and they confirmed the serious and substantive policy differences which there are between our parties. We believe that Fine Gael remains committed to the idea that the outgoing government's policies were correct and is reluctant to accept the need for a significantly more progressive approach to many areas. For example, there was a near total resistance to any major initiative which would tackle the massive increase in waiting times within the acute hospital system. Initiatives to address the social and economic damage of household debt received equally strong resistance. While the agreement does contain a commitment to restart efforts to build real North-South cooperation on services and policies, we see no understanding of the deep damage caused by 5 years of disengagement from Northern Ireland by a government which is a co-guarantor of agreements which remain only partly implemented. Just as important, 5 years of dominating the Labour Party and aggressively spinning everything has left a deep impact. As we saw yesterday, Fine Gael's concept of partnership does not yet extend to agreeing in advance about media briefings. The difficulties encountered in reaching the short arrangement published earlier this week confirmed that no credible coalition between the parties was possible. Such a government would have been all about sharing the spoils of power and not an honest partnership with an agreed action programme. The arrangement we have reached is similar in scope and duration to models followed in many other countries. As we said when we first proposed the idea of a minority government, they are a regular feature of successful European democracies with high standards of governance. The confidence and supply arrangement allows the government to achieve and retain office for a defined period, enables it to administer agreed public policy and to ensure that government can be funded. However, it leaves the majority in Dáil Éireann to decide on the vast majority of legislative and other policies. This confidence and supply approach is today in operation in a number of European countries. The confidence and supply arrangement covers broad principles of policy and is comparable to a full programme for government. It sets certain conditions on policy areas where government is primarily responsible for introducing areas. I should have said it is not comparable to a full programme for government. Fianna Fáil retains the right and ability to seek to create majorities for proposals outside of those agreed. We retain the right and the intention to actively scrutinise the work of ministers and to propose resolutions seeking new policies and criticising existing ones. Fundamentally, it's up to the government to come here and win debates in order to pass many measures. And it is the government's duty to allow this Parliament to play a full and active role in the development and enactment of policy. The agreement covers 3 budget cycles subject to an overriding framework. This framework requires that Ireland achieve the reasonable fiscal targets most parties accepted during the election. This will demand restrained budgeting, which will see a significant fall in the relative size of the national debt. Where there is space for new measures, the weighting must be towards improving services, with a minimum ratio of 2 to 1 in favour of service improvements over tax cuts. Within the tax cuts, there must be a decisive shift towards a more progressive approach, and the regressive policy of abolishing the USC during this Dáil will not be pursued. If the government implements the agreement, then it will allow important but sustainable relief weighted to medium and low-income families. In terms of specific policy areas, there are important measures, but again it is not and does not seek to be a comprehensive statement of policies for this Dáil. In each of our priority areas for delivering a recovery which is felt by all, there are provisions which will make a big difference. And these include employment, homelessness, housing, training, education, health, urban and community development, tackling crime and strengthening the recovery. The people across rural Ireland know that there is a two-tier recovery in place, and far more has to be done to address the issues impacting on people who live in rural Ireland. In housing, immediate action on rent allowance and HAP will prevent more people becoming homeless. There are commitments to build more local authority houses and to introduce an affordable housing scheme. Every TD elected to this House believes that more immediate action has to be taken on housing. We also have to address mortgage arrears and variable mortgage interest rates, as families are still under enormous pressure. In education, the reduction of class sizes, the introduction of guidance counselling and the restoration of grant support for disadvantaged students to access postgraduate education are important and urgent measures. We have a strong society and a strengthening economy, and this is because of the Irish people, the skills they have developed over decades, their commitment to community and their belief in building an inclusive future. The damage of regressive and divisive policies in recent years has been significant. The new government is not committed to the scale of comprehensive and urgent action which we believe is needed. In many areas, the programme for government represents a repackaging of current policies and bland aspiration rather than a radical commitment to action. Policy on health remains as incoherent as ever, and specific actions in most areas are limited. Pushing for movement on these areas will form our priority in every part of our work in this House. We do, however, acknowledge that the programme for government marks a step away from the priorities of Fine Gael and Labour during the last 5 years. It now talks about a fairer Ireland much more, and this is a step in the right direction. Since our arrangement concerning a minority government was published, we have had the absurd situation where parties who agreed to nothing are condemning us for not agreeing enough. In many cases, these are the same people condemning us for allowing Fine Gael back into government, having spent 2 months demanding that we go into government with them. Given Sinn Féin's attacks on us today, that party might take some time to look back on what they said before. I know that Deputy Adams is a great believer in trying to delete past statements, but the record of the House still shows that on this day last month he said, and I quote, "I urge Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael therefore to accept the new realities and that they're the only ones fit to form a government." Unlike Sinn Féin and others, we have worked constructively and have focused on substance, and I believe we've achieved important progress. They believe in finding problems to exploit. We believe in finding problems to solve. The House will shortly get the opportunity to vote on the bill which will suspend water charges. Following a reasonable process, the majority in the Dáil will then decide what happens to water charges. In addition, the days of an out-of-control, bloated and arrogant commercial firm will be ended. Oireachtas and independent oversight will be asserted. The massive expenditures on lobbying, opinion polls and corporate brand building will stop. Water policy is not the most important issue facing our country, and it has taken too much time. It should not have taken so much effort to reverse a clearly failed policy which had been rejected by the people following a full debate. Deputy Alan Kelly, suffering from the withdrawal of his drug of choice, has claimed that it is treason to remove this regressive, inefficient and democratically rejected tax. If they think it is treason to set out a policy, cost it, secure overwhelming public support for it and then try to implement it, then it says a lot about the state of the Labour Party. Labour remains so committed to Ayrshire, isn't that what you say during election style of politics, that the only thing which currently unites its members is fury that another party might keep its promises. We should note that Labour's 7 TDs will today vote against Deputy Kenny, apparently, even though every one of them was elected on a platform of wanting to participate in a government led by Deputy Kenny. The formation of a minority government on the basis of a confidence and supply agreement represents one of the most radical changes in our politics since independence. The rules of how we all do the people's business are changing profoundly. Fianna Fáil is very pleased that our suggestion on the Monday after the election for immediate movement on deep reform of Dáil proceedings has led to an ambitious reform programme that will shortly be implemented. If the House is serious about implementing this, then the Dáil will be a far more constructive and consultative place that will have to come up with the solutions to issues and not just a normal punch and judy politics. The end of the government's ability to order all business.
Has elapsed. Can I take it that the House will allow Deputy Martin to conclude?
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Is that right?
Please,
thank you very much.
Conclude.
It represents a huge challenge. It represents a huge challenge to government to treat the Oireachtas seriously and to build support for policies. However, it's also a challenge to every member of the Oireachtas. As we've seen since the election, there are those who want to maintain the model of dominant government in total opposition. They don't like the challenge of finding compromise and building consensus. They want to maintain a winner-takes-all system so that someday they might get their turn. They are satisfied with the narcissism of large differences, where there is no such thing as a middle ground, and that the only valid differences are ones based on ideological clarity. We reject that approach. We believe that the Irish people elected us all to both put in place a government and to play a full and active part as parliamentarians in developing and enacting policy. With no fixed majority in the House, the only way any of us can pass measures is to make our case and build support. And certainly there will be a lot of game playing, as what you saw in recent weeks, from party who wanted to play politics on motions and so on, without getting down to the work of actually getting something done. However, I think we've seen in the last 5 years that people aren't fooled by such manoeuvrings. The government will most likely regularly not get its way on motions and specific proposals. If it accepts this and reduces the number of areas where it demands the right to be decisive, then there's no reason to be concerned. If it maintains its obsessive focus on media spinning and presentation, together with its habit of denying problems until they reach crisis level, then there will be serious obstacles to the working of this new reality. We did believe at Consequently conclude that Fine Gael should be replaced in government. However, the majority of this House refused to support us in this effort. We've accepted the responsibility we believe every deputy carries of ensuring that a government is in place and of ensuring that we radically reform the Dáil so that it will respond to the people's will as expressed in the election. By our abstention in this vote and the vote on the nomination of ministers, a government will be able to be formed. Commitments have been given that the worst elements of the last government's policies and approaches will be ended and important progress will be seen in some areas. Most of all, the formation of a minority government means that we will have an opportunity to continue to seek to implement the policies upon which we were elected by working to build majority support for them from opposition. This new departure for Irish politics is a major challenge. It requires putting aside old assumptions and lazy conventions. It gives everyone a role to play and a duty to be active and constructive. We accept this and we look forward to getting on with the business of this Dáil. Thank you, Councillor, for your indulgence.
Our next speaker is Deputy Jerry Adams, and I'll extend the same facility to you in terms of additional time. If the House is
long-winded, Concordia.
Thank you very much.
And may I say, Concordia, if Chuck Martin followed the logic of his criticism of Fine Gael, then he should vote against today's nomination. And why did Fianna Fáil not form a government with Fine Gael when Chuck Kenny made that generous offer to Chuck Martin? Because, according to Chuck Martin, he sought a mandate to put Enda Kenny and Fine Gael out of power, out of government. And yet today, 70 days on from the general election, Fianna Fáil will support a fourth attempt to elect Enda Kenny as a Taoiseach and to elect a government. But what kind of a government? A government which has imposed a democratic lockdown on the Dáil. We can't get on with our business, we can't raise the legitimate questions that we have a mandate to raise here. Not a government enjoying the support of the majority of citizens. And if it eventually gets elected, and I note the absence of some of the independents or the Enda dependents here today. No, a government that is more untrue, led once again by Fine Gael, aided and abetted this time by their new partners Fianna Fáil and a smattering of so-called independent deputies. So I want to congratulate them all on their magnificent negotiations in recent weeks, a wonderful job of work. But have these negotiations delivered the real changes required to resolve the crises in health and housing, the abandonment of rural Ireland, the necessary work to build a fairer, more equal Ireland, including the ongoing efforts in the north? Those of us who have a genuine vision for a real republic, who want to bring the proclamation of 1916 to fruition, know full well, of course, that that's not going to happen under this Fine Gael Fianna Fáil arrangement. Gilty Chuck Martin, Dáil go Realtas le Fine Gael, agus dúirt sé nach mé and lehead on. Ach sin go ddíreach an rud atá an anois. This joint Fine Gael Fianna Fáil programme is a masterclass in waffle and bluster. No real ambition, no big ideas, no costings, little real detail. Never was so much negotiated for so long, for so little. There are a few miserly lines, not even a section, on health. It says the humane approach for the provision of medical card provision should be maintained. What humane approach? I would dare the Fine Gael or the Fianna Fáil leader to stand up here today and tell the Dáil the current approach is a humane one. When all of us have constituents, when there are citizens out there at their wits' end because they can't get a medical card under the current regime. On housing, no commitment whatsoever on the construction of social homes. All there is a reiteration of the haphazard approach to a social state-endorsed housing and homelessness crisis and emergency that Fine Gael and Fianna Fáil caused in the first instance. We were told that the issue of water was the main point of contention between Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael. And Fianna Fáil said quite clearly and repeated it a number of times in their manifesto that water charges must be scrapped and that Irish water must be abolished. Now we're told that Irish water remains and water charges are merely suspended. Níl seo an rud a bhí na vótaí a gheara. And the independents, who have almost signed up for this, many of them were amongst the most vocal opponents of Fine Gael and Labour's policy agenda. And yet here they are, or indeed here they're not. Where are they? Seeking to vote for Enda Kenny as Taoiseach. One part. The Taoiseach, for his part, said during the election that he would not countenance forming a government beholding to independence. He said it numerous times. So there's another election promise out the window. Tugta Realtas, Nua or Shaw, Aklesh Nadini Kierna, and Throw Kierna, August Urjuru, by an policy August Natori Kierna, Ugging, the Lynn and Ked Realtas Ella. So, Cion Cordia, however long it lasts, whenever it's eventually, if it is, elected, Sinn Féin will fulfil our obligations as the real leaders of the opposition. We will support positive measures brought from out of the government and particularly the opposition benches. We will oppose the government when they are wrong. And in the interests of citizens, we will hold this government, comprising Fine Gael, Fianna Fáil and the independents, who will prop them up. We will hold them all to proper and robust account. Gora Margaret, Cion Cordia.
Much, Deputy Adams. Deputy Taoiseach.
Thank you, Cion Cordia. The Labour Party will be voting against the nomination of Enda Kenny as Taoiseach today. Assuming that a certain noble member of the House shows up as we expect. We don't know where they are yet, but presumably they will arrive. Otherwise, you may have to give a sus to let people address their phones properly and find out what exactly is going on. But let me say this. We do this principally because this government arrangement is a bit of a charade, but we may learn more as the day goes on. Talking yesterday about the length of time it's taken to produce this deeply flawed arrangement, my colleague Willie Penrose referred to the old saying that a long churning doesn't make good butter. And it reminded me of the old ad that I can't believe it's not butter. Because in the case of this arrangement, nobody believes it's not a coalition. Let's be very clear. It is a coalition. It's a coalition of convenience that puts naked political self-interest ahead of the people's interests. Two deeply conservative parties have ended their pretense of civil war and done a deal. But it's a tawdry deal on a whole number of levels that carries the real risk of undoing the hard-won progress made since Fianna Fáil collapsed the economy. I've been honoured and privileged to serve in various coalition governments with both Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael. In those governments, the member parties of the coalition worked together and compromised in the nation's interest, in the people's interest. That's what coalition is about. There was a unity of purpose and trust. And that's essential to the operation of any government. Without a unity of purpose and a sense of direction, without trust, the government really has a very limited prospect of either reform or indeed of duration. This coalition of convenience is very, very different. As the leader of Fianna Fáil has just made clear in his speech, Fianna Fáil will effectively have their boot on the throat of the Taoiseach, meaning they can push through whatever they like, reject whatever they like, and collapse the arrangement whenever they choose. So let's not be fooled by Micheál Martin's convenient and presumably limited pledge to support Fine Gael for a period of time. Fianna Fáil will pick their time regardless of what deal has been done. And until then, as we've already seen, they will put their own interests ahead of the national interest every time. Water is probably the first example, but it won't be the last. Having learned nothing from the reckless abolition of rates in the late 1970s, Fianna Fáil did identify water charges as their key priority, although already in a speech, Deputy Martin downgraded it as a priority. And the reason it was your priority, of course, was to protect your political hide from Sinn Féin. That's what that was about. In so doing, and in Fine Gael's frankly disappointing cave-in to Fianna Fáil's reckless demands, the coalition of convenience has all but ensured that Ireland will have to wait for the top quality water and sewerage infrastructure that we as a country desperately need. We all know that in this House. This isn't an abstract price that will be paid. Homes and businesses will pay the price over the coming years. So, will today's coalition of convenience give an assurance to those law-abiding citizens who paid their water charges as honest citizens that they will be fully refunded, and will you say when? That's the least that law-abiding people deserve. That their abiding by the laws of the state is respected by the government and by the government arrangements of the state. At its very first test on a very difficult issue, this coalition, I think, really has failed, but we wait and see. How can we possibly expect this government to deliver on future challenges? I notice, for example, that the patched-up programme for government singularly fails to commit to delivering a living wage for workers. But a recovering economy needs to improve wages and to invest in upskilling workers to ensure that people can both get jobs and they can maintain and retain jobs. So is it any surprise when two Conservative parties come together to form a coalition where business interests will take precedence over workers' interests? I notice too that the commitments to free GP care for all has been dropped or disappeared simply because it will be difficult to achieve. How will the universal health care ever be delivered if this critical plank in the system is now abandoned? And does anybody now doubt that free GP care for young children and older people over 70 would have been delivered without the Labour Party in government? There is a token reference in the document to the challenge of future pension provision for older people. As Social Protection Minister, I worked hard with a lot of people, both inside the House and outside the House and in government, to put in place the roadmap for a dedicated pension scheme to ensure all workers have supplementary pension provision. Ceann Comhairle, I have not actually interrupted anybody, and I understand that people over here are smarting. That people over here are smarting at the indignity of some of the things that they've agreed to, but I didn't interrupt them, and I don't expect them to interrupt me.
So will he keep it for the Sunday though?
That roadmap in relation to supplementary pension provision is now ready. It can be implemented by the new government. And our older people and people at work need proper pension provision. We've improved pensions, we've brought back the Christmas bonus, but it's not enough. Well, you guys cancelled it. It's not enough. It's not enough for people to live on an income and supports of roughly €250 a week. We all know that. We've an ageing society. So how come it didn't even merit a look at? It's very, very disappointing if we're ambitious for a fairer and progressive Ireland. I have to say, I doubt that the 8th Amendment will be now repealed or even offered and put to the people during the course of this government. The coalition of convenience has cynically kicked the issue to touch. And the issue is, when will people get a right to express their views on a needed change and a needed review of our Constitution? By contrast, if there's a problem that the new government thinks can be solved by throwing money at it and hoping it goes away, it seems they're going to do that. Maybe that's what the prolonged absences are about. Some of that is still being thrashed out. Virtually every Irish person is familiar with the term "one for everybody" in the audience, that concept. That's what the negotiation behind these new arrangements have amounted to. At a time when Ireland has not reached a point of safety, when the public purse remains constrained, when there are potential risks such as Brexit on the horizon, independent TDs have been granted all manner of narrow constituency and sectoral pet projects without any evidence around costing or when they'll be implemented and the duration and impact of the measures. We all work hard. Everybody here works hard for their constituencies and for their constituents. But every TD in this House is entitled to put the Irish people's interests first and is required to do that. Nobody can say that this has been happening over the last few weeks. Perhaps some of the independents can be excused on the basis they're new to this. They chanced their arm, some of them. They've got away with it. And I suppose in some ways they're unable to believe their luck, provided the talks finish at some stage. But for Fianna Fáil, there really are no excuses. And we all know how Fianna Fáil operates, party before country. That's the way Fianna Fáil operates. But for Fine Gael to sign up to this fairly tawdry arrangement, I have to say, is an entirely new and to be honest, an unwelcome departure. 100 years on from the Rising that lit the road to independence, the people of this country deserved better from the two Civil War parties. They've ended their Civil War politics all right, but only to concoct, as I said, this coalition of convenience that will put citizens' interests, it appears, last. I want to stress that Labour's vote today is not a personal reflection on the Taoiseach, who's an honourable man and a hard-working leader. Over the last 5 years, Enda Kenny worked day and night with my party to rescue the country from ruin and set it on the road to recovery. And in the future, we will look at the issues on a case-by-case basis, and when there is merit in supporting them, we will support them. So recovery, while it's not yet been felt by everybody, there has been a huge amount of progress, and I know this is difficult for Fianna Fáil to acknowledge. They left a ruin. There has been a significant amount of recovery. Unemployment figures showing that the number of people out of work fell by more than 25,000 over the last 12 months. The Exchequer figures are ahead of target as people return to work, and the tax take is increasing. You can see it in the fact that the Social Insurance Fund is now in surplus. When we came in, we inherited a deficit of 2.8 billion. Count Corla.
Can we have order for Deputy Burton, please?
Say you're going to wait until the
Can we have order? Deputy Burton is about to conclude.
And confirmation from the European Commission that Ireland again is going to record strong growth this year. These are all tangible signs of progress, and progress that will translate into new jobs for workers and things getting that little bit easier for families who have struggled so much since Fianna Fáil's crash of 2008. Which makes it all the more worrying now that the new coalition threatens to fritter a lot of the progress away. Labour's record in government over the last 5 years is not without its blemishes. I would be the first to admit that we probably rule too much by the head and not enough by the heart at times. Yet we always place the interests of people ahead of any narrow political interest, and yes, we paid a very high political price for that. But we would do the same again, because it's only when the country prospers and the people of the country prosper that we get to anything that amounts to the vision of the people who sacrificed their lives in the Rising. And the coalition, in terms of this coalition, the Civil War is over. Effectively, politically, that's what the agreement means, but you've been afraid to actually go the whole hog. And as I say, we await the arrival of Deputy Ross and await his indication of what has actually been agreed between the two parties.
Boyd Barrett. Deputy Coppinger. Okay.
Taoiseach, I think I can safely say I've never seen an incoming Taoiseach looking so unhappy. And I think there's a good reason for that. Because in being seconded by one of your members there, he commended the Irish people for their patience and forbearance, and I think there will be a collective groan in every living room of the country today to see somebody, and it's not personal, Taoiseach, but people, 75% of people did not want you returned as Taoiseach, and they did not want Fine Gael in a position of power. And yet, that is about to happen. So I think we keep hearing about the dawn of a new politics. In your programme for government, you boast that you will be unlike any other in the history of the state. I think what we can certainly say is that the traditional rules don't apply, because the two traditional parties have had to come to an arrangement. And instead of being able to field two teams, the establishment in this country, capitalism in this country, has had to field just one team. I think Fianna Fáil are stressing this isn't a grand coalition, but it's certainly a first cousin of a grand coalition, and it certainly looks like a grand coalition. You've spurned the trappings of power on this occasion because in the run-up to the election, you had to tack to the left to gain new votes, so it will be not fitting for you to go into government. But I'd say this to Fianna Fáil today. If you think you can ride two horses of supporting the government and leading this opposition, think again. And in relation to the water charges, for which Fianna Fáil is trying to claim credit that it gave support to the government to get a deal on water, be very clear. The reason this was the sticking point in the formation of government was because of the mass movement that took place against the water charges, and no other reason. It was not to do with Fianna Fáil. It was to do as well with the boycott maintained despite the threats from the parties in government. And I'd raise this warning for Fianna Fáil. When this issue returns to the Dáil, which you've tried to prevent it doing for the last 2 months, it could be the rock upon which you perish, because you will be forced to take a position on water charges and actually stick with your manifesto, which was to abolish, not to put into a commission or suspend. And Fianna Fáil will be implicated in the policies of this government. Now, for all of the talk of new politics, looking through the programme for government, it's very clear that it continues the neoliberal trend that we have seen in the last number of years in this country. It gives a commitment. First commitment it gives is to stick with the fiscal straitjacket imposed by the EU, which has led to a huge crisis in our public services, in our health system, and of course in housing. And by the way, Ceann Comhairle, there's no targets to reduce the waiting lists. There's no targets to build social housing on the scale that's needed by local authorities, or any of those other issues which I'm sure we'll get a chance to debate very soon. But neither in that programme is there any advancement of the desire in this country for social change, particularly on key social issues such as repeal of the 8th Amendment, which you buried onto page 158 of a 160-page document, set up a citizens' convention which is completely undemocratic and evades you taking any responsibility. And just to be minded, despite all the talk of gender quotas and women are barely mentioned in the document, and certainly no reflection of the desire for a separation of church and state in this country, and to reflect the diversity that's taken place. I would say as well to the so-called independents who are propping up this government, what exactly is the point of voting for an independent? Because most people who voted for independence, in my opinion, thought that they were voting for people independent of the system, independent of the establishment, and certainly independent of Fine Gael. But instead what they've got is people who are going in to prop up a government for either personal advancement or for a pet project in their own area. And I would say to people out there who voted independent to mark this, and you will have to vote left if you want real change that will challenge the establishment and the system. Just in finishing, Ceann Comhairle, what I would say is this: both inside and outside the Dáil, we will work in the anti-austerity alliance and people for profit to advance the project of building a new party in this country, to represent workers, to replace Labour, who abandoned them. And you only have to look at events in America, not of course at Trump, but actually at the likes of Sanders, where parties like that and policies like that can gain a huge momentum in a very short time. We need a genuine left government in this country that will challenge the status quo, that will challenge capitalism, that will take the vast wealth which has been underlined in report after report under democratic public control, to put people's needs before profit as the only way that we're going to be able to deal with the burning issues of our time.
Thanks, Ceann Comhairle. High-flown rhetoric and noble aspirations articulated both by Fine Gael today and by Fianna Fáil in their confidence and supply document, there's no real sign of either the new politics or the new policies that people so desperately want. There was no sign of it in the long, protracted process that has led up to this day, where Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael led us on a very merry dance, which might be understandable and justifiable if there was any substantial difference in policies between them. Then I think people could understand, and if that protracted process was going to lead us to a new departure in policies or in politics. But of course, the truth is, there is no difference between Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael. They both promoted the policies and the interests of bankers and developers that crashed the economy in 2008. They both agreed to guarantee the losses of those banks, to protect those bondholders and those private interests, and unload the cost with vicious austerity on ordinary citizens. They both slashed the social housing and the health budgets that have left us with such a devastating crisis. They both cut the job seekers allowance for, first of all, under 20s, then under 26s. They both cut the payments to impoverished lone parents. They both cut child benefit. They both signed up to water charges and even now refuse to abolish them when there is a clear mandate on this House to do so. They both refuse to repeal the 8th Amendment despite the deaths and suffering of women and indeed of families affected by fatal fetal or abnormalities. They both refuse to increase the tax contribution of the biggest and most profitable corporations in this country. All of this might just be seen to be in the past if in the programme for government that incredibly we still haven't seen but is only leaked, and we are being expected to vote for a Taoiseach having not seen this document. Where's the new politics there? But in the leaked documents that we have seen, this is the no change programme for government. No change in policy, no change in politics. In the key areas of social housing, what do we have? Explicitly referred to, more incentives for landlords, more incentives for developers, more outsourcing to the private sector to deliver social housing. Precisely the things that have led us to the crisis today, and the new programme intends to accelerate them. In the area of health, an accelerated move towards an even more privatised and even two-tier system where health services will be outsourced to the private sector and where the entire public health service is to be marketised. In the area of water infrastructure, despite all the false concern expressed by the supporters of water charges about water infrastructure, no significant increase in the level of investment in the water infrastructure. And we've had such dishonesty on this issue over the last few weeks, both from politicians and the media. Let's inform the people in the House of the facts. In 2007, there was $900 million a year being spent on water and sewage infrastructure. Even under the Irish Water supposed enhanced investment plan, at the height of investment, it's only going to reach $600 million. Still one-third less than was spent back in 2007. Where's the rest of the money going? Into the pockets of highly paid executives, consultants and private contractors. That's the truth. Not going into fixing the pipes, not going into fixing the water infrastructure, but into lining the pockets of the same old gang. No change, no new politics. But I'll just conclude, Ceann Comhairle, by saying this. Despite all that, despite the political games, the commitment to the same failed policies, despite the denials of the Labour Party in their complicity in these failed policies and the amnesia they seem to suffer over that fact, there is great hope. There is great hope. Because for the first time in the history of this state, neither of the two parties that have dominated the politics of this state are going to control this Dáil fully. And we saw a little sign of the impact of genuinely new politics with the effect that the mass movement against water charges has had on all of you. We still haven't won, but my God, have you been forced to backtrack because the power of ordinary people, people who you have vilified, who much of the media have vilified, disgracefully describing them as like the barbarian hordes in one article, when in fact they are ordinary people who have been battered by unfairness, injustice and austerity for the last 8 years because of the failure of the political establishment in this country. But they are close to a triumph on the issue of water charges, and as we all know, that battle was only a symptom of the much wider thirst and desire of ordinary people for fairness, for equality, for social solidarity. Not something that will be delivered by this programme for government, but it will be delivered by the movement of people power that we've seen on the streets for the last few years.
Thank you very much. Have we a spokesperson for Independence for Change? Yes, Deputy Daly.
I think when the non-appearance of the Independent Alliance is the most interesting thing that's happened here this morning, it kind of sums up where we're at. Because I'm kind of hoping at this stage that they don't turn up and we have a general election, because I really don't think I can take much more of this. The air of unreality that has surrounded these proceedings is quite frankly shocking. The usual empty slogans and speeches, the usual new outfits and new hairdos, but you know what? It's a million miles away from the real lives of citizens in this state. And I've no doubt, like myself, I would be relieved if I could turn on a television or listen to the radio without having to see an independent wheeled out to tell us about how they're batting for the national interest and not themselves. That is a relief. But you know what? We have to ask, at what cost? Because what's been put before us today and the Irish people is the same neoliberal policies perpetuated by the last government and indeed the one before it, but packaged up with a few bows to make it appear different, but it's actually absolutely the same. And I want to deal with the real world, and I want to share a letter and an email I got from a constituent and a woman who's known to me this week, who talked about the tragic death of her sister as a result of the mortgage debt that woman, and other cutbacks actually, that woman had experienced. And as a result of the bank putting pressure on the family, the woman's relationship with her husband failed. And her sister went on in the letter. Her mental health suffered and she sought help from her GP. She was on medication for depression, but her GP said this needed to be re-evaluated. So she was putting on a waiting list to see a psychiatrist who she'd attended previously. The waiting list, with cuts to mental health, was 4 months, and she still had no date for an appointment. She had been working, but she wasn't able to keep it on. So she was put onto disability benefit. But a letter arrived to say she hadn't arrived for her appointment, for her review, so her payment was suspended. The woman went on to say, I found that letter and all of the letters from the banks and the financial agencies scattered around her bedroom on the 28th of January 2015. Today, I called the coroner's office to ask when the inquest into her death would be held. Because of the high rate of suicide, they're estimating 18 months. That's the Ireland that you've been responsible for. And the programme from government, the tidbits that we've seen, is actually a perpetuation and a continuation of that situation. A situation where only 26% of the population voted for Fine Gael and you, Taoiseach Kenny. When you take in those who didn't vote, it's less than 17%. And yet, as a result of people who claim to be independent and Fianna Fáil, you're going to get your hands back on the reins, maybe. But I remind you of one thing. Today is the birthday of Robespierre, the famous French revolutionary who challenged the system and fought the old order. Well, you certainly aren't him. But I would remind you that he ended up on the guillotine, and I think that may yet happen.
Deputy Roisin Shortall.
Thank you, Count Corlia. I think now more than ever, and for everyone's sake, we need an effective government capable of tackling the big issues facing this country and correcting the mistakes of the past. Good government, of course, should be about creating the kind of country that ensures everyone can live life with dignity and opportunity. But you can't help thinking, on reading the new programme, the Programme for Partnership Government, that while well-meaning in parts, it is very long on aspiration and very short on specifics. Of course, we have seen many documents in the past which have promised much but actually delivered very little. And whatever about those independents who are going to take part or not take part in this government, in the case of this Taoiseach and the Fine Gael party, we have no option but to judge you not on your promises for the future, but on your actions of the past 5 years. Those actions have seen huge divisions and deep social problems open up in Irish society. Yes, of course, we recognise that the economy is in recovery, but this has been achieved at enormous cost to a great many people and has created a very divided country and a deeply fractured body politic. Taoiseach, your government had choices about how that economic recovery would be achieved, and you chose to ensure that the burden of austerity would be imposed disproportionately on those who are least able to carry it. Your budgets were regressive, and each of them widened the gap between rich and poor. That is what you chose. Those choices have resulted in, for example, the rate of child poverty increasing to the point where 1 in 9 children now lives in consistent poverty without adequate food, clothing or heat. Your policies mean that 1,800 children are now growing up in hotel bedrooms and other emergency accommodation, with over 100,000 people on housing waiting lists and tens of thousands of other families in mortgage distress facing the loss of their homes. Fine Gael's legacy sees 500,000 people on waiting lists for hospital services. 500,000 people, and many thousands more waiting for primary care services. Most concerning of all is the staggeringly high rate of mental health problems, substance misuse and suicide right across this country. The budget choices of the last government resulted in the burden of taxation actually being shifted downwards onto those who could least afford to pay, and resulted in us now having the 3rd highest cost of living in the EU, along with some of the poorest public services. That in turn has greatly reduced purchasing power and has had very negative impacts on small businesses. These are all the appalling consequences of political decisions taken by the last government. Was it any wonder that the public were so incensed when Fine Gael came out with that slogan, "Keep the recovery going," and when Michael Noonan tried to buy people's votes by promising a €4 billion tax giveaway? Nothing displayed more how out of touch Fine Gael was with the reality of people's lives and the condition of this country than that disgraceful election promise. The people gave their verdict and punished Fine Gael, but it is indeed a bitter irony that it may well be that same party which is going to lead the new government. The arithmetic of the election result created a situation where the only majority government possible was Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael. That would have been a logical development in Irish politics. For their own reasons, Fianna Fáil has eschewed that option. So it seems we are now entering uncharted waters where the Dáil majority may actually exist on this side of the House if this arrangement goes ahead. While that creates a huge amount of uncertainty for the future, and it clearly is by no means certainly going to happen this morning, it also opens up the opportunity for us to practice politics in a very different manner. It may now be possible to ensure that the executive might actually be answerable to the Parliament. And that, of course, is how it should be. Ministers may have to convince the Dáil that policies or legislation are actually worthy of support. For a change, government will have to consider and frequently accept amendments from the opposition. Indeed, if we are not to have gridlock, the decision-making process for Cabinet and the support structure surrounding it will have to change radically to accommodate this. And I sincerely hope that work is already underway to underpin this. The new configuration, along with the welcome proposals on Dáil reform, will challenge all of us, both government and opposition, to rethink how we practice politics. Hopefully, there will be greater potential for us to take a more problem-solving approach to some of the big issues facing the country, to ensure that there is evidence-based decision-making, to have open and objective resource allocation, and to ensure that all budgetary decisions are equality and poverty-proofed. Approached in the right spirit, the new configuration can enable each member of the House to play a full and effective role on behalf of the people who elected us. Finally, I want to say that we must now, at last, get serious about political reform. Not just Dáil reform, but political reform. That means ensuring that openness and accountability become the hallmark of how public life operates. It means, for example, full and honest answers to PQs. It means ending cronyism. It means sidelining vested interests, reforming the civil service, and reforming the relationship between senior civil servants and ministers. Most of all, it means having an effective way of dealing with wrongdoing, white-collar crime and corruption, whether that's in politics, public life or in business. We cannot have accountability unless there are consequences for those involved in wrongdoing, and too often there have been no consequences for such people. Tribunals have clearly failed. Commissions of inquiry are highly unsatisfactory. A Dáil Investigations Committee will not have sufficient powers. That is why the Social Democrats are proposing an independent anti-corruption agency, which would have powers to investigate and critically to prosecute also. And we hope that the Dáil will give positive consideration to this proposal. There's been precious little evidence of new politics in recent years. Too often, information has to be dragged out of ministers. Senior figures refuse to take responsibility for mistakes. Reports are kept under wraps. This must change. The Social Democrats, for our part, will play an active and constructive role in the new Dáil. We will support the government when we believe that they are acting in the public interest and oppose them when they are not. It is our intention to work collaboratively with any party or any independents in the furtherance of progressive politics. There is an onus on all of us to cooperate in working to achieve greater prosperity, opportunity, equality and accountability in Irish society. Irrespective of the government which emerges or doesn't emerge today, members, I believe that we must all rise to that challenge. Thank you, Count Coyle.
Thank you very much, Deputy Shortwell. Deputy Eamon Ryan.
The Green Party entered talks with Fine Gael and the Independents, who may or may not arrive at government here today. And I'm not breaking confidence, I'm sure, when I just recalled that after those 2.5 or so days in those talks, when the Taoiseach asked us whether we would be willing to support or take part in such a government, we clearly said no. That we did not share the ambition which is set out in the document that hasn't changed that significantly in the interim partnership government draft programme that's set out before us today. And we think when you look at some of the key elements in that, yes, we need to build 25,000 houses. There's consensus around this House on that. But what we would argue is we've got to go further than that, thinking about where we build them and the quality of houses that we build and the price of what we build. And we need to get that right and not just the numbers. We need also to make sure that we get transport right so that actually we start planning our state and the development of our state not in that old numbers game. We saw the risks or the dangers that brought us to in the past. We need to think in a more long-term sustainable planning way. We also think in terms of ambition. The document sets out we need X number of thousands of jobs, a numbers approach. We think we need to be more strategic and ambitious than that in seeing the opportunities in the digital industries and in green industries, and ultimately we need a strategic change in direction so we're less reliant on foreign direct investment and more able to live by our own enterprise. But most importantly, Taoiseach, you recall on that day I think I said that we would not be joining the government because we come from a left of centre perspective, and we did not see that reflected in the document. And I'd have to say in the conclusion here, which is still an allocation to tax cuts at a time when we have funding requirements in health education that we think should get precedence. So for that reason we cannot support this government. To be honest, Taoiseach, in the interim 4 or 5 weeks since that time, there hasn't been huge changes here, but what changes have come have disheartened us immensely. The way the water charge is issued, the water issue has been managed, I think has let down the plain people of Ireland. I think there's widespread dissatisfaction in the way that was managed in the subsequent weeks, and we will be looking to see a different approach taken in the next year, if that's possible, if a government is formed. Also, Taoiseach, this morning I'd have to say there's widespread dissatisfaction in my mind that we are here debating the possible vote in Taoiseach, and certain people, it would seem from the online social media we are receiving, are engaged in a slightly different turf war. Is it possible that this government would not be able, or this Parliament would not be able to form a Parliament because we cannot accept European directives or other directives in how we manage our natural resources in that way? And Taoiseach, before anyone has a high and mighty position in that, and I'm reluctant to take it, I know myself and Deputy Danny Healy-Rae the other day have different views in terms of the climate issue, but I'd have to say one thing, Taoiseach, if he doesn't believe that, at least in some ways you can accept that. He has a different, completely different world view, a different world almost to the one I see. But Taoiseach, I find it, or Ceann Comhairle rather, Ceann Comhairle.
Can we have order for Deputy Ryan, please?
I have concern that every other party in this House and every other deputy, I seem to think, accepts some of the scientific truth, but none of the responsibility for action that comes with it, which in some ways is worse. And I'll be honest, Taoiseach, I see nothing in the manifestos or the talks that any other party or any other political group on this side has actually looked at that turf war and come out with anything but a short-term consideration that for certain sectional votes we would not pursue what is the right thing to do. So there's no particular alternative that strikes us that we can vote for on this day. Where is the alternative government? Is the alternative we go to the people on the issues of whether we will protect our natural resources and our climate or not? That seems to be the question before us at this very particular moment and hour. We will hold our vote, Taoiseach, as our Ceann Comhairle, as we've done on the 2 previous occasions and vote for Taoiseach. And we will hold our vote for the reason that we had hoped, and we still hope, that there may be a possibility in this particular Parliament to do politics in a slightly different way, to be slightly less adversarial, to strengthen the role of the opposition, where we will take a strong role criticising the government at every turn, opposing as best we can, but also proposing when the occasion arises. And we will take up the offer that's contained in this document to actually, that this Parliament, that has occurred in our Dáil Reform Committee, and as we're due to see our paper published, Ceann Comhairle, I understand, on Monday, that we have that opportunity before us. And it's for that reason and that reason alone that we would hold our votes to say it may be possible. We're not all going to turn into Swedes or Scandinavians overnight. But we know that that is not just new politics, it's actually better politics. It's politics that we all know. Anyone who's involved in a voluntary committee across this country We know how to make that politics work, where you work with people. Most of us here have worked on county councils over the years. Who would deny with me the reality that that politics works on councils across the country, where we have coalition arrangements right across the political spectrum? We work with Sinn Féin in Dublin City Council. We work with Fine Gael in Dunleary. We work in Louth we work in that way. We all do. So why, if we know that that politics can work there, can we not try and make it work here? And it sometimes does. We know sometimes that is the flash of our better nature sometimes in this chamber. So why not try and give it a go if we manage to survive to half one? Thank you, Count Corley.
Ryan, on behalf of the independent deputies, Deputy Seamus Healy.
Catherine Connolly. Count Corley, this Fine Gael, Fianna Fáil and possibly independent programme for government is framed in the context of and is based on, and I'm quoting the document, is based on our commitment to meeting in full the domestic and EU fiscal rules.
There's a deputy on his feet and he deserves
I'll say that again, Count Corley. This programme is based, as it says in the document, on our commitment to meeting in full the domestic and EU fiscal rules. So the programme for government is based on the Fiscal Treaty, which totally concedes Irish sovereignty over vital national affairs and flies in the face of the 1916 proclamation in its centenary year. This programme for government continues the failed policies of the previous Fine Gael Labour government and indeed the previous Fianna Fáil Green government. And it continues it into the new Dáil. It means a continuation of austerity. And it means agreeing to continue to send €7 billion in interest repayments out of this country every year to pay off bondholders and banks. And it means continued cuts to meet the structural deficit under the Fiscal Treaty. It means continued cuts to meet the new debt to GDP ratio of less than 60%. And it means continuing the scandal. It means continuing the scandal of the lowest 10% earners in our society paying a higher percentage of their income in tax than the 10% wealthiest people in our society. That is an absolute scandal and is continued in this programme for government. It means continued austerity for low and middle income families, but conversely, it means continued recovery for the rich and powerful in our society. The same people who now have assets of €45 billion in excess of the peak boom periods. It means recovery for the very wealthy people who have increased, the 300 people who have increased their wealth from €50 billion in 2011 to €84 billion this year. And of course it means, as a consequence of all that, it means that there's not sufficient funding to seriously tackle the housing crisis, nor is there sufficient funding to tackle the health and hospital care and all the other areas where there is significant pressure. And worse still, Count Corley, the Department of Finance and the Central Bank have warned that the possibility of external shocks exists. And of course that would mean possibly an end to growth or a reduction in growth. And if that happened, this programme for government would lead to new, increased and worse cuts. Fine Gael, Fianna Fáil and the independents are sleepwalking the Irish people into supporting a deal and a fiscal treaty which is absolutely dangerous. However meritorious individual concessions may be, they pale into insignificance in comparison to the continuing economic and social damage being done by the last two governments and now by this future government complying with the fiscal treaty. And this treaty, I believe, must be renegotiated. It has an absolute stranglehold on every family in this country. Ceann Comhairle, under the deal, the government will come into this House shortly to certify that a financial emergency continues to exist. This will enable the government to confiscate private property, the private property of the little people, the pensions of people who have contributed those pensions to provide for their retirement. But the very same government is refusing to certify that a housing emergency exists in case that upsets the vulture funds and the big landlords. It's not surprising, therefore, that the deal does not commit to an emergency housing situation and the halting of evictions. This deal also, Ceann Comhairle, continues the situation where families are being evicted by this government to the banks it owns, and that will continue under this government, and it is a scandal and it must be stopped. And it only requires the Taoiseach and the Minister for Finance to instruct the banks they own, the Irish people own, to stop the evictions. There is no legislation necessary, and the incoming government should and must do that immediately. Otherwise, not just Fine Gael, but Fianna Fáil and the supporting independents will be blamed for every eviction, and rightly so. Ceann Comhairle, I'll finish by saying that last Saturday, at a very well-attended meeting in Portlaoise, families threatened with eviction gave the government 6 weeks to stop evictions and to put a moratorium on evictions. I believe Fianna Fáil, Fine Gael and the independents should take stock of that situation and stop these evictions once and for all.
Thank you, Deputy Healy. Deputy Connolly.
If I may non-vote the cab hun an teachta dála in Kenny and you a guim gatra agus ag fannacht na séisiir atá fós íre agus áit éigen san ferganmh agus tá mé cinse go maiid tácán uair éigen má tá muoín acu teach in san seomra álinn seo. Ceann Comhairle, unfortunately, I won't be voting for Deputy Enda Kenny today, but I wish him the best of luck in the election that's going to take place at some stage, I'm sure, when the independents come in. The independents who are negotiating in the national interest, I imagine, outside the door. And in the guise of new politics, we're now sitting here waiting for an election with a programme for a government that we don't have, and presumably it's not even complete while the independents wrestle with their conscience outside. And I have to say that it is a cause of great disappointment to me that we are here 70 days after an election, and the 70 days have been used really to allow both big parties, Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael, enough time for the fig leaf to grow to hide the nakedness of their ambitions. And this climate is not known to be conducive to the growth of figs, and perhaps that's one of the reasons why it has taken so long. But clearly the fig leaf is to hide their nakedness. Fine Gael, who have been rejected by the population, and also Fianna Fáil. Fine Gael, who want to stay in power at all costs and have come some way to changing their neoliberal agenda, and Fianna Fáil, who want it every way. They want to be in power and out of power at the same time, and they've negotiated that deal. And if we on the left had behaved in this manner, and if we had 93 votes, we would have been absolutely vilified in the press and by the people of Ireland for not forming a government within the last 70 days. And while from the little bit that I've seen from the social media and from the documentation that we've been able to get, while there are a number of good things in that document, a Minister for Rural Affairs, a commitment to reducing class sizes, a commitment to bringing back career guidance teachers and so on, there are many good ideas. Overall, there's an utter failure to deal with the crisis that we now have in our society as a result of relying on the free market, and an utter failure to realise that the continued reliance on the free market is actually going to undo the economy and cost us more money in the long term. We have utterly failed to recognise that there's a national emergency in housing. We are simply failing to recognise that that is there as a result of pandering to the free market. There is an utter failure to realise that the health system is a creaking point and that a heartbeat down in Waterford is equally as important as a heartbeat in the west of Ireland and in Galway City, and that what we want from independence is pressure put on a government to deliver a one-tier health system and not deals for individual constituencies. There's an utter failure to recognise the sources of poverty, and I'm reading aghast, and I hope I'm incorrect, that we're looking at poverty in terms of looking at the role of the defence forces in providing skills so that we will help people out of poverty. An utter failure to look at any of the reports produced by government bodies and non-government bodies as to the sources of poverty. Lack of income, lack of access to housing, lack of access to public health. Surely, if we've learnt anything, it's to learn that there are solutions, and I am sick and tired of being told by my colleagues here on the left that we independents have done nothing. We have come in every day to this stall. We have researched and we have spoken and we've suggested solutions. If we had the votes, we would happily take power. In the meantime, we will use our voices to point out that there are solutions that you're not taking, and that the solutions that you are adopting will cause us money in the long run and will not lead to an equal society, which in the long term, Ceann Comhairle, would be a much better economy. So gur míle maigad as up the finals, agus tásúil agam as seo amach go mbeidh a bhfad níos mó Gaeilge á úsáid sa seomra. Agus go mbeidh toghchan agan úréigean nuair a hagan na fir arás.
Okay. We now proceed to a 30-minute period for other contributions. I already have 6 deputies offering, so can I ask you to be as brief as possible? First speaker is Deputy Willie O'Dea. You're not speaking, okay. Deputy Mary Lou MacDonald.
Well, I'm assuming this is the sole occasion on which Deputy O'Dea will give way for me to speak in rather than he. So 70 days on, Ceann Comhairle, and we're still waiting for God, although this isn't so much Beckett as Flann O'Brien in the qualities of its absurdity. And what do we know? Well, we know that Fianna Fáil, despite all of its protestations to the contrary, are prepared to put Fine Gael and Enda Kenny back into government. We know of their absolute cynicism in this regard, but we also know now of their utter ineptitude. Because not alone are they prepared to reinstate Fine Gael, but the price that they exacted for that was so incredibly low. They leave us with Irish Water intact, charges merely suspended, no new initiative on housing, no new money for that worthy social need, a health service in shambles, and I could go on, but I won't because I don't have the time to do so. It seems also that independents aren't really always as independent as they may seem. And here we are, Taoiseach, within minutes of a vote for the highest office in the land, and yet we are still gripped by an air and a sense of uncertainty. I have to tell you, we also know that whenever the issue is resolved and whenever the men march in and put you back into office, Taoiseach, that we will have a government that will simply pay lip service to fairness. In fact, a government for whom fair is truly a 4-letter word. We want you to know this, Taoiseach, and we want Fianna Fáil to know also, that on the opposition benches we have a wide and diverse group of people and deputies. Sinn Féin is the lead party of opposition in this stall. That is the fact. Sinn Féin will provide constructive and robust opposition to you, Deputy Kenny, and your government if instated. And we want you to know, on behalf of all of the people who rely on good government, good decisions, for all the people who rely on change, who really need fairness, who really understand what that word means because they have experienced so much unfairness and exclusion and injustice. We put you on notice, Deputy Kenny, that if you attempt to inflict more hardship on those families, on those communities that you will have us to answer for. You may have created a soft opposition in Fianna Fáil. We want you to know that there's no soft opposition from the benches of Sinn Féin.
Well done. Thank you for the opportunity to contribute to this debate. As the House knows, I worked with Enda Kenny in the most difficult of times and circumstances for our country over the past 5 years. I know him to be intrinsically decent and incredibly hard-working. I also believe, despite some of the comments made by other deputies, that history will treat the government that he led over the last 5 years kindly. At the outset of this Dáil, Labour set out 2 criteria on which we would cast our votes for Taoiseach. One was the contents of any formal programme for government proposed and its compatibility with the principles of the Labour Party. And secondly, the viability of the government that was proposed, its capacity to deal with the issues that this country faces now and will face into the future. On the programme for government, when a senior minister who is negotiating the programme for government says nationally that a policy is not in the public interest, yet it is to be implemented, new ground, Ceann Comhairle, has been broken. Never in my time here has a government been formed on that basis. If the public interest is not the basis, the fundamental, the overarching basis for all actions of a government, it cannot and does not deserve the support of this House. Policy has to be implemented in the public interest, and all the public's interest. National policy on health, or on education, or on justice, or on any other area has to be objectively determined by what is right, not by what is expedient. Reform has been the hallmark of the last 5 years, with a bespoke department of reform. Just to take one issue, and we could take any, the issue of justice. We've a new Garda authority now. We've 2 published reform plans, which are root and branch analyses of how proper 21st century policing is to be determined. There should be some objective criterion that determines the number of guards, not just pick a number, and I'll add 1,000, and you can bid me up another 1,000, or where Garda stations are, or how resources are allocated. That's new politics. But that's not what we have. We have to have some objectivity in relation to how health policy, education policy, transport policy, or any other policy is determined, with the interests of every citizen at the core of it. The second criterion, I'll be brief, Ceann Comhairle, was the stability and viability of any proposed government. We need look no further than the seats beside me to answer that question. A minority dependent on Fianna Fáil, with an array of independents, whose number we don't yet know 22 minutes before we cast our votes. Government must be based on a common set of principles. That's why I've always understood that. Hammered out, but agreed, a common set of principles. But even more fundamentally, and I've been privileged to serve in 3 governments, must be based on trust. Does trust exist? That's a question everybody in this chamber has to answer. Does trust exist in the arrangement now before this House? Will it be fit and able to face the issues which we will face as a country? Ones that we know that arise and ones which may arise. Brexit, which will be seismic in its impact here. The future of the European Union itself, with new borders going up because of a migrant crisis. Public sector pay policy, housing, homelessness, health, all these things, as I've said, all will need a united, focused and determined government. Not one which is intrinsically unstable and by definition temporary of nature. Ceann, my party, as many members in this House are very happy to acknowledge, suffered a very poor general election. And the traditional view, one that I must say I shared in the immediate aftermath of that election, is that we needed the time to recover before we faced another general election. But sometimes, Ceann, there are worse things than a general election. And bluntly, trusting the future of our country on the sand on which the proposed arrangement for a new government is presented to us is one of those issues. And I, for one, have come to the view that a general election is preferable.
Deputy Zappone? No. Deputy Michael Harty? No, you're not. Okay, Deputy Breed Smith?
It's very difficult for people to go through this draft document that was leaked, as was mentioned earlier on, rather than see what is being proposed in reality to this new arrangement, with Enda Kenny being proposed as Taoiseach. But one thing is for sure, there is no new politics going on here. In fact, it's the same old failed policies of the previous government. But what's interesting about the arrangement, very interesting actually, for the first time in the history of this government, we see the two biggest parties helping each other to put forward an image that on the one hand Fine Gael can govern, and the other hand Fianna Fáil can prop them up and at the same time be the leaders in opposition to them. This is amazingly choreographed, even so much to the phrase to say that they will have an open approach to avoid policy surprises. Now, what does that mean? It's a polite way of saying that they will choreograph the Dáil debates between them so that they can keep up that pretence that this crowd rule and this crowd are in opposition. And it is a very interesting arrangement that we're going to see played out. And I really do think that the devil will be in the detail of the policies that are going to be put before us by the so-called new programme for government. And I tried my best to have a look through that document, the leaked document, not the completed one. And some of the things spring out at me are very, very serious indeed. One of them, really beside what's been said about social housing for the moment, but one simple issue that has leaped out at me is to do with how we are going to, under this programme, deal with children. My secretary was for much of her life a lone parent. She now has a job. She led an organisation called Spark. She's utterly ashamed of and disgusted with Fianna Fáil today because they pretended to support Spark when they were in opposition, and are now backing up a situation which states in the document that we will reform the monitoring of child benefit payments by amalgamating the two existing school attendance monitoring systems run by the Department of Education and the National Education Welfare Board to address poor attendances with some families. Now, this sounds like we are linking child benefit payment with school attendance, and my only answer to that is Donald Trump, move over. That is outrageously right-wing, and if those who are sitting to my left here pretending to support the lone parents when they suffered severe cuts under those over there are seriously propping that up, then we do know which way we're headed. There is absolutely very, very little difference between the policies of these two parties, and they have consistently failed during the last 10 weeks to illustrate what the differences are between them. And if I just can go through some of them, under previous regimes, Fianna Fáil cut child benefit by €16 per month. Fine Gael cut it by €19 per month. That's €3 of a difference between them. Fianna Fáil cut social welfare payments for under 20s to €100 a week. Fine Gael cut social welfare payments for under 24s to €100 a week. They both voted for the bank guarantee that have cost the state €65 billion so far. They both cut discretionary medical cards, this crowd for pensioners and that crowd for everybody else. There's so little difference between them that it starts to make you weep. They both supported a 14-year sentence for women who procure abortion pills. So we have to start by asking ourselves what we're facing. And there's a number of things that I think we are facing. And on the document, when they talk about public sector workers, and I want the workers who work in this House and beyond in the civil service and the public sector to take note that they are talking about the gradual reform of the FEMPI legislation. Trade union conferences coming up over the next few weeks are going to oppose the abolition of the FEMPI legislation, which was brought in as a major tactic to help bail out the banks and cut the pay of low-paid public sector workers, along with the pension relation deduction, which they talk about phasing out to 2020. Now, in the meantime, we're expecting workers who are living on extraordinarily low pay in this country, with a high cost of living, particularly in the cities where rents are soaring and it's nearly impossible to buy your own home on these kind of wages, to say we're going to stand back and not play any role in the future. But I think when you look at as well what they're doing to the minimum wage, they're offering to increase it from $9.15 to $10.50 by 2020. In other words, they're going to give those most impoverished workers in the country an extra 27 cents a year to live under the current situation. And as we say, this is not going to happen in a vacuum. It's going to happen with very exciting times in this House, but it's also going to happen with the focus being on the people who have almost won on the water charges, the great unwashed who are out there protesting and who are standing up to this government and who will do the same, having given their risen confidence to fight you on housing and on health, etc. But the darkest hour often comes before the dawn. So with this combined right-wing shape that we have in this House, we are also seeing a resurgence in the confidence of ordinary people. And when we see that resurgence meet with the draconian measures and lack of real change by this programme, we're going to be in for very interesting times indeed, and we want to put ourselves firmly and squarely on the side of those who fight for real change, rather than the same old policies being choreographed between two groups of people they look like they're looking in a mirror. There's so little difference between them.
Thank you very much, Deputy. Deputy Louise O'Reilly.
Thank you, Ceann Comhairle. The leaked document which we've all seen now is proof, as if we needed it, that some people will do literally anything and say literally anything to hang on to power. It is nothing short of shameful. And I can tell you that I represented workers in the public service proudly for many years under these and these. And I can tell you for nothing that these people will not be impressed by one single solitary word that is in this document. You appear to have shifted now from keeping your so-called recovery going to moving towards a fairer Ireland. I doubt that you would recognise a fairer Ireland if it met you on the road, even if it had 2 pints in its hand and said hello to you. I note from this document that there is no mention of workers nor workers' rights. I'm not surprised, but I do think workers should know this. Your healthcare section mentions funding MBAs for senior managers. Your recruitment is headed under ambitions. There is no plan for recruitment. There is no plan to attract doctors and nurses back into our health service. There is further no mention of the people who clean our hospitals, who keep our hospitals secure, who feed patients in our hospitals. And I can only take it from that glaring omission that they don't feature in your plans at all, because we know here on these benches and the people outside know, what you have planned for those people is nothing less than outsourcing. They will know that. They will see that. They are not mentioned in your document. We know what you want to do with them, and we will fight hard and oppose you tooth and nail when you try to outsource aspects of our health service. In some aspects, this programme for government talks the talk. It looks well, it reads well, but it will ultimately, we believe, let people down. There is no new politics, no new thinking. This is nothing but cowardice and a shameless and shameful grab for power. Thank you, Ken Corley.
Deputy Stephen Donnelly.
Corla, I think it's fair to say that the last government did get some things right in a difficult environment. But it also got many things wrong. And after 5 years in here trying to change some of the things that I believe and the Social Democrats believe it got wrong, my conclusion is that the heart of the errors that the last government made was a failure of ideology. Allowing a republic where 1 child in 9 lives in daily poverty, allowing that to continue is not a failure of policy, it's a failure of ideology. Implementing 5 regressive budgets in a row, designing and implementing 5 budgets in a row that asked those who had the least to bear the greatest burden, that was a choice. It was a very damaging choice, and it was a failure of ideology. Selling over 13,000 family mortgages from IBRC to vulture funds, many of whom are now having to deal with those vulture funds who are making very serious profits. Allowing that to happen rather than facilitating the families when every other situation had to be dealt with on a case-by-case basis was a failure of ideology. Campaigning to cut taxes at a time when parents are putting their children to sleep in the backs of cars is a failure of ideology. And that failure of ideology continues through to the leaked document that we saw, where we're going to see tax to investment ratios, tax cuts to investment ratios of 1 to 2. The previous government, and Fine Gael in particular, campaigned on a slogan, "We have to make work pay." It's one of the 3 pillars of their 130-page manifesto. We have to make work pay. And the ideology says that if you tax people for working, you are disincentivizing them from working. So they won't work. So you have to make it pay for them to work. But objective, impartial analysis from the OECD says that actually Ireland has between the lowest and the 4th lowest tax wedge, tax on work in the OECD, depending on what type of family you're in. So the government that is coming in now, backed up by the document where they are going to continue with tax cuts to make work pay, because presumably work doesn't pay, at a time when 1 in 9 children are living in daily poverty, at a time when we are dealing with a homelessness crisis, at a time when there aren't enough guards on the streets, it is not just a failure of policy, it is an absolute failure of ideology. The Social Democrats, I'm sure with many people here, would love to be in government. We would love to be driving policy, but we do not see evidence that the ideology has changed. As other members have referenced before, there are some welcome phrases that hopefully will be followed through in this coming Dáil. But what we don't see is a change in the ideology that has led to an awful lot of very bad things happening to a lot of vulnerable people in this country over the last 5 years. We are hopefully at a time where we can start rebuilding society. And if we are to rebuild a republic that genuinely provides every single man, woman and children with dignity, and that genuinely provides every man, woman and child with opportunity, then we need to do it with a different ideology, with an ideology based on values of dignity, of genuine equality and democracy. And so, for this reason and many others, the Social Democrats do not believe that the ideological basis of what we are about to see will be good for this country, and for that reason we will be voting against this government. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Donnelly. Deputy David Cullinan.
Taoiseach, we had hoped that after 3 failed attempts to elect you as Taoiseach, after 70 days, after long hours of talks and negotiations between all of the parties that are part of this government, that the farce would come to an end. But the farce has not come to an end. Deputy Harris spoke earlier about a partnership government. But where is the partnership? We have one arm of the government, Fianna Fáil, who don't claim to be in the government at all. They claim to be in opposition, but also support this partnership government. The Independent Alliance have just arrived in the chamber. They've kept us waiting. And the farce, again, has continued right up to the 11th hour. I wonder, Taoiseach, what people outside the chamber think of all of this. I often hear people say that this place is a bubble, that the people who occupy the seats, especially on the government side, live in a bubble, don't understand what it's like for people outside the chamber, and it's hard to argue against that. I wonder, Taoiseach, what the person who is lying on the hospital trolley, or the people lying on trolleys across this state as we speak, think of the ongoing farce. I wonder what parents of children with disabilities who can't get the resources and the supports that they need for their children think of this farce. I wonder what the homeless person, and you claim to have met a number of them yourself, I wonder what they would think of this farce. What about all those families who are living in front rooms, who are in emergency accommodation? I wonder what they think of this farce. And one thing is for sure, and I've read the document which has been published and agreed, I have to say, by both Fianna Fáil, Fine Gael and some independents who've changed their stripes and changed from being opposed to the policies of Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael to now going to prop up a government. It is a recipe for more of the same. Keep things as they are. Keep the two-tier unfair health service in place. The housing crisis will continue. Nothing for workers' rights. People will still live in poverty. What do you say, Taoiseach, to those people who want change, who want real change? Deputy Martin said earlier that Sinn Féin had a chance to support him as Taoiseach. That is not a choice, because Fianna Fáil are not up for change. It's quite clear when you see their fingerprints all over these documents. They've signed up to a Conservative government with Fine Gael. They are not interested in change. We want to build a real alternative in Sinn Féin. We will lead the opposition. Fianna Fáil can get it out of their heads that they are now an opposition party. The lead party of opposition will be Sinn Féin. And we will be a strong opposition. We will be a strong opposition. We will be a fair opposition. We will provide robust opposition. But also, we will be constructive. And in the context of the new dispensation, which Deputy Martin and the Taoiseach and others say exist, you have to also do business with us. When we bring forward proposals, and we do, and we have many ideas and many solutions, there is also an onus and a responsibility on you, Taoiseach, and those who are part of this new arrangement to also work with us. We are up for that challenge. But sadly, when I look at what has been agreed, Taoiseach, and I have to be honest with the people outside of this chamber that are in dire straits, that are looking for change, they are not going to get it from this Conservative arrangement of Fianna Fáil, of Fine Gael and of independents who have changed their colours and their stripes because they want to get into power.
Are you offering? No. Have we any other deputy offering at this point? No. Well then, in accordance with the order of the Dáil, I'm required to put the following question. Ganam noig Dáil Éireann an teachta éine ó Chionnigh, chuna cheapa ag an uachtarán mar Taoiseach. The Dáil Éireann nominates Deputy Enda Kenny for appointment by the President to be Taoiseach. Na teachtaí atá I bhábhar na tairiscire Aberdís tá, iad atá na gcuine Aberdís níl, soilm gullen ceisritse, fótáil. Would members please proceed to the lobbies? Item number 1, nomination of Taoiseach. The question is that Dáil Éireann nominates Deputy Enda Kenny for appointment by the President to be Taoiseach, and on that question a division has been challenged. Tellers Tá, Deputies Paul Keogh and Joe Carey, Neil, Deputies Angus O'Snuddy and Mick Barry. Torra again on the motion. Tá Craig Ní, Tá 59, Neil 49. Stoilm Gwilyn Kesht, Ritze. Hishakar, well, that's Rudder Arag and Winter Show.
Ceann Comhairle bála a dús mo bhuichas is lecha le chuile duine chuile heachta a thug vótagam sa tábhachan seo. Bálam freisin mo bhuichas is lecha le siúd nár glach lena chuid vóta chah asocht mé a thufa mar híiseach. Bálam mo bhuichas is lecha leis an teachtar achas an teachtar ní bhrin asocht iad mé a bhalla agus mulla hóidstam. I'm grateful to Ceann Comhairle for the trust that the 32nd Dáil has placed in me to lead the new government as our country leads a new century. The circumstances of today are of course very different from those of 5 years ago, when Ireland was in deep crisis, when our country's very survival as an independent country was in doubt. I promised at that stage that the then new Fine Gael and Labour government would work night and day to rescue the economy, to fix the public finances, get our people back to work. I would like to pay tribute in particular to the members of that government, of the Labour Party, those who are here for their work during that period, and for those who will be stepping down shortly from their ministerial office. They know what it means, Ceann Comhairle, to act in the national interest, come what may. They know what it means to have to make difficult decisions and to stand over them and to place the needs of the country and our people above all else. I thank them for their service and their support, and I wish them well for the future. While I would contend that we fulfilled our core mandate to move the country back from the edge of an economic cliff, I acknowledge and understand, of course, that very many people have not felt the benefit of a recovering economy in their daily lives. And while 5 years on, Ireland's a better place and a safer place, we face many serious challenges that we know of, both at home and abroad. And if economic survival was the urgent priority of the last government, then using a strong economy to improve the lives, the quality of the lives of our people must and will be the priority of the new government. And that fundamental principle will be the bedrock of our policy programme. Therefore, the government that I lead, in very different circumstances of the 32nd Dáil, will be a very different kind of administration, formed in very different, almost unprecedented circumstances. The verdict of the people in the recent general election means that no party or no group has any mandate to instruct, to force, direct or coerce anybody to do anything that they don't want to do, and that therefore we must all work together in the best interests of all our people. It has always been the case that under Bunreacht na Éireann, that the Taoiseach and the government of the day are responsible to Dáil Éireann. That will never be more true than in respect of this 32nd Dáil Ceann Comhairle, over which you preside in terms of the reform of this chamber. The engagements that have taken place over the past 10 weeks between parties, between groups and their affiliates, between the Fine Gael party and the Fianna Fáil party, have demonstrated that there are a very significant number of deputies in the House who are willing to try to make the current political configuration work in the interests of our people in the country. In that same spirit, Ceann Comhairle, I commit myself and the incoming government to work in partnership with the elected members of this House to devise and to implement solutions to the many problems facing our people. And I take the constructive comments from the many comments made by members of the benches opposite here this morning on that. And I will energetically oversee and implement the programme for government that I have agreed with deputies and groups who are part of the new administration. And I will play an active role in implementing comprehensive reform of the Oireachtas, both Dáil Éireann and Seanad Éireann, and in so doing I will discharge my responsibilities as Taoiseach to the very best of my ability, as I have always sought to do. But those responsibilities, Count Corla, will be shared by every member of Dáil Éireann in a way that they have never been shared or had to be shared before. Everyone will have an opportunity to play a constructive role as we work in partnership together to build a better Ireland. It will be a great test of our democracy, of our character, and indeed of this House. A test that I am convinced that we will pass. Might I say in conclusion, Count Corla, this government has much to do. Our country faces many challenges. That was the message. That was the message that the people gave during the election. That was the message that has been repeated by so many of you on so many occasions. The new government has listened to that message, and we will act on that message in an attempt to redress many of the difficult challenges that people face on an everyday basis. This programme that we sets out a vision for a more caring, a more prosperous and a fairer Ireland, and at the heart of that programme for government is a belief in the enormous potential of our people and of our country. And that potential lies within every person, every citizen, whatever their age, whoever they are and wherever they live. The new government will be driven by a firm belief that good politics can help to realise all of that potential in the interests of all our people all over the country. I've been here for many years, as you know, Count Corla. I've seen things that people thought were once impossible have become commonplace and have come to pass. I've seen days here in this chamber filled with hope, and indeed days that were seared with despair. There have been years of difficulties, years of bloodshed, and thankfully years of precious peace. The greatest challenges have been met, and the widest of chasms have been bridged. Recent years saw our sovereignty lost, and then our sovereignty regained. The commemoration of the centenary of the Easter Rising has given all of us a moment to reflect with pride on the achievements of those who went before us and the achievements of our independence. And as servants of our democracy, whether in government or in opposition, we now have a new opportunity to help to write the next chapter of the unfolding story of our country. And in doing so, we draw inspiration from that heroic generation who gained Ireland her freedom. Like them, we should never forget the hard-earned lessons of history. And like them, we should never set limits to our ambitions for our people, for the country. It is my great honour, Count Corla, to accept the nomination of Dáil Éireann for the position of Taoiseach. I now have a duty to go to the President to inform him of my nomination so that he may appoint me as Taoiseach. And accordingly, Count Corla, I would suggest that the House be suspended for 3 hours, at which point we will resume to deal with the nomination of members of the government. Caithfidh Mac.
Tá an sír fionraí go dtí leathaníg a cúig, gur maithagah. We have order, please.
For the information of the House, I propose, notwithstanding the previous order of the day, that with the approval of the House, that the sitting be suspended for a further 45 minutes.
Is that agreed? Is that agreed?
Agreed.
Agreed. Thank you. Adjourned until 6:15. Can I call on Deputy Regina Doherty to announce the business for the remainder of the sitting?
Thank you, Ceann Comhairle. I move that notwithstanding anything in standing orders, that the proceedings on number 2, the approval of nomination of other members of the government, shall be brought to a conclusion after 3 hours and 45 minutes, and the following arrangements shall apply. A. That the speech of the Taoiseach and the leaders of Fianna Fáil, Sinn Féin, Labour, AAA, People Before Profit, Independents for Change, Social Democrats, the Green Party, or a member nominated in their stead, and a non-party deputy who shall be called upon in that order shall not exceed 15 minutes in each case. B. That the speech of each other member who shall be called upon in the following sequence shall not exceed 10 minutes in each case: Fine Gael, Fianna Fáil, Sinn Féin, Labour, AAA, People Before Profit, Independents for Change, Social Democrats, Green Party, non-party. And that C, members may share time. 2. Until the Dáil shall otherwise order, the order in which questions to members of the government other than the Taoiseach shall be asked in accordance with Standing Orders 39.2 shall be that in which members of the government will be listed in a resolution approving their nomination by the Taoiseach for appointment by the President. And 3. That the Dáil shall adjourn on the conclusion of number 2 tonight at 10:30 p.m. and resume on Tuesday the 17th of May in 2016, and the order of business will be decided upon on that day.
There are 3 proposals to put to the House. Is the proposal for dealing with item number 2, proceedings on the nomination of other members of the government, agreed to? Agreed. Is the proposal for dealing with item number 3, order in which questions shall be asked without debate, agreed to? Agreed. Number 3 is the proposal that the Dáil in its rising today shall adjourn until 10:30 a.m. on Thursday the 19th of should be Tuesday the 17th of May at 2:30. Is that agreed? Yes. Yes.
Can I just say to the Taoiseach that in relation to the government wants to, the ministers want to read into their particular briefs over the coming week, but I think there's an urgent necessity that the Parliament organises itself as well, and I would ask that early next week that the whips of all parties would meet with the Chief Whip, for example, to work out how many Dáil committees there are going to be, Oireachtas committees, because we do need to get the committee system up as a matter of urgency. There hasn't really been a proper whip system in operation the last 2 weeks, and we've been quite tolerant in terms of how debates have been organised and so on in a haphazard manner with timelines, but I do think it's important coming out of what's happening in the Dáil Reform Committee that early next week work would begin on identifying how many committees are going to be established, the nature of them, and so that we can organise ourselves that when the Dáil does come back we can get up and work effectively, efficiently and purposefully, and there's no necessity just to have debate for the sake of having debate, but that it's there with proper ministers who are accountable to the House who may be appointed this evening following the vote. And I think that's extremely important because I think there's a lot of work to be done next week in terms of making sure that this Dáil and the Oireachtas in general is organised properly and effectively so we can get down to business and get work done through the committee system as well as the plenary system. And also I think you may be indicating in your speech the realignment of ministries, or the Taoiseach may be doing, which is equally important in terms of the committees that will be established to monitor and hold those ministries to account, and also to effectively that has impact in terms of how the opposition works as well. And on that basis, we're not going to oppose if you like, the reconvening of the Dáil on Tuesday week, but that we do think a lot of work needs to be done next week to get the Parliament in working order, because it's not at the moment, obviously.
Thank you, Deputy Martin. Deputy O'Quailon.
Ceann Comhairle, the last thing this Dáil needs, or indeed that the public would tolerate, is either the reality or even the perception that this Dáil was simply not going to function for another week. I think it is absolutely imperative that the Taoiseach clarifies that in the course of the intervening period to the proposed resumption date, that we have confirmation that the Housing Committee, appointed by this 32nd Dáil, would continue its work during the course of the coming week, that the Dáil Reform Committee would be ready to report on its recommendations on the commencement of the new Dáil session as of next Tuesday week. I think it's absolutely imperative that in the intervening time, and that the Taoiseach would confirm here this evening, that he will use that time to ensure that not only the Dáil, but the Seanad, i.e. both houses of the Oireachtas, are ready to get up and running and function in an appropriate and business-like way as of that date. Will the Taoiseach confirm to the House this evening that he will use the intervening period to, and I'm not a fan at all of the fact that the Taoiseach of the day has the power to appoint 11 members, but nevertheless it won't function until that is done. Will he confirm this evening that he will proceed with that, and that there will be no impediment to the Seanad also being able to commence its business as of that date, or earlier, preferably?
Raised by Deputy Martin and by Deputy O'Callaghan. The intervening period will be used for that purpose. I will already ask that the decision be made in respect of the number of Oireachtas committees that we're going to have. And you, as Concorla, have a specific responsibility in chairing the committee in respect of Dáil reform. I agree with the sentiments expressed by Deputy Martin and Deputy O'Callaghan that when the houses come back, that they should be able to work immediately, efficiently in the interests of our people.
Thank you, Taoiseach. I'm now putting the question. The question is that the proposal that the Dáil in its rising today shall adjourn until Tuesday, the 17th of May at 2:30. Is that agreed? Agreed. Thank you. Now, nomination of other members of the government. I call on the Taoiseach to move the motion.
While cheada coranúil mar ólas an Dáil, gur chur mé animnú mar Taoiseach inúil den Uachtarán agus cap sé mé dá réir. I beg leave to announce to Concorla for the information of the Dáil that I've informed the President that the Dáil has nominated me to be the Taoiseach and that he has appointed me accordingly. Targi and freshen, go give no Dáil Éireann leis an Taoiseach danimnú na deachta seo leanas chun na gapa ag an Uachtarán mar chomhaltaí den Rialtas. I move a Concorla that Dáil Éireann approve the nomination by the Taoiseach of the following deputies for appointment by the President to be members of the government. Deputies Francis Fitzgerald, Michael Noonan, Richard Bruton, Simon Coveney, Leo Varadkar, Charles Flanagan, Pascal Donoghue, Heather Humphreys, Simon Harris, Michael Creed, Dennis Naughton, Shane Ross, Mary Mitchell O'Connor, Catherine Sapone. I intend to appoint Deputy Francis Fitzgerald as Taoiseach. They will be assigned Departments of State as follows: Concorla. Department of Social Protection to Leo Varadkar, Department of Finance to Michael Noonan, Department of Public Expenditure and Reform to Pascal Donoghue, Department of Jobs, Enterprise and Innovation to Mary Mitchell O'Connor, Department of Agriculture, Food and the Marine to Michael Creed, Department of Justice and Equality to Francis Fitzgerald, Department of Children and Youth Affairs to Catherine Sapone, Department of Health to Simon Harris, Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade to Charles Flanagan, Department of Education and Skills to Richard Bruton, Department of Housing, Planning and Local Government to Simon Coveney, Department of Communications, Climate Change and Natural Resources to Dennis Naughton, Department of Transport, Tourism and Sport to Shane Ross, Department of Regional Development, Rural Affairs, Arts and the Gaeltacht to Heather Humphreys, Department of Defence to myself, and I intend to nominate Deputy Paul Keogh as the Minister of State attending government as Minister of State of the Department of the Taoiseach and Defence, with special responsibility for the Department of Defence. I propose to nominate Maura Whelan SC for appointment by the President to be the Attorney General. I also propose to nominate Deputy Regina Doherty as Minister of State of the Department of the Taoiseach and Government Chief Whip, and Deputy Finian McGrath as Minister of State attending government and Minister of State at the Departments of Social Protection, Justice and Equality and Health, with special responsibility for disability issues. I wish to inform the House that it is also my intention to restructure the government to align it with the priority objectives of the new government. The Department of the Environment, Community and Local Government will become the new Department of Housing, Planning and Local Government. There will be an action plan for housing and homelessness and a dedicated Cabinet Committee on Housing, which I will chair. Responsibility for the environment, including climate change, will transfer to a new Department of Climate Change, Communications and Natural Resources. There will be a new Department of Regional Development, Rural Affairs, Arts and the Gaeltacht. This will retain all of the functions of the former Department of Arts, Heritage and the Gaeltacht. It will also be assigned responsibility for the rollout of rural broadband and for the development of the post office network. In addition, this new department will be assigned responsibility for the LEADER programme, an expanded town and village renewal scheme and the Tidy Town scheme, the Western Development Commission, the implementation of the report of the Commission on Economic Development of Rural Areas, the Dormant Accounts Fund and social enterprise. There will be an action plan for rural development and a dedicated Cabinet Committee on Regional and Rural Affairs, which I will also chair. This will provide for effective monitoring of delivery and clear coordination in Concordia across all policy areas that affect rural Ireland. I stand here today acutely conscious of the honour that has been bestowed upon me by this House, and I want to assure the people of Ireland, the Government and every member of the House that as the current custodian of the office of Taoiseach, I will use this term to make life better for all our people. The Government is both ambitious and optimistic. In its make-up alone, it is unlike any other established in Ireland since the foundation of the state, comprising members of my own party, members of the Independence Alliance and a number of independent TDs. Its formation process proves that politics is not about power and its attainment. It is rather always that politics is about what is possible, about the possibility of what can be achieved, and achieved not for parties or individuals or sectors, but for the entire country. And that sense of possibility is the touchstone of a partnership government for a fairer Ireland. The formal process of meeting an agreement began back on the 24th of March. There followed many hours and many days of formal discussions and informal conversations. But what was crucial was not only to get it done, but that it be got right. To understand the makeup of the new Dáil and to reflect the new partnership and the new spirit of partnership that was asked of us. I happen to be the longest serving member of the Dáil and have been through many extraordinary times in this chamber and in this House. But this is the most different, the most challenging and indeed the most exciting of any of those. I hope that we will all embrace it as members of the House elected by the people and realise the historic moment that we are part of. I certainly will. No one in the negotiations suffered from certainty. After 70 days of talks and discussions and negotiations, we agreed not alone our programme for government, but that there is no place or function for political pessimism in our administration and no limit to political possibility. There was a palpable sense, Concordia, in all of the talks, including with those who decided they would not join the government, that politics as we all knew it had changed forever. Yes, for all involved in the talks, we agreed that economically Ireland was going in the right direction, and for our country's future, we must ensure that this continues. We hope to continue to be the fastest growing economy in Europe this year, but we were equally agreed that politics itself would not just have to change direction, it would also have to change its dimensions, in particular the qualities of resilience, of kindness, of insight, of empathy, of dignity, of resolve. I have noted before the old observation that people live not only their own lives, but they live the life of their times. And while on the international stage, the official record of the life of Ireland is one of exceptional growth and recovery, it is in the lived experience, the personal experiences of our people, that the national life is revealed, which is why, with the new government, I am anxious that the national record of the life of this time, be it the surge in tax receipts or the headlines in growth, must be more in tune and aligned with the personal record, which is the lived experience of the people. We must ask, how alive are we willing to be to the experience of all our people and to the opinions of those with whom we differ or even strongly disagree, Concordia. Fianna Fáil knew, as we did, that with the election, the traditional rules no longer applied. It was fitting that on the centenary of the Rising of 1916, both parties managed to start to sweep away some of the old ways and find a way to work together. I thank the party opposite for that. I believe the 32nd Dáil will make a new and collaborative approach, not only with the partners of government, but indeed with the partners of the opposition. I believe all of us in the House are at idem that our function is to use government and see it used to effect the kind of change, the kind of opportunity, the kind of compassion that we need and that we desire in our society. Yes, Ceann Comhairle, the 32nd Dáil is an unprecedented challenge, but it is equally an unprecedented opportunity. In fact, it is a unique opportunity to begin this very day as a society and as a nation with a government based on an articulated consensus around the issues that really matter to the lived experience of our people. Our country and our people have come through an unprecedented economic crash. Every family in Ireland has been touched in some way or other during the crisis. And for the past 5 years, I and the previous government worked to end that crisis, to exit the international bailout, to help the creation of new jobs, and now the foundations of a growing economy are in place. So while the sense of economic crisis may have passed, we still have a great deal of work ahead of us to ensure that work and opportunity is present for all families across Ireland. Today, Ireland faces other challenges in the areas of housing and of homelessness, in healthcare provision and in providing relief for working families. After the general election and 70 days of intense debate, it is now time for new and immediate action. And one of my immediate priorities is to ensure that the government is fully engaged on the UK referendum on EU membership, now less than 7 weeks away. While this is clearly a matter for the British people themselves to decide, it is of profound importance and consequence both to the EU and to this country. Uniquely for a non-Commonwealth country, Irish citizens living in Britain will have a vote on the 23rd of June. British citizens living here will also have a vote. And of course, the issue of EU membership directly affects voters in Northern Ireland. The UK referendum campaign is now entering a critical phase. It is an important time for everyone on these islands and in Europe, particularly for those people who work in companies who export goods and services to Britain. I intend to make a number of visits to Britain and Northern Ireland over the course of the next 2 months. We'll be asking a number of ministers to visit Britain during our time to reach out to Irish citizens, to engage with friends and the wider business community who have an interest in the British-Irish economic cooperation. And because I believe it's critically important that our voice is heard as Britain's closest neighbour and indeed friend on this issue. I intend to invite members of the opposition, where appropriate, also to attend at particular occasions with Irish communities in Britain and Ceann Comhairle. We are acutely aware of what has been called a once-in-a-generation decision facing the British people. We are respectful of the sovereignty of that decision. Yet Ireland is the only country that shares a border with the UK, with strong historic, economic and personal ties. We move easily across these islands to do business, to visit family, to celebrate each other's culture. Every week, we trade €1 billion between our two countries in goods and services produced here in Ireland. We are co-guarantors of the peace process in Northern Ireland. We are partners in Europe. We want to ensure that there is no doubt about the Irish government's position and that our message is clearly heard. Prime Minister Cameron kindly phoned me this afternoon. I said that I would do whatever I could usefully do to help in the run-up to the referendum. I will meet the Prime Minister as our schedules permit. British-Irish relations are stronger than ever. The close working relationship and the understanding that Prime Minister Cameron and I have developed will help to build these relations further, and we hope that the UK stays with us in the European Union. Europe, Ireland and the UK will be all the stronger for that. It's important to note, Ceann Comhairle, that were the decision to go the other way, obviously Ireland would still have special relationships with Britain. Ireland would still work in the context of cooperation with Britain from a European point of view. but the unknown quantity would be the reflection of how European Union countries would look at Britain if we were to decide to leave. So while our programme for government is extensive, at its core is one simple objective, and that is to make people's lives better in every part of Ireland. Our economic recovery remains central to our work, and the Irish people here have worked very hard for this progress. A fair society has to lean on a strong economy, and only with a strong economy can we deliver on the key goals of the government, which is to make people's lives better, to provide homes for our people, and to make Ireland a great place to grow up and to grow old in. Under our first priority, we want to help working families, and to do that we need to secure a strong economy. Our programme for government contains ambitious plans for more affordable childcare, more and better jobs, lower taxes on workers, help for low-paid workers and safer streets. An urgent challenge for this new government will be to remedy and fix our housing and our homeless crisis and the emergency situation that now exists. As a country, we are still building far too few homes for our people following the construction crash. It's not acceptable to anybody that in 2016 we have families living in hotels and bed and breakfasts, and this is something that we are all united in, I'm quite sure, Cancórla, to fix. That is why we will shortly publish a spring economic statement to set out the parameters of the budgetary and economic policy for the coming year, building on the strong progress that we've already made. I firmly believe that Ireland is a great country for families to raise children and so on. After a period of tough economic times, we need to invest in new services to look after our people better, both young and old alike. New investment in hospital and primary care centres will be at the top of the government's investment programme to ensure that we can all live in a country that we can be proud of. And as part of this ambition, we will put a specific focus on improving our disability and our mental health services. Cancórla, our new partnership government will get to work immediately on the many serious challenges facing Ireland. The first 100 days will provide a comprehensive agenda for all ministers of the new government and for every member of the Oireachtas. We will shortly agree and publish a plan for those first 100 days of the government based on the programme for government. The new Minister for Housing, Planning, Local Government will begin immediate preparations for the development of an action plan for housing, taking into account the views and the suggestions of government, the Oireachtas and the civil society. And I commend the members of the committee at the moment giving their views and proposals in respect of housing in Cancórla. This will be a roadmap for a resolution to the current housing crisis and will require the assistance of all members of the Oireachtas in its implementation and across government. I want to make it clear at Cancórla that there will be new attention put on our psychological and emotional well-being as a country. It is very clear that children and teenagers particularly need support to navigate a world, while it can be marvellous, can equally so be quite merciless. Within the first 100 days, we will establish a national task force on youth mental health to consider how to address such challenges, to teach and educate our young people resilience and how their families can access the services that they need. Every community in this country has been afflicted by suicide or by self-harm. In Connecting for Life, Ireland's national strategy for suicide prevention has many commitments that do not have a financial cost. They require a political and a community commitment. And it is up to all of us every day to make that difference. I wish, Cancórla, for this country to become more aware of how we depend not alone those in our community, but frequently also in respect of the kindness of strangers. We must be that kind stranger ourselves on occasion. As I said earlier, Cancórla, I commit to working in partnership with all the members of this House to deliver real solutions to the problems facing our country. And I look forward to that work, and I commend these nominations to the House. And might I say finally, I give you this commitment, irrespective of party, non-party or political creed. And so far as I'm concerned in Concordia, as Taoiseach, an honour to be so, and work with all of the members of the House, in the interests of our people and our country. We are in a very different situation. I recognise that, and I hope I can respond in a proper and fitting fashion to the many changes that are required, the many cultural changes, attitudinal changes that are required to bring about a government led by a minority, in a minority situation that will be in the interests of all our people and our country. And I guarantee, and the members of the government will do their utmost individually and collectively to work with everybody here to make this 32nd Dáil one that will leave its mark for the betterment of all our people to build that fairer society that I speak of.
Thank you very much, Taoiseach. Deputy Micheál Martin.
Irrespective of the political differences on different sides of the House, I would like to first of all congratulate you, Taoiseach, on your re-election to the office of Taoiseach this afternoon. And I would also like to be the first to congratulate all of the individuals whom you have proposed to serve as ministers in this new government. For any citizen of this republic, being proposed for important public office is a moment of great pride. In particular, it's a moment of immense satisfaction for your families, parties and supporters. On behalf of Fianna Fáil, I wish you well in your challenging work ahead. You take up office at a time when the people of Ireland have demanded a new direction. They have said clearly that they do not accept the last government's narrative. They saw a complacent, arrogant and increasingly out-of-touch government which was mainly focused on praising itself while issue after issue was left to reach crisis level. The composition of this Dáil and the fact that we now have a minority government directly links to the fact that the people have rejected the old way of conducting the public's business. As we heard in the debate earlier, there are those who are angry not to be able to keep to the old certainties. It is indeed easier to have a House nicely divided between those who control everything and those who can focus on giving loud speeches. These are people for whom ideological purity and campaigning is always preferable to actually getting anything done. I would like to congratulate certain deputies and parties for their creativity in saying both that we had a duty to be in government with Fine Gael and that we are to be condemned for allowing Fine Gael to be in government. This government is being formed because of deputies and parties who refused to support the only alternative available. Fianna Fáil's deputies are the only members of this House who voted for an alternative. We have chosen the path of constructive opposition. We will not bring down the government if it honours an agreed broad policy framework. Equally, we retain the right and intention to use our mandate to try to construct majority support for our policy initiatives. We believe that the first duty of the people's representatives is to work to solve problems, and that is how we are approaching the work which this government will do, and more importantly the work which this Dáil will do. This is the first time that a non-single party government has been presented to the Dáil for appointment without the programme for government having been published in time for it to be read in detail. Now, this is a very bad start for a government which cannot survive unless it starts to understand what partnership and consultation actually means. This would in other circumstances be a basis for voting against the holding of this vote today. However, as far as we can see, the programme does not roll back on agreements reached earlier this week, and the programme is only binding on the 58 TDs who have agreed to form a government. Of the 8 independent TDs who were part of this government, 7 required specific policy commitments before agreeing to participate. We have been told that there have been no commitments made other than those contained in the programme for government. We would ask for this to be confirmed on the record by the Taoiseach, the government and of course the deputies and ministers concerned. When discussing this programme for government, we should remember the last one became widely acknowledged as a work of fiction. Even though it was written to claim credit for developments mostly underway, its great promises of development and reform were abandoned. Its promises of fairness and equality were pushed aside in favour of regressive and divisive policies. The new programme again uses the language of fairness. I would have to say that from our own experience of negotiations with Fine Gael, it is not clear that it has any real understanding of what that term means or the urgent needs of the public. Over its 5-year term, the Fine Gael Labour government adopted a consistent policy of allowing crisis after crisis to develop in vital areas. Where there was no existing blueprint to follow, the priority was public relations rather than the policy planning. This must be a government and this must be a Dáil which ends this practice and delivers urgent action combined with credible planning. The housing and homelessness emergency represent the direct outcome of a complacent and arrogant policy. The reorientation of the Department of the Environment towards housing is welcome. However, action is needed across the full range of areas. The commitments we received concerning rent allowance and mortgage relief are important, but only a start. The committee, being chaired by Deputy John Curtin, is doing excellent work. We want the new minister to engage with it immediately and to ensure that future action is agreed in cooperation with the Dáil. The comprehensive failure of health policy in recent years is undeniable. The collapse of the last government's compulsory insurance approach and the massive increases in waiting times were only part of the problem. The resistance of Fine Gael and Minister Varadkar to acknowledging this is a major gap between our parties. The investment in the National Treatment Purchase Fund is only a small part of what actually needs to be done. Waiting lists are far too long, and overcrowding in emergency departments is still not being tackled in a comprehensive or effective manner. The lengthy section on health in the programme for government is defined by the repackaging of existing policy. We are very clear in that we will oppose the agenda of outsourcing work from the trusts and the proposal to evolve the HSE to a commission, which we believe is not acceptable. It is simply a way of putting in play the building blocks for a private health insurance system which we cannot afford and which would make matters much worse. Given how important health is and how there is no majority for the last government's policies, the Minister and Government need to commit to a genuine consultation. They also need to understand that they will not succeed in pushing through their highly ideological agenda. I wish the new Minister for Education well in the role. It's an exciting and challenging department, as I know well. It's also an area which has been defined by drift and a distorted belief in picking fights rather than tackling problems. Some of the very worst decisions of the last government were its regressive policies on education. The commitments we have received on reducing class size, restoring guidance counselling and extending grants to postgraduate students from disadvantaged areas are only the tip of the agenda which should be addressed. It was appalling in my view that postgraduate grants were ever abolished. Flew in the face completely against the idea that we're developing as a knowledge economy, and it deprived many working people and families from facilitating their young people to pursue postgraduate education, which is now an essential element of the education continuum from early education right through, and it's something that needs to be addressed by the new Minister and by this Dáil. Given the collapse of partnership within education, the growing conflict and delay of important reforms, we believe that a new Green Paper on education is needed this year. It should be informed by an open consultation both in the Oireachtas and outside. Deputy Eamon Ryan's claim earlier that, quote, the plain people of Ireland have been let down, unquote, by the fact that water charges will be suspended and decided on by the majority of the Dáil is only true if you assume that the plain people of Ireland don't care about democracy. We absolutely understand and support action to tackle major environmental issues. Climate change is the top of this agenda, but important too is water conservation and quality. With the discredited, marginal and regressive charges out of the way, and with an end to the out-of-control commercial mandate of the water bureaucracy, hopefully policy will now focus on improving conservation and quality. This government is taking office at a turbulent time internationally. We unequivocally believe that Ireland must take a constructive and positive approach to reforming and developing the European Union. The government must take a more active role in formulating new policies. The British referendum is a defining moment which carries many dangers for our country. Before the last government, it was a tradition that parties who were constructive towards the European Union were regularly briefed on key issues, and there was a consensual approach to defending and promoting Ireland's interests. We need a return to that policy. The disengagement from Northern Ireland in the last 5 years caused immense damage. It must be reversed. The continued decline in turnout in the Assembly election confirms again the disillusionment of people. We need to reinvigorate the work of the agreed institutions and policies. We need a government which accepts its role as a co-guarantor of agreements. And this includes insisting that the dominant parties in the North meet their obligations. Our agreement with Fine Gael includes a commitment to seek to expand North-South activities. And we want this to be activated immediately to stop the self-defeating spiral of inaction beginning again. And the whole area of North-South bodies has been left to, in our view, has been left in a vacuum for far too long. We need new North-South bodies created. For example, in enterprise, there's no reason why there shouldn't be an all-island Enterprise Ireland. Absolutely no reason. Makes perfect sense in terms of synergies between SMEs across the border. And there's just no activity from either the parties in the North to move that agenda, because some really don't have a commitment to North-South, to the North-South agenda, in my view, and have been very lax in promoting and developing that agenda. And we can have all the meetings we like about Narrow Water Bridge and so on and convene them, but that's just taking people down the road of no return, because Narrow Water Bridge could have been built if there was a commitment by the parties in the North and by our government in the last 2 years, but people played politics with it and it got put on the back burner as a result. As I said before, we have chosen the role of constructive opposition. We will hold ministers to account for their individual and collective actions. We will demand a decisive shift from the unfair and damaging policies of the past 5 years. We will vote against the government when we disagree with its proposals and when there is a credible alternative. There are those who want to focus on speeches and empty motions rather than the far more difficult challenge of delivering results. That is their choice, but we choose a different way. This is not the government which we believe reflects best the priorities of the people. It is not a government which marks a clear enough break from the past. It is, however, the only government which the 32nd Dáil is capable of forming, and it includes important departures in policy. In accordance with our commitment, we will not vote against the ministers proposed by the Taoiseach. We will work constructively with them and we will hold them to account. Now, I know, Taoiseach, you will be appointing the junior ministries perhaps early next week or whenever, but I think what happened in the last 48 hours left an awful lot to be desired and flies in the face of the sentiments that you articulated earlier in relation to a change of attitude, a change of culture and a change of approach. Because what transpired here today before the vote of Taoiseach was, in my view, shambolic and unacceptable, and there's many disillusioned people on the independent benches who are clearly annoyed with what transpired. There was no need for it, and it speaks to the need for a culture change within the majority parliament and government towards people who are joining it. And for example, on the junior ministers, I understand there's going to be rotations of junior ministers, and I believe it's on a yearly basis. Well, that's not good government.
To get in first, lads.
That's not good governance. That one minister gets it for 1 year and swaps with a minister the following year. And the fact that it's on the fact
by day and by night.
The fact that it's on a
like game boxer.
And would I suggest to the government that you need to show confidence about what you're about, because the fact that it's on a yearly basis suggests maybe that the ministers concerned are not that confident about the longevity of the government. They need to get more confident about what they're about and what they've signed up for.
Two-sided coin boxer, I'd say.
I would like in particular to congratulate Deputy Ross. Minister Ross Lear. Well, Deputy Ross. It is... well,
CIE is finished anyway.
I just want to let you know, Deputy Ross, my late father was a founding member of the NBU and we'll be watching you closely. But it's 35 years since Deputy Ross first acceded to a hereditary seat as a Trinity Senator. And since then he's been a constant present in Irish public life. He's been a senior journalist, stockbroker, Fine Gael councillor for Bray and regular media commentator. It took considerable skill for him to maintain his image as an outsider. I wish him well and look forward to how he will do this as a member of Cabinet, although I think he's already started in terms of the premature revelation of his ascent to high Cabinet office. Taoiseach, you will have a difficult task ahead of you in terms of reining him in. And I think he needs a tutorial on the Official Secrets Act as a matter of some urgency. That said, as I said, we wish all ministers well in their various endeavours. We will work to hold you to account. We want to work constructively in terms of this Dáil and in terms of tackling the problems that face the Irish people and bringing about effective solutions to those issues. Because what matters here is improving the quality of life of the people of this country. And the Fianna Fáil party is determined to play its constructive role to ensure that we can do that. We wish the Taoiseach and the new ministers well in their work. Thank you,
Deputy Martin. Deputy Queevy O'Callaghan, I understand you're sharing time, is that correct?
Will be, yes.
Deputy O'Leary and Deputy Kenny.
Shinncart, Guramahigut.
Okay.
Guramahigut, Count Cordia. Count Cordia. Taoiseach. The Taoiseach
is leaving the House to do so silently, please, and show respect to the Deputy in possession.
Maybe the clock wouldn't start until I have the silence. Thank you.
Well, maybe, yeah.
The Taoiseach Enda Kenny, TD, has now fulfilled his and Fine Gael's ambition of being elected Taoiseach for a second and consecutive time. I know it's a proud moment for you, Taoiseach, and for your family. And I want to wish you well on my own behalf, personally, for the time ahead. That said, I could not support his reappointment as Taoiseach. On a political level, along with his Labour coalition colleagues, he has spent the past 5 years inflicting some of the meanest and harshest cuts on citizens ever seen in this state. The Fine Gael Labour term in office, the 31st Dáil, was characterised by cronyism and patronage, serving domestic and European elites instead of the citizens of this state. They used their majority to railroad regressive legislation through the Oireachtas, including introducing water charges, establishing Irish Water, and setting up the family home tax, also known as property tax. They frequently guillotined legislation and ignored entirely the mandate and views of the opposition. Their general election campaign, inspired by the British Tory party, failed miserably, and the electorate rightly rejected both Fine Gael and the Labour Party. So what did the electorate do? Well, they demanded change. That was the first clear message of the election result. And things have changed. They have changed and they will continue to change. The days of Fine Gael and Fianna Fáil dominating Irish politics are now clearly over. And in their desperation to try and halt the inevitable, both these parties are now party to a government and programme for government, and Fianna Fáil also claim to be in opposition. Who do they think they're kidding? This is an effort to slow down the process of fundamental political change which is underway, and it won't wash. And I say to you, Count Cordia, and I say to this House, it won't work. What Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael are doing is playing for time, kicking the inevitable down the road. It's all about political control and political power. Nothing more or nothing less than that. That is why Fianna Fáil are content to support Fine Gael in government. That is what they have chosen to do. When I ask that Micheál Martin or any Fianna Fáil candidate say to the electorate in the recent general election, vote Fianna Fáil and put Enda Kenny back as Taoiseach. Sinn Féin and those we represent did not vote to re-elect Enda Kenny. Neither did those who voted for Fianna Fáil. Not one of them. Not one of them, Count Corlia, but Sinn Féin, unlike Fianna Fáil, once again opposed the appointment of Enda Kenny. We did not abstain today. Fianna Fáil have forfeited, by their actions, their leadership of the opposition as a result. And we in Sinn Féin, for our part, will take up that role, and with other progressive parties and independents, we will provide effective and constructive opposition. We will robustly hold both Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael to account and continue to build popular support to tackle the social, economic and societal challenges we face. And yes, to reunite the people of this island. The Oireachtas must now be allowed to get on in a serious way with addressing those challenges facing citizens in their daily lives, and that means being ready to hit the ground running on Tuesday week. It means straight down to business. The Seanad must sit as soon as possible, and serious consideration must be given to shortening the summer recess in light of the time this government's formation has taken. And I ask the Taoiseach to note that point well. I conclude by wishing the members of the new cabinet well in their respective positions. Some are new, some are in their former positions. And I wish them well, not for their sakes personally, but for the sake of our people, all our people, and very especially those whose lives can and will be affected by the decisions that they introduce and the measures that they implement. Dáil Éireann don Dáil Éireann.
Ní nóméid fáilce so sin ceann nóméid go le an duine. Teachta Ó Laoire.
Gormagus Ceann Comhairle. As I canvassed in the recent general election, it was clear to me that the level of anger and frustration and sheer disappointment the public felt at the previous government hadn't dissipated or subsided with time. People felt betrayed by promises forgotten and were livid at relatives waiting long hours or days on a trolley, or months and years for essential procedures, at people who they knew who were staying in a travel lodge or overcrowded accommodation, to the extent of squalor, or on homeless shelters waiting desperately for housing. And all the talk of tax cuts, primarily for the wealthy, just infuriated them, when as a nation we cannot house our people nor take care of our ill. So it was no great surprise to me that Fine Gael in Cork South Central polled about 26%, and indeed even with the Labour Party the government polled about 30%. In 2011 that was 53%. With respect to the Taoiseach, people in Cork South Central did not vote for Enda Kenny as Taoiseach. Yet this afternoon I was the only TD from my constituency to vote against Enda Kenny as Taoiseach. Big train iarach down sna seachtaí le tacht an dalam lóga chuir daoine faoi an bheart agus an comhaontas ar rinne Fianna Fáil le Fine Gael. Beg iarach down a léirú go bhfuil siad measc locht an razúra ach an áiríre tá an rialtas ag bra ortha níos mó ná aon duine eile gur nalach an rialtas a feadh na trí bliana atá aontóg chu. It will certainly be an interesting session, and indeed I think those of us on the opposition benches will have to work twice as hard, not only to hold the official government on the right hand side of the House to account, but now also to hold the would-be government in exile on the left hand side of the House to account, and we will certainly do that. And as much as there will be an effort by Fianna Fáil to try and hoodwink people, their fingerprints are all over this programme for government that has been leaked. The document officially agreed by Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael was a mere precursor, a trailer even, for the leaked document. I believe the contents of this deal would have been discussed in detail by the two parties. And the independents are essentially, I believe, the patsies, unfortunately, for this deal, allowed to tweak in parts after the biggest parties have agreed. And I think they will recognise that in time. A government's legacy depends on what it delivers. Time will tell what that will bring, and I do not wish ill for this government. I wish well to the Taoiseach and to the ministers who have been appointed, and it's a special day for them and their families. I see Minister Creed has already started his job. I see he's strategically placed himself next to the Minister for Transport. Presumably, I can imagine lobbying for the N40 to be back on the table. But the indications for this government are not good. I do not believe that this programme for government will come anywhere near to dealing with the crisis in health. I believe that what has been committed to is essentially running to standstill. Water charges are kicked down the road, but perhaps it seems not gone for good. The proposals to tackle the housing crisis will not solve it. Some of these proposals are the reasons we are in the current position, encouraging speculation and pushing people who should be in social housing into the private rented market. Deputy Martin and Fianna Fáil are responsible for this programme for government, and I believe many of its voters will be sorely disappointed and will even feel betrayed. Níl éon fís ag buint leis an clár rialta seo, agus is beag fís a bhfuil buint leis an rialta seo, ó Fine Gael nó is léir ó Fianna Fáil. Rialtas taig an dá héamh atá ann. Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael are trying to put off the inevitable, because Irish politics is changing. For our part, Sinn Féin will continue to lead the genuine opposition in the Dáil and work towards real change in Irish politics, sorely lacking on this day and a first progressive government.
Very much, Deputy Kenny.
Thank you, Ken Corlin. First of all, I'd also on a personal level like to congratulate all the members of government and the Taoiseach. It's a special day for them all, and personally, and I'm sure everyone in the House wishes them well in the future. But we have a new government, and at long last, and I think Fianna Fáil feel that they have pulled the ultimate stroke here, in which they have designed the programme for government, handed it to Fine Gael and opted to sit in the opposition benches and take no responsibility for its implementation. This is the biggest scam in the history of Irish politics. But I don't believe they will get away with it. I believe that this Dáil will, once and for all, expose Fianna Fáil's populist, unprincipled and self-serving approach to Irish politics. The reality is that Sinn Féin will lead the opposition in this Dáil, as we will be the only party genuinely opposing the government, while Fianna Fáil collaborate from the opposition benches. While there is a new Fine Gael government put there by Fianna Fáil, and complain as we may, we still have to get on to the work of addressing the very long list of problems past governments have neglected for so long. Our broken economy is badly in need of repair. The lack of good jobs and the lack of opportunity for our young people must be solved. The new configuration of this Dáil means that business as usual is no longer possible. During the election campaign, Fine Gael had the arrogance to poster the towns in my part of the world with the election slogan, "Keep the recovery going." But that only served to add insult to injury. The financial markets and the corporations and the banks were satisfied with their recovery, but the people continue to suffer. And nowhere did they suffer more than in rural Ireland and in my constituency. The last government's priorities were not Sinn Féin's priorities, and they were certainly not my priorities. I have 4 children coming of age, and like other parents, I want to see them have a future here in Ireland. I campaigned on a new deal for the West. What we have now is no deal for the West or for rural areas anywhere with low population levels. We have been elected for so long that we feel completely forgotten. Government policies were to send the young away. Historically, that has consistently been the policy of governments in the face of economic difficulties. This time the economic mess was bigger and the numbers emigrating were larger. Fixing the real problem, a broken domestic economy, never seemed to be on the agenda, and that certainly has to change in this new government. Balance in Ireland's economic structures has always been missing. Except for long periods when virtually nothing was happening, we have only seen bubbles or burst bubbles. Rebalancing the economy, rebalancing the relationship between Dublin and the rest of the country, rebalancing the traditional industries with 21st century businesses is what we urgently need now. It's about creating a future for the West that's not limited to agriculture and forestry. One that better utilises the competitive advantages of our lower cost of production. Our farmers need to be supported by government to be profitable in their efforts and not abandoned to the tycoons of the meat industry and the greedy corporations. The generation of the 1916 Rising had vision. The proclamation, which now occupies such a revered place in the pantheon of human rights documents, offered a vision for a better future through freedom. Its promise was what can be achieved by ordinary people when they have that extraordinary benefit of freedom, equality and opportunity. But those benefits of freedom do not come free. They require investment, they require work, not disinvestment of bleeding the regions to feed the banks and the markets. We need investment, infrastructure and imagination. We need an investment plan and an investment fund. 16 years into the 21st century and 26 years into the internet age, the first thing we need is to imagine a better future and then build consistently toward it. That will require building business-grade broadband first, and it will also require improvements to other physical and social infrastructure. That means budgets that will prioritise investment, not tax cuts at the top for the already well-off. Our greatest resource is our people, especially our young people with their creative new ideas and almost limitless energy. To capture that energy, empower their ideas and channel their skills into building a more diversified and healthier future economy is the real task that lies ahead. We must provide opportunities that will allow our children to raise our grandchildren in rural Ireland with full and proper education and health services. A more balanced economy across the regions with a mix of businesses, small as well as large, low-tech as well as high-tech, will be required to guarantee that when the next economic shock arrives, it will be it external or homemade, we will have a healthier jobs base to fall back on. Sinn Féin, as the real opposition in this chamber, will keep the pressure on the government to deliver regional economic balance, to put a fund for rural economic development in place, as well as a plan for rural Ireland. Sinn Féin will work through the structures of the Dáil to be positive and constructive, to bring opportunity and prosperity to all of Ireland, rural as well as urban.
Deputy Alan Kelly.
Thank you, firstly, on this critical day in our country, I would like to state the following for the record. It was truly an honour to serve with on Taoiseach in the Kenny as a minister in the last Dáil. On Taoiseach, today is a very special day for you, your family, for Fionnuala and all the children and all your extended relations. Congratulations on your achievement. A historic day for you, and I congratulate you on it. I believe history will be extremely kind to you, Taoiseach, who in the last government, along with Eamon Gilmore, Joan Burton and many others, guided this country through one of the most extreme crises Ireland has ever faced. Decisions were made that were difficult in the short term, but necessary to secure the long-term future of our country. The fact is that Fine Gael and Labour did secure that future. We achieved a huge amount, turned the country around and put it where it is now. However, I have to admit, I do fear that this government, given its makeup and its construct, will not be able to continue this trajectory while also maintaining the principle of fairness as much as is possible. I would also like to say that in all my dealings with Taoiseach, his staff and other Fine Gael cabinet colleagues, many of which are in front of me here, business was always conducted with honour, and there was for much of that time unity and sense of purpose about improving the country. I genuinely hope this carries on to the next government, and I extend my sincere congratulations to all those appointed here today. To each and every one of you, it's a great day for you, it's a great day for your families. May I particularly congratulate those who have been appointed for the first time. It's a fabulous day for you. I wish you the very best of luck. I also wish the best of luck to the 3 ministers who are taking over components of my own former department. And I think it's important that as I stand here, that I offer them any help I can in an orderly transition to the new government. When it comes to fairness, though, I think it's important that we look through the programme for government and what is referred in it. And it is very worrying the way in which it is constructed in many areas. For instance, there is no commitment in the programme for government for a living wage, which is something I believe, and many of us believe in this House, is absolutely necessary as we go towards a fair society. Or there's no commitment to continuing the work of the previous government under former Minister Jed Nash and the commitment to ending pay discrimination in the public service. We are no longer in a financial emergency, and this should be reflected, whether it is in the public service, whether it's in workers' rights, or ensuring that people have greater futures because of that. This document also appears to be very limited in its taxation measures, in its measures in relation to the redistribution of wealth, in the whole area of ensuring that people will have adequate income into the future as the economy grows. It's also very much absent from a healthcare side of things in the area of free GP care. In fact, it's silent on where this is going, and this is very worrying. Furthermore, throughout the document, and this is very clear to be seen from commitments that have already been made by the outgoing government, there are repeat commitments in relation to a whole range of areas, far too numerous to mention here. But if some of the independents think that there were new commitments given in many areas, they are wrong. When it comes to issues that relate to rural development even, when it comes to issues in relation to jobs and regionalisations, when it comes to town and village renewal schemes, or many other areas as well in housing or other areas too. Colleagues, unfortunately, and I mean this, we now have a government, but it is built on sand. Everyone knows that there has never been a government in the history of this state created in such farcical circumstances. Over the last few months and also over the last few hours. What we saw this morning on the vote for Taoiseach was bizarre and embarrassing for this House. Being frank, it was cringe territory. It was simply incredible. I never saw so many now government TDs with reluctant faces on them, looking at their phones, wondering what was going on in the last gap negotiations with independents who were trying to stroke out one last cave-in by Fine Gael outside this chamber. This is not new politics, unfortunately. This is old politics at its worst. While I wish it the best, we all know that this government is not viable in the long term. We have a programme for government whose figures simply cannot, and I mean this, cannot ever actually add up. What happens, for instance, if all the commitments in the programme for government are actually honoured? And then the numerous independent reports, commissions, etc., that actually are out there in this report, come back and recommend implementation, particularly those on the independents' wish list. Where is all the funding for these going to come from? And what area of public spending, which is necessary in the public interest, will suffer? Whether it's railway lines, roads, or many other vanity projects, many of these projects, I believe, are simply impossible to deliver. And I'm afraid the independents who are part of this government will find that out to their cost pretty quickly. Any government that is formed has to be on the basis of trust. And I believe there is no trust in this Fianna Fáil-Fine Gael arrangement with independents. Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael took 70 days to write a 77-page generic agreement. That's 10 days per page. That was incredible. And now we have a government.
One voice, please.
And now we have a government with the support of 59 TDs, which was being negotiated literally until the very last few minutes. There is no real trust here. There is no common platform or purpose. And colleagues, we're all here to represent the public interest. So what about the public interest? Negotiating sweetheart deals around the country to stay in government is simply not in the public interest. We have often heard in here that decisions on Garda stations, schools, hospital wards, etc. should be based on objective expertise and be in the national interest. How can the deals that the independents stroked out of a weary and desolate and desperate Fine Gael be in the public interest? I hear through the media that we are getting a second cardiac unit for Waterford, for example. And that may be welcome, and that's fine. But I wonder how the people of the Northwest and Sligo, and particularly the deputies who represent Sligo here, feel today, seeing as they don't even have one permanent one in their area. These grubby little deals will all have to be published in full, Taoiseach, so that the public in this House will see every single detail, down to the last comma, and if any independent comes in here and says something else that is on that list subsequently, well, unfortunately, we'll have to call everything to account. I want to express some concerns also about the proposed reorganisation of ministerial roles and in particular the Department of Environment. 3 departments are replacing the old department, and I wish all the ministers the best. Firstly, I welcome the fact that we now have a department who has responsibility for climate change. I think that's critically important. However, I note from the way in which the department has been divided up in 3, there is no section on environment. So you might want to clarify, Taoiseach, where the function of environment and environment role is, and effectively who's going to be the Minister for Water. I wish those ministers the very best. The second issue I have is in relation to the community section of the department. Why did the last government spend so much time trying to integrate all of the community organisations with local government, when now it's gone? Similarly, while I support the concept of a housing minister in principle, it's not yet clear if the new housing minister will have additional powers over and beyond the ones that currently lie in the department that was constituted previously. I will reiterate my belief that I said here and in front of the Housing Committee, that banking rules, taxation policies, NAMA and rent supplement are all matters that should be governed by a housing minister. Otherwise, I believe creation of such a title and such a ministry will be pure tokenism, and I gravely doubt that this will materialise. There are also some hidden dangers in the measures proposed in the programme for government. They may cause even further delays in housing. While in no way do I oppose a review of the planning system, the point remains that planning permission is in place for over 27,000 units in Dublin for which no action is happening. What if the building industry and developers now, as a consequence of the programme for government, decide to wait until the reviews of planning and building standards are now complete before proceeding with developments? This would be an unintended and very negative consequence, Taoiseach, and something that I urge you to look at. It has the potential to delay housing response in the private sector in particular much further. And we will not ease all of our issues that we all have in relation to housing and homelessness, which we're all well aware. I'll also state that the actions proposed in the programme for government in housing, those laid out in the Trinity Treaty, for the most part are actually underway. And those that are listed in the programme for government are underway. In fact, of the 55 housing actions mentioned, over 40 of them are already underway, and another 4 of them were actually directly taken from our party's manifesto. I note today also that the commitment to generate 17,000 social housing keys across all schemes this year has been dropped. This is very concerning, and I'd like it explained. There is a need to keep building on the processes that are there. And let me state at this point that the first 3 months of 2016 saw the most number of people leave homelessness and into secure tenancies in Dublin. So we need to maintain the momentum that is there. And I think, Minister Kovdy, you really do need to take on the concerns that have universally been expressed and ideas in the Homelessness Committee, which I spoke at. Colleagues, despite all of that, I do wish this government well, genuinely. I think we all have the freedom of opposition. I think we all have a vested interest in this government lasting some period of time anyway. And the Labour Party, your former colleagues, will play a constructive role in this. Will provide a solid, constructive and sensible and I mean sensible, opposition at all times. And just for my colleagues in Sinn Féin, just because you keep saying that you're the main party of opposition doesn't actually mean that it's true. So keep repeating it, but we'll see into the future. However, given all the issues I have raised and taking them together with basically my former colleagues, blatant betrayal of those who did their legal and civic duty and paid their water bills, and their and Fianna Fáil's treasonable betrayal of the long-term national interest of delivering a modern water infrastructure that is fit for purpose, and in not pumping hundreds of tons of raw sewage into our rivers and seas on a daily basis. For that and for all other reasons that I have stated at Ceann Comhairle, the Labour Party cannot support this coalition of puppetry of Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael and independents. Unfortunately, it is doomed to failure. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy. The next slot goes to the AAA PPP. I understand Deputy Mick Barry and Gino Kelly are sharing time. Is that agreed? Deputy Mick Barry.
Well, Ceann Comhairle, after 70 days, we have a Fine Gael independent minority government. But it is a three-legged government, not a two-legged government. It is a statement of fact that the Fine Gael independent minority government cannot survive without the support of Fianna Fáil. Fianna Fáil, who will prop it up for the lifetime and the duration of this Dáil. And so we might say that what we have in the form of this new government is a new troika. Fine Gael, the Independents and Fianna Fáil, operating within the straitjacket, and it is a straitjacket, of the European Union fiscal rules. I'll make a point about the independents in a moment, but it's no secret that the two pillars for this government are Fine Gael on the one hand and Fianna Fáil on the other hand. So it's somewhat ironic to talk about something which is radical and new. It is in reality a double helping of the same old, same old. Now, I said I'd make a point about the independents, and of course many, many people voted independent in the general election in February. The vast majority of those people, in my opinion, did not vote to put Fine Gael back in. They did not vote to put Deputy Enda Kenny back as Taoiseach. And I would like to echo the point made by my colleague, Deputy Coppinger, earlier today, when she said that those who want something genuinely independent of Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael in future will have to vote left. While I'm on the subject of the independents, I'll just make a brief observation, which is that the independents who are to become senior ministers, Denis Naughton, a former Fine Gael TD, Shane Ross, a former Fine Gael councillor, and Catherine Zappone, a former Fine Gael Labour, or nominated by a Fine Gael Labour administration to the Seanad. So if this is a rainbow government, then all the colours in that rainbow, in reality, are various shades of blue. Now, I want to make some points about some of the key issues in the programme for government. I think I want to start with the issue of health, because looking at the document today, the points on health really stood out for me. So the new minister, Simon Harris, will be in charge of the continuation of the dismantling of the HSE, turning hospitals into hospital groups and trusts,
hospitals making their own decisions. And I read this and I thought to myself, I've seen this before somewhere. Where exactly was it? And I went online and I did a check to a document I read recently produced by Unite the Union, who organises health service workers in England, Scotland, Wales, and of course in Northern Ireland. And they talked about the policies that have been implemented in the UK under the rule of New Labour and the Tories. Some of the points that were in it sound familiar? Every National Health Service hospital was forced to turn into a trust by 2014. Hospitals, said the document, were set up like businesses. They had greater autonomy. But what did that mean? They could raise private finance. They could enter into agreements with the private sector. And where did it lead? It led to hospital departments being outsourced. Wholesale privatisation and part privatisation. I believe that that is the agenda that the Fine Gael independent minority government propped up by Fianna Fáil will be pursuing in the health service, an agenda of privatisation. It will be vigorously opposed by ourselves, and I'm confident by health service workers as well. Deputy Leo Varadkar is to take social protection. So I am presuming that he will be responsible for the section of the document where there was talk about labour activation schemes. And there's one labour activation scheme in particular that I would like to draw attention to from the document. The idea of a scheme, I think it's to be called Fit to Work, which will be targeted at people with disabilities and people with illnesses. This was done in the UK recently. It has been a disaster in the UK. The Taoiseach says it won't be a disaster here, so maybe we'll ask for a commitment in relation to this. Because the companies that got the contracts in the UK have been the subject of a national audit, an investigation from the National Audit Office regarding their financial claims about the numbers on the schemes and this and that regarding the schemes. It's become a major topic of debate in the House of Commons. One of those companies that got the contracts was a company called CTEC. CTEC are the company that were given the contract here, Taoiseach, for JobPath, another labour activation scheme. And we will be watching very carefully this Fit to Work scheme, and I think the members of the media should watch very carefully in relation to this. Attempt to go down the road that has been gone down in the UK there, and that's a scandal in the making in reality. We'll be watching that one very carefully. The document makes some important points about the minimum wage. €10.50 within a 5-year period. Break it down. That is less than a 30-cent increase per year for 5 years. And this in a country where more than 1 worker in 5 is officially low paid, where a huge proportion of those below the poverty line are the working poor, in a country and in a republic where there is a greater percentage of our workforce now officially low paid than any other country in the Western world, with the exception of the United States of America, and where the cost of housing, rents, are skyrocketing. And the proposal is for a 30-cent increase in the minimum wage per annum. This is shameful stuff. Clearly what is needed is an immediate increase in the minimum wage to €12 as a step in the direction of €14 to follow not too long after that. Thank you. Deputy Coveney will take housing. There's no mention of council housing in the document. It would seem that social housing for the new government will mean the privatisation of social housing, HAP schemes and the like. Are the government suggesting in reality the abolition of council housing at a time of a housing emergency? And speaking of the housing emergency, the document indicates that there will be NAMA funds to directly provide affordable housing. It's very good. But when will it happen? After 2018. Do the government not realise that there is a housing emergency taking place in this state right now? How on earth can you talk about 2018 for those projects to begin? On the 8th Amendment, kick to touch, Citizens' Convention. I see that members of Fine Gael were leaking to the media in a boastful way, promoting the idea overnight that they had resisted the opposition of independent deputies to scrap a convention on this entirely. But with such a narrow majority in the House, are the government now going to be looking over their shoulders at rural TDs in particular with strong anti-abortion views, and that kick to touch would be even longer than many might think? That will not be acceptable on this side of the House. In conclusion, what I'll say, Count Corla, is this, is that Anti-Austerity Alliance People Before Profit will offer a strong opposition, a vigorous opposition and an independent opposition to the new government and its policies. It will be a radical left opposition. We have led the opposition on the streets in terms of the boycott campaign and the water charge, the campaign which has had such successes in recent weeks over the last few years. We will continue to campaign outside of this House in a campaigning fashion, but also provide a strong, vigorous and independent left opposition within this House itself.
Deputy General Kenny.
I was elected by the people of Dublin Midwest as a voice against the ideology of austerity. Austerity sets out to collectively punish the working people of this country for the greed of a few. That few who caused financial and economical chaos thought they had got away with the perfect robbery. Well, they almost got away with it until the people of Ireland rose up against the imposition of water charges. Enda Kenny was right when he said this was more than just about water. The water charges were everything that is wrong with the system that makes the working people of Ireland, who got us out of the financial mess over the past years, pay for it again. Make no bones about it, Fianna Fáil, Fine Gael and the Labour Party have brought untold misery on working people in Ireland in the past 8 years. This administration, like the past two governments, will continue on the same neoliberal agenda. I have seen how people have been demoralised and beaten down by your policies. I will give you one of these examples. You say you will reduce the waiting time for emergency departments in hospitals, but there is no commitment to reduce the waiting list for non-emergency procedures. I've met people who are waiting for years for operations. If you belong to the 40% of the Irish population who are on medical cards, you will wait for 125 days for an MRI scan. By that stage, the cancer cells may have grown to dangerous levels. By contrast, if you have the money, you can pay for a private MRI scan in 6 days. With early detection, your chances of survival have dramatically increased. These shocking figures show how Ireland's two-tier health system leads to the earlier deaths of poorer people. In Britain, the NHS guidelines state that a suspected cancer patient should be seen by a specialist within 2 weeks. In other words, they must get their MRI scan and be in a meeting with a specialist long before an Irish patient is even diagnosed. The total failure to provide for early detection in the Irish public health system is one of the reasons why poorer people die earlier. A recent study by the Irish Council for General Practitioners found that the cancer-related deaths in the lower socio-economical groups is double that amongst higher socio-economical groups. Your programme for government will not change this an iota. Today is the first day Fine Gael Taoiseach has been re-elected, but that re-election is a hollow victory. Essentially, Fine Gael and Fianna Fáil have now emerged and have been soundly defeated by a popular movement never seen in the history of the state. The water charges movement brought the best out of people. It brought people together. It gave them confidence not only in themselves but their communities. It politicised them and made them question everything about what is wrong in this country politics, and gave us hope and gave the voiceless a voice. In conclusion, Ceann Comhairle, I want this government to take note. A sleeping giant has woken and is never going to sleep again. There's a new resurgence of militancy in working class communities around Ireland that is more organised than before. Thank you.
Next slot is to Independence for Change. I now call on Deputies Thomas Brohan and Seamus Healy, whom I understand are sharing.
We are indeed. Thanks.
Deputy Tommy Brohan.
Thanks, Cathaoirleach. Well, first of all, Cathaoirleach, let me, on a personal level, congratulate the people who've been appointed ministers or will be receiving their seals of office very shortly, and to wish them well personally. But I think this is a sham administration. It's a kind of a temporary ghost administration we know that cannot last and won't last. Years ago, I think the great John Healy, the political journalist, the predecessor of Stephen Collins and Pat Leahy, he used to write again and again that the greatest disaster for the Irish ruling class would be if Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael ever got together. Because if they got together and became bedfellows, as they are tonight, then the chance was there for other parties on the left of the political spectrum, to organise an opposition and eventually to have a left majority government. This arrangement today, this arrangement whereby essentially a Fine Gael front with a direction and operation from Fianna Fáil behind the scenes, and then these unfortunately pathetic, independent, if you like, window dressing ministers. It's designed to ensure, to postpone the inevitable until the day when, as I said, parties of the left will be strong enough to form a government for this country. The Taoiseach said earlier, of course, that he said that politics, I quote, as we know it, had changed forever. And of course, the direct opposite is true. He talked about 100 days of action, but you've wasted well over 70 days for two very short and very generalised kind of documents, which don't indicate, I think, of any dramatic new initiatives. It was actually, I welcomed the creation, by the way, of a Department of Housing in particular and the Department of Rural Affairs. I think in relation to the Department of Housing, it's clear for a long time that we needed to have a department focusing completely on housing. It's very striking that the outgoing failed housing minister, the minister who didn't deliver, Minister Kelly, was lecturing us about what could be done from this point on. That's the minister who had a simple task over the last 2 years, which was to get the production of new houses up to 2,000 plus a month, and he simply failed to do that and came up with all kinds of scams to ensure that there would be no direct social housing and that we still rely on the developers who bankrolled Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael down through the years. But it is good at last that we do have a dedicated Department of Housing, and as I said, Department of Rural Affairs. I support the rural colleagues and areas of rural Ireland I know well. I know that services have fallen down or have disappeared in so many critical areas, and I think it would be valuable that the new department in general community affairs would give emphasis to this. But it has to be said, the government already has a kind of hackneyed look. It's the same old failed Fine Gael ministers essentially coming forward here after 3.5 months of an interregnum to offer us a supposedly new and innovative government. Because I think, as Deputy Shortall here in front of me has said a number of times in recent days, the result of the 2016 election was that Fine Gael was devastatingly defeated, lost 25 or 26 seats, and the Labour Party was almost obliterated. That was a rejection of those parties and indeed of all their policies. And yet here we are tonight in this surreal atmosphere, somehow back again with the same people and the same policies, courtesy of the puppet masters over here in Fianna Fáil. But the reality, as I said, is that it is a Fianna Fáil Fine Gael government for as long as it lasts, an acting administration, and you could see this morning, or was it yesterday as well, I think, Cathaoirleach, the kind of anguish that was on the faces of the senior Fianna Fáil deputies from the last Dáil, said, perhaps led by deputies like Deputy McGrath. They saw themselves going into an honest arrangement of a Fine Gael Fianna Fáil administration, which, to be fair to the Taoiseach, he offered Fianna Fáil, I presume with rotating Taoiseachs and so on. They saw themselves as part of that kind of government, and instead Fianna Fáil decided that they'd engage in this incredible and untransparent arrangement whereby they will be the directors and Fine Gael and the unfortunate independents will be the front people. And of course a Fianna Fáil Fine Gael alliance, it's so logical. I mean, if you look back to 2008, collapse of the economy, I remember Deputy Kenny leading Fine Gael, for example, the night of the blanket bank guarantee, when only the Labour Party stood aside. You led Fine Gael into the lobbies behind Fianna Fáil. You backed Fianna Fáil at every turn down to the 2011 election. And in turn, they returned the favour then. They came along, and we noted throughout the last Dáil on key financial measures, and remember Deputy Ross and myself observing it a number of occasions, Fianna Fáil walked that way in support of Fine Gael. So what I used to call, in discussions in my former party, the Iron Alliance of Irish politics, Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael, in every county council, in every city council practically in the country, that Iron Alliance, it now is beginning to clearly emerge here tonight as the government of the country. And there is no difference, no fundamental difference, I think, as other speakers have said. If you look across the range of policies on the economy, on banking, on housing, the disastrous performance in housing, on health, disastrous performance in health. And I wonder, by the way, will Minister Varadkar, who was such a Roy observer of the Department of Health when he was the actual minister, he could come out and tell us in the media again and again, such and such a thing is happening. The ENT waiting list, it's 18 months, but we could work on it and we could organise. And even this morning, coming out with these kind of observations from outside. Will he be doing the same then in social protection? Will he be telling us, how we could organise things better in terms of benefits and so on? Because he's been I think a fundamental failure in the department that he's now leaving. So Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael, they're bedfellows at last, with Micheál Martin, Deputy Micheál Martin, the chief puppeteer, and as I said, these unfortunate independents, the dancing puppets in front of the Dáil. And they are so-called independents, I suppose, because they went out with the rest of the independents, the rest of us, and campaigned for fundamental changes, for an end to water taxes, for an emergency housing budget, an emergency housing building programme, for major action on health and disability. And of course, as a previous speaker has said, there's a sense in which Deputy Ross and Deputy Naughton are coming home. They're coming home to their party tonight. They put on that old blue shirt again, and they're togging out with the rest of the blue shirt government, or the front of that government. They're coming home, swing low, sweet chariot. These ministers, and they show how clearly this is the front people in this government. It's an actual Fine Gael government. Now, Deputy McGrath, who has made a lot of promises, we remember Deputy McGrath in Dublin Bay North and North East, North Central as the deputy who propped up the Bertie Ahern government for nearly 2 years when there was no need, when my colleague here beside me was happy to go into government, the leader of the Green Party, and to prop up Mr Ahern and Mr Cowan for 3 or 4 years and lead the country to disaster. I found your speech I found the deputy's speech this morning extraordinary. He has an extraordinary hard neck, the leader of the Green Party. I met people as well, but I didn't betray people. I didn't betray people like you have done. You made commitments. This is the second time you've done this. This is the second time you've done this, but you were never an independent, Deputy McGrath, and you were never on the left. Deputy Zapone and myself were on a couple of programmes putting the independent case. And you might remember, Deputy Zapone, you were joking that, or I was joking rather, you'd be the Minister of Education, I'd be the Minister for Finance. If we got enough independents, enough left people, we'd run the government and we'd get rid of Deputy Noonan and his Conservative policies. But the point is, what can be done? What can somebody like yourself actually do this year in 2016? Because the reality is, the 2016 budget was decided, it was fixed. Thanks, Cathaoirleach. This 2016 budget is decided on all the key elements. And if you read the Stability Programme update, you'll see that we suddenly, by the stroke of a pen from our European colleagues in Eurostat, we lost a big chunk of money. And Deputy Noonan, he's not here now, he's very anxiously worried about this, what's going to happen. So what room is there for manoeuvre in the Fine Gael, Fianna Fáil so-called independent government? There is none. So in conclusion, Cathaoirleach, I think we do still desperately need a government of change. I believe a government, a broadly based left of centre government. And what we have to do in the few months that this government will last is to try and build together on these benches, try and build a strong alternative to Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael, and to ensure that we do have a voice for the people that desperately need it most of all. Thanks.
Thank you, Deputy Seamus Healy. 4 minutes, 8 seconds.
Thank you, Cathaoirleach. The programme for government, that what we've seen of it makes it quite clear that what we have here is more of the same, more of what's gone on for the last 8 or 9 years. Started by Fianna Fáil Green government and continued by the Fine Gael Labour government. Effectively the same. And indeed, the document itself is vague, aspirational and uncosted. But it's quite clear that this is a continuation of austerity and a continuation of the situation where low and middle income families are being effectively disadvantaged by this and previous governments. And unfortunately now the position is that this is going to go on into the 32nd Dáil. I want to first of all compliment all the Right to Water and Right to Change campaigners, the hundreds of thousands of people who took to the streets, who opposed metering, who fought Irish Water in their streets and in their estates, and who have forced a retreat on both Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael. Indeed, we're on the cusp of a famous victory. And all I say to those campaigners is, well done, stay organised, stay opposing the meters, stay opposing the water, and we'll see an end once and for all to these charges. I just briefly want to say, in relation to housing, that this document is a huge disappointment for all those involved in the whole housing and homeless area. No declaration of a housing emergency, and absolute vagueness. Today, as we speak here, about 500 families are facing repossession orders in the courts. And that's not to mention the 6,000 people, including nearly 2,000 children, who are in emergency accommodation. We have no emergency house building, local authority house building programme. We effectively have the privatisation of the housing, of the whole housing area, and we have a situation where well over 100,000 are on the local authority house waiting list. In my own county, well over 3,000 people on those lists. We need a declaration of a housing emergency, and we need an emergency house building programme. This country was able to build 8, 9 and 10,000 local authority houses in the 1970s, in the 1960s, and the 1980s. We should be able to do that and a lot more now, if the political will was there, but unfortunately it's not. we need also to absolutely stop evictions. And as I said earlier today, this government and the last government can do that by simple instruction to Allied Irish Banks, to Permanent TSB and to First Active, to the EBS. This country owns, the people of this country own those banks, and the Minister and the Taoiseach can instruct those banks to stop the evictions, to stop repossession orders, and they should do that immediately. I'd hope in relation to health that a new minister might bring new and clear thinking to this whole area, because certainly we didn't get it from the last minister or indeed the minister before him. And I must say I'm deeply disappointed that the whole area of mental health didn't get a cabinet minister at senior level for this area, because it's an area that is hugely important. One that has been a difficult area indeed in my own constituency, where the government closed our acute psychiatric unit at South Tipperary General Hospital, and now apparently want to close a residential unit at Mount Sion.
Thank you,
Cahill.
Thank you, Deputy. Next slot goes to the Social Democrats, I understand. Are you sharing, Deputy Catherine Murphy?
No,
Deputy Catherine Murphy?
Yeah,
15 minutes.
Taoiseach, I know this is a very proud day personally for yourself being re-elected as Taoiseach, and indeed a proud day for Fine Gael, and I'm sure it's a very proud day for those who've been appointed or reappointed as ministers, and people who are obviously going to fill the Minister of State ranks as well. And on a personal note, I wish you all well in the work ahead. But days like this should be a proud day for all of us. And I sat here in the chamber this morning, and like everyone else, I couldn't ignore the empty seats. They represented a government that was cobbled together in the 11th hour, and it was very obvious. And I've often said I feel proud to be Irish, but I don't feel proud of how we govern ourselves. We're absolutely past masters at actually creating problems and then trying to resolve those problems. It's how we do things, and we just stop doing things in that particular way. In that context, I worry about the kind of deals that may have been done to facilitate the formation of this minority government. It seems like a very long, expensive shopping list that may favour one constituency over another. That's not the way we should be doing things. On the face of it, the new government is also a very conservative government. It's not reflective of the collective mandate, and it will have to be rebalanced by the power that will transfer to the Dáil, and it's all the more essential that the opportunities that are going to open up in relation to the new reformed arrangement, we've got to make them work, and certainly the Social Democrats intend to play a full role from that point of view. There's undoubtedly been an imbalance in the recovery, but that imbalance has been felt in urban as well as rural areas. If you're a family, for example, who has a child with a disability desperately seeking services, you will not have felt the recovery irrespective of where you live. The services are threadbare, and the issue is not about geography, it's about the philosophy that sees the development and delivery of good quality public services as a lower priority than cutting taxes. It's difficult from what we've seen so far to see how there will be a fundamental shift. I'm asking myself, however long this government lasts, will those services be threadbare at the end? I've no doubt that, for example, the like of Finian McGrath is very well meaning in relation to disability services, but will the money be there to actually create services that will actually deliver the kind of response that's needed? We see a housing crisis tonight that will confine 1,800 children to emergency accommodation. Those children live within the M50, which demonstrates the urban-rural narrative is not an accurate narrative. The origin of the problem is not urban versus rural. The origin of the problem is the liberal market approach that's been taken, and that liberal market approach has been one that has been on steroids in terms of how it has manifested itself in our politics in recent years. In respect of housing, this approach has failed, and it's not failed for the first time. We've seen it failing in the 50s, where there was a response and a big housing programme. We've seen it in the 70s, and it was a big housing problem because the state does have to intervene, and we believe the state has to intervene. The sole reliance on the private sector to provide housing is at the heart of the failure, and the liberal market approach to resolving this problem will continue to fail. And we see a social democratic approach, which is a much more interventionist approach, as being the way to go. We need to take a different approach and move beyond the mere bricks and mortar approach to housing policy. The development of a national housing and land strategy is essential, as is the recognition that the new dominance of renting requires fresh thinking and rights and responsibilities from both landlord and tenant perspectives. Housing policy, building a single-tiered national health service, ending child poverty and the development of an anti-corruption agency are key areas that we've identified and communicated. While we don't see a role for ourselves in a government dominated by a liberal market approach, we are committed to engaging in the new scenario where power will be shared with the Dáil for the first time, and as I said, we intend engaging constructively with that. When we knocked on doors in February, I've got to say I was really heartened with the response. I felt there was a political maturity that certainly I hadn't seen before. That political maturity is a real opportunity that requires a different response. When I said a maturity, what I mean is that there was an understanding that there was a need to build and deliver better public services. It was well understood that those services had to be paid for. People expressed concern for children and their families who were homeless. They were horrified that in a developing country there was a point beyond which no one should be permitted to fall, and they were ashamed and believed that we could do better than this. They expressed real fear about the dysfunction of the health service, and many felt that they'd been pushed beyond what they were able to give, and expressed a real fear about making ends meet. While they were prepared to pay for the building and development of public services, they were not willing to accept what was their money and how it was being used and how it was being wasted. Irish Water represented everything that was wrong with how we govern ourselves. Those who had paid their taxes, many of them all their lives, and for the first time they stood up and they said, no, this is as far as we're prepared to go. They were angered and they were emboldened by the description of them as some sort of spongers. They knew well that they did not cause the crash. We were being asked to accept the same old politics, where one section of society were being asked to pull their belts so tight that they began to suffocate, while others, who were benefiting from a system designed by the government that seemed to reward very well connected insiders such as the owners of SiteServe, who they felt were picking over their bones like vultures. If the proposed Commission on Irish Water is designed with one purpose, to achieve an outcome that argues for the retention of Irish water, it will be reacted to with understandable anger. It must not be packed with people who can only see one approach. I've heard people say on many occasions that while Fianna Fáil broke the economy, the Fine Gael Labour government broke society and threatened our collective spirit. But we're a very resilient people, and I think that was shown at the ballot box. Essentially, things like regressive budgets, targeting the poor, government and the government that produced a growing inequality was just not acceptable. One thing we must demand from this administration, which was missing from the last administration in relation to the findings of the Moriarty Tribunal,
If the millions of euros and the years spent on that particular tribunal are to mean anything, then we must see actions arising. At the start of the last administration, Taoiseach, you gave a very forceful speech that I remembered quite well. And in fact, I dug out a bit of it because I think it's worth remembering. And I think it was sincerely meant at the time, but we do have to consider what happened afterwards. You welcomed the fact that, that there was a comprehensive debate happening, and you said, "I'm sure that members will appreciate that I'm somewhat constrained in what I can say because there are legal proceedings before the court." You said a devastating critique of a powerful elite exposing a gross abuse of privilege, a rank abuse of public office, a devastating abuse of public trust. That is exactly how I described the first Moriarty report when I was sitting there where Deputy Martin is now. Across Ireland, 4 years later, people might be thinking, here we go again. But today, as Taoiseach, I can assure them this is certainly not the case, because the recent election did matter. Their vote did bring change. They were right to give us their trust. Consequently, on this, the final Moriarty report, they can expect anything but more of the same, because I know that, that yet another report reeking of fanatical greed, obsessive attachment to power and breathtaking attempts to acquire, use and access privilege is enough now for the people of Ireland. In fact, it's too much. It goes on. And you talked about, people being, in very straitened times, hurting and suffering so badly. They did expect change. They did expect this government, or that last government, to do things differently. And I think if we start looking now, and one of the things that is going to happen is that there is some conclusion on that, but also the issue, the current case with the Cregan investigation to IBRC, we cannot be dissuaded from seeking answers by veiled threats that it may cost more than intended and may take years. That cannot and should not be the case. We have got to find a way, a timely way, a cost-efficient way of dealing with this. Otherwise, what we are saying is there's whole groups of people, there's whole organisations that cannot be held to account. That can't be how we govern ourselves, and I can't accept that. So it's incumbent on this government to address these issues, and one of the things that we have suggested is an anti-corruption agency with the power to prosecute. And we would earnestly ask for that to be considered, because we have to stop this round of tribunal and you report and nothing evolving from that. That's the kind of old politics that has to stop. The previous government had the largest mandate in the history of the state, but what we got as a result was a distortion of the democratic process, with guillotines being used and bills being rammed through the House without adequate scrutiny. As the political landscape now shifts to an entirely different new way of doing politics in Ireland, it is important for us to acknowledge the opportunities that presents. For our part, as Social Democrats, as I say, will work very constructively with all elected representatives in this House to achieve better outcomes for our citizens, but it must be done in a way that opens up government in a much more transparent way and builds confidence in politics, because I think it has been dealt a severe blow over the last 10 years, and I don't think the last 70 days or today has been a particularly proud moment.
Thank you, Deputy. Next lot goes to the Green Party. Deputy Eamon Ryan, are you sharing?
No, if I take the time, if I can. If I can, before Deputy Brewin leaves, maybe just say a brief word to him in response to his speech, before maybe comment to the Taoiseach and the ministers. And I suppose maybe starting referencing that, to commending them or welcoming or wishing them well, taking on their seals of office as officers of state. And I just and I know Deputy Brewin for 20 years, we were in a council together, we were in a committee here together, so I listened with interest to what he has to say. Can I say one thing, not in self-defence or nothing, but just to give a perspective, where I come from anyway. that to a certain extent why I wish the others well is because it is on behalf of the state. Like, the left stands for the state. It believes in the state. The 100 years on from the foundation of our state, why is it that sometimes I question, why is it we're always knocking the state?
You bankrupted the state.
Well, I would answer in response to that then, if I could, when it came to that in those decisions we took at that time, and people can be critical, they have different views, let history decide. Firstly, we tried to be progressive as best we could in every tax or other measure that we put in place. I think the economists have recognised that in our budgets. But secondly, you have a certain sense in that situation that you don't want the state to fall, that you actually value the state and the services it provides to our children, our families. There is that instinct in government that it's not all bad, it's not all you're out there for some mendacious reason. You're there because you like the state, because you're proud of the state, and you want to protect the state.
Control the state.
Well, you could say control, but that's just to give my perspective. And if I can, I just wanted to make the point before you have to leave, Deputy Broom, but in that spirit, to wish the members opposite well. And I want to take up the opportunity that the Taoiseach has provided by saying he and his government will be willing to do things differently. And if I can, maybe I think in terms of how we might do things differently, we might start by looking in our state maybe as to some things that we're doing well and think, how could we do more of that? Rather than always looking to see what we're bad at. And yes, we need to change what we're bad at, but just the mental shift that might come from kind of seeing the state in a different way might actually lead to a better outcome. It's in that spirit that I want to comment on just certain points of the partnership government draft programme that I managed to download this morning and have been reading throughout the day, in a positive perspective. And if I can, one broad point to make is that I agree with the assessment on page 12 of the document that as well as the immediate tasks we have in terms of building houses and providing jobs and community healthcare systems, we have a requirement, or we have an opportunity to change the way we approach big long-term challenges that we have. And in some ways we need to change not just the nature of the partnership here or the politics in here, but we need to have a wider partnership change in looking at those big long-term issues. That we need to involve the public service, we need to involve civil society, I've heard the Social Democrats say this in some of the policy documents you're presenting, is bring in other people, open debate, change the nature of partnership in that sense. So why not take that idea, which is, there are places through this document where that sort of idea is repeated, and that in terms of wider consultation. And I know we've done it before. Obviously, we did it in the late 80s when we got out of a state crisis by kind of starting a partnership model. And that evolved and evolved to the more recent incarnation. I'm not closely involved in the last 5 years, so maybe I'm not up to speed with the latest developments, but it evolved with complex pillars, and people can disagree or otherwise about the nature of the role of partnership and benchmarking and so on. But I think what we need here is an evolution in that sort of partnership process, and I think it's one that should be more diverse and more flexible and more connected to citizens directly in a whole variety of different ways, not just the official organs of partnership. Because I found one thing interesting in that event we were at in Dublin Castle last summer, the dialogue, which was maybe an example of innovation. In the breakout session with now Deputy Kelly, actually there was kind of a good conversation, and in that conversation we realised that in the ability of the state to do anything now, Deputy Cowan I think was involved, maybe was involved in the conversation, but others were there, it's the lack of connection between the citizen and the state. The lack of the sense of that the state belongs to all our citizens is one of the biggest difficulties. It's hard to get things done, hard to get things changed because of that sense of disconnect. So it's that wider sense of partnership change that I would support and welcome and look to use as we consider in this sort of 2-year period some of those long-term challenges. And that sort of 2-3 year period, whatever time this government lasts, maybe gives us an opportunity that in that period, 2019, 2021, 22, when if the subject not to there being economic crisis internationally, our own economy keeping on track, we can expect a very significant increase in the amount of funding that will be available for large capital projects. So we use this sort of preparation period for that real expansion of the budget, capital budget in particular, that might be possible, to try and get consensus, try and get buy-in from a whole range of different actors to get it right, to honour that 100th anniversary of our Parliament, not just the 100th anniversary of the state. There are numbers listed of kind of issues that need to be considered for that long-term consideration. In some of them, there's a mix of both a short-term and a long-term aspect to it. I would argue, Taoiseach, that one of the issues that maybe should have been listed there on page 12 is the development of a national spatial plan. Because I remember the negotiations we did have briefly with yourselves and others in the government buildings, the Department of Environment officials, I recall them saying that they expected to present a national spatial plan in the early part of 2017, if I recall rightly. Now, I think that's a difficult task, because to a certain extent, that's one of the things we really got wrong in 15 years ago. We did it back in the early 2000s. We did an infrastructure investment plan, and then we did the spatial plan afterwards, which was not in the right order, and then we ignored it completely by doing a decentralisation plan that ignored any spatial planning. And I just mentioned maybe to Deputy Ross, as Minister of Transport now, is that he's going to have to work on that with Deputy Coveney on the housing side and work out how is that going to work. And how are we going to get over the political temptation that every single deputy here from every constituency is going to be thinking, this is going to have to benefit my constituency? How are we going to manage that spatial plan where we don't just come up with the same old wish list, there's 20 or 30 centres of growth? How are we going to grow Limerick to make that a real centre of development and change Limerick so that no more than just 3% of the population live in the city, and do the same in Dublin and in Cork? You know, it's that sort of issues we need in this 2 or 3 year period to get the people of Limerick and the politicians of Limerick thinking about how it really evolves and develops. And we could say the same about Waterford or any other of our big cities. I would say that that's one of the tasks of any government, of this Parliament, is to think, how do we really do spatial planning well, because we have not been good at it. And maybe by consulting wider, by mixing it up, by putting the responsibility back into the regions, maybe by revising the nature of regional governance, which I think is one of the things I'd love to see us doing to get it right, we could help make it happen. Secondly, of those challenges, and this is the most interesting one for me, ones we're interested in contributing to, is the document rightly sets out that we have to do a climate plan in the next 6 months, and we also have to do a dialogue with our people to get a wide buy-in and understanding of the radical change we need to make if we're going to do anything seriously on climate. Now, that's a tough timetable. And I think if we're going out in consultation with that, we do need to get away from just the tick box consultation that we've tended to do over the years. We need to genuinely empower local communities and put the big questions to people in terms of, do you really want to be part of this, and how do you want to do it, and what does it mean? And look through it as an opportunity to do real development and create economic activity. And we're very interested as a party in trying to contribute to that and put some creative thinking around how the state engages with community to make us really good at that. Similarly, and I think that there's difficulty in that, some of that is urgency, some of the stuff we have to do immediately, some of it's long term. Similarly, in the investment in health and education, I think the paper rightly sets out that we have to get a consensus here. It won't be done. Who said it? Which party here said it would take two terms to get a health policy right? Maybe 3. Well, maybe the first things we do getting that right is getting some sort of agreement here. What I sense there's widespread understanding is we have a single-tier health system which we pay for in a different way to the way we're doing it at the present. Could we do that in an open consultation process over 2 years? Not necessarily introduce all the changes, but get broad agreement on the approach. Wouldn't be a bad achievement if we managed it in a cross-party way. Similarly in education, how do we fund our education? And there's some of those issues that are both long-term and immediate. Like, I don't think we can leave our third-level education system hanging for 2 years and work out the funding of it, because it's hit a funding crisis. You talk to anyone in the colleges, we all know it. Our colleges need funding now. So how do we do that as a long-term project and a short-term action that we need to make? I just want to set out some culture in the time I have, maybe just some wider approaches. A, I said that one about wider partnership. B, and there's some of this in the document about how the public service itself is measured, that we don't just get hung up on a big regulatory system where it's a tick box exercise, where every public service is laden down with kind of meeting targets, doing the output things, but actually it all being part of such a rigid structure that they don't actually get their job done, they can't innovate, they can't be responsible, they can't have a sense of pride. Changing the nature of how, bringing the public service in to liberate them in this state of ours that we are all proud of, should be maybe something that we would look to do, the whole changing working arrangements. But to make things really work, I think, go back to that point I made about getting citizens involved. Some of the things I liked in this document on page 134 is that sense of actually going back to strengthen community development. We did it in the early 90s. We lost it in the last half a dozen years, 10 years. We created it from being a community-centred empowered system to the state providing community services. Too much the state running it rather than the community. So what's set out as an objective in that page 134, which I agree with, to really empower community engagement and give responsibility is one of the things I would like to see delivered on. And I agree with on page 159, the very last page of the report, as short as it is relative to what I might have written on it, that to help that happen, we do need to really empower local government. We have to give up power from this House. We have to decentralise power if we're really to get that sense of citizen engagement and good planning. We give responsibility back to our people. And yes, we do that with directly elected mayors, as is hinted here. And yes, we do it with new tiers of governance below the county council levels, making the PPNs really work. And I think that could be helped by having some voluntary, non-paid borough council, district, rural and urban council system. That would be a good output that I'm sure we would get agreement on here. We have some expertise in how to do it. We've all been involved in that sort of community sector. Two other specific projects, and there are many others. My colleague Deputy Martin would well be able to add to it as she kicks in. But two others I have a particular interest in is making see happen or promote, helping deliver. One set out on page 50 of the document, this idea of adopting a community or public banking system along the Sparkhausen model in Germany. That, I think, is an example where you take something that's working elsewhere and develop it here. And I think the real attraction of the Sparkhausen model is that it keeps money in the community. Money, if you have regional structure of banking, a really professional banking that's supporting local business, that the deposits raised in a regional area go back to the regional area. It brings responsibility as well as economic growth for those areas, and that's a strengthening of it. And I would love to see that Sparkhausen model that I know Irish Rural Link and is cited in the document here has been really delivered quickly. Test it. We can test things. We don't have to do it all. We should be more flexible in terms of trying things. If they don't work, step back, being more innovative and more flexible in how we work. Similarly, in page 24 of the document, I like the proposal to go with the cost rental model of social housing, which I think, again, I believe the state has to step up. Going back to my very first point of Deputy Brune, I am from the left. I believe in the state. I believe in the state providing social services. I believe we should be developing social housing. I don't think it should be privatised. I think a cost rental model might do it using both local authorities and housing associations. I'll finish, if I can, Cathaoirleach, by just by some words that Taoiseach said. And what he said echoed what I've heard my colleague Deputy Martin say about in terms of we should actually think away from just these economic statistics to think is what is the lived experience of our people, and particularly, as I heard him say, that we should consider about the mental health of our young people and how we actually strengthen that. And that is about more than just, I've mentioned it this morning, it's all about numbers and growth. It's not. It is about values. It is about a sense of culture. It's about how we raise families and how we don't just do everything for economic interests alone. That we don't just see ourselves as the big competitor, everyone working all the time, everyone frantically, everything prices going up to pay for everyone working all the time, and that kind of circle. A country which was based on certain more qualitative values. And the measurement of those values maybe is something we should look to try and achieve. If the Taoiseach, I take his point there about that's how we should change, well then maybe we should change our measures of success and start measuring quality of life improvements as the key target that we should be looking to improve. Economic growth and the economic growth indicators is one of the reasons why people have lost faith in the current economic orthodox system. Let's change the rules, let's change the measures, let's change the way politics works. That's from the left. Thank you, Taoiseach.
Thank you, Deputy. And the next slot goes to the independent deputies, Shane Ross, Dennis Nocton and Finian McGrath, who share 15 minutes, 5 minutes each. Deputy Shane Ross.
Thank you very much, Ceann Comhairle. I'd like first of all to say thank you to those from the other side of the House who have wished us well as new ministers in this Dáil. I'd also like to take issue with Deputy Brohan and others who described us as decorative and wilting flowers on the Fine Gael front. We're not very decorative, but we certainly resent the fact that we're described as such by someone who's decided on his own volition to be a voice in the wilderness of politics for many years. The only problem for Deputy Brohan is, I think, into which wilderness he decides to drop every time there's a new Dáil. The Independent Alliance made a decision, not shared by many on that side of the House, that they would decide to enter government if they could extract or agree the terms which they needed from a government coming into power. We believe that in the last few weeks we have agreed such a programme, and a programme which will begin, and no more than begin, a radical change in Irish politics. You know, the Independent Alliance consists of an extraordinarily disparate group of independents who have found it difficult to come down this road, but managed to agree on enough things to be a coherent and cohesive group, and to have found themselves in government in a very short time. And I say this to you on that side of the House who are so sceptical. I welcome today the ideas that have come from that side of the House already. I welcome the ideas of an anti-corruption agency which came from Deputy Murphy there. And I say to you now, come and talk to me about that. I don't know what my powers are. I don't know what I can do in government, but I will try to do so, because to me, and to those of us who have come to power by this route, we welcome and will adopt ideas coming from the opposition benches, from our own benches, and from our colleagues in government. That is what the new Dáil is about, and that is the only way it is going to work, and that is why we are in government. You know, people are sceptical, but you know, last night on one of the conversations I had with the Taoiseach, I was talking to him about Dáil reform, and I said to him, what about this last thing which I'd forgotten to ask him about earlier, the abolition of the EMC? And I thought this was going to be one of these thorny topics which we've been through over the last few years. And he said, yeah, okay, it's gone. He said, it's gone. That was something that was needed for a particular time. It's not needed anymore. Consider it gone. And to me that was very encouraging, because it meant that one of those obstacles to Dáil reform, one of those rather secretive bodies that had dictated to the Cabinet and to the Dáil the agenda of what came out to the country, was now a thing of the past. It was only a small thing, but it was to me something significant that was happening. And it was something which I hope begins to mark the reform that this government has already promised in the document which we've been discussing today, the programme for government. You know, Seanad reform, there's already been a U-turn on that by this government. And the Committee on Dáil reform, which I've sat on up to the last few days, which Deputy Ryan has sat on, is an all-party group which has been able to find agreement on matters of great importance to us all, and is going to reform the way everything happens in this House. I'm not promising the world, but I'm saying what the world is now promising. Let's give it a chance. Let's talk to each other, because what I've seen today is a certain amount of bankruptcy, not on this side of the House, but the contest in this Dáil today has been between Fianna Fáil and Sinn Féin and other members of the opposition. We don't want to see that. Let's see ideas come from them rather than sniping on that side of the House at each other. You know, we have introduced into this short period, into this programme for government, a lot of elements of real reform. We'll have to be judged, as this government will be, on whether they're introduced and how soon they're introduced. But don't tell me that some of the things in this wouldn't have been done without independence in government. Don't even mention to me the fact that we're sitting here doing very little to fulfill our promises. Which of you ever introduced, when you're in government, such radical measures to reform the judiciary? Which of you would have done it? And which of you championed it? Because let me say this, when I was sitting on the back benches over there, not very long ago, I introduced reform of the judges to change the way that they were appointed. The worst opposition...
Are you sharing your time equally?
Yes.
I'm afraid you're eating into the time.
Oh, well,
for your two
I'm very
colleagues.
sorry. And the worst opposition came not from this side, but from that side. It came from all. But we are going to change this, and mark my words. Thank you.
Deputy.
Thank you, Can Corlin. First of all, can I thank members in the House for their good wishes. And I want to take this opportunity to say that I think, look, there's an obligation in each one of us as TDs who are elected here to try and form a government. Some people decided to sit back and not to engage in that. Others stepped up to their responsibility. People like Michael Collins, Matty McGrath, Noel Grealish, Michael Harty and myself. And we spent the last 70 days engaging with both Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael in trying to put a government together. And as a result of that, you now have, I think for the first time since 1948, that you actually have independence in cabinet. The last one to fulfil that role was a county man of my own, James Dillon. I think it is important to acknowledge that this isn't a perfect government. It has had a difficult birth and will face a lot of challenges. But it's our duty to try and make it work. It'll appear strange to many that the old ways of doing business can no longer stand. A minister can no longer bring any new law into the House here, apply the whip to it and ram it through the Dáil. Instead, the Dáil and the government must work in a cooperative and consultative approach, trying to build alliances and securing support. And in relation to the issue of climate change, you're going to have to deal with the whole political spectrum, right from Eamon Ryan to Danny Healy-Rae and everything in between. And that's not going to be easy. The government does face huge challenges across health and housing, development, international threats, and as I say, the threat of climate change. And I'm here to try and make it work with others as a team to navigate through this challenge. Now, I'm here in the House 19 and a half years at this stage. I spent most of my time on the opposition benches. And during that time, I can count on one hand the ministers that were prepared to engage constructively with members of the opposition. Members of the opposition that wanted to come forward and try and provide solutions. And I want to say here that I will work with anyone in this House, no matter what their background is, no matter what side of the House they're on, if they're prepared to work constructively to deal with those challenges. Because we don't have the solutions. We shouldn't have all of the solutions. And it's about working together to actually deliver for this country as a whole. This is a government that will try and turn the tide and bring about a real recovery to provincial towns and to rural Ireland. It's about bringing back life into those small towns. The lifeblood of our economy is dependent on those small towns. It's easy to look the other way and say, look, it doesn't matter in the overall scheme of things, it's only one small town. But collectively, these towns matter just as much as the cities. They drive just as much business and they drive just as much trade. The final point I want to make is Alan Kelly in his contribution earlier said that some of these policies have been here before. Some of them are Labour Party policies, some of them are Fine Gael policies, some of them are Fianna Fáil policies, some of them are Green Party policies, and some of them are policies from the independents. And I want to thank everyone who has contributed to this programme for government, that has put their input into it, those that have tried to constructively engage over the last 70 days and put their stamp on it. And let's all try and work together to deliver on that, to deliver for all our constituents and for the country as a whole. We have now a partnership agreement across this House. Let's try and make it work. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Nocton. Deputy Finney McGrath.
First of all, I want to thank the Taoiseach for this nomination. It was a great honour and privilege to be nominated as a Minister for Disability. I also want to use this occasion to thank my election team and supporters. I also want to thank my colleagues tonight from all the political parties for their personal best wishes. I also want to welcome my two daughters, Caoimhe and Cliona, and my sister Mary in the public gallery tonight. It's a great personal honour and privilege for our family, and that is something that I'm deeply honoured with. But I also want to say it's a great honour to serve the people of this country. From a political point of view, I urge TDs to read the details in the programme for government. I would say to you, open your minds and look what's on the table. This is no grubby deal. It's a programme for government. And I will not be taking any lectures from many opposition people who stand on their hands for the last 70 days. Some of us tried. It wasn't easy. It wasn't popular, but we tried. And I make no apology for doing that. We won't be taking lectures from those people. This programme is all about, and read it, page 4, a just and decent society. This programme is about a more inclusive prosperity. This partnership government is unlike any other established in Ireland since the foundation of the state. We are, all of us, agree that government is not about having power. It's about using power to effect the kind of change, opportunity and compassion we need and desire in our society. This Dáil is a very diverse Dáil, but it's not fragmented. We are united in our common cause to make life better for every citizen in every part of this country, and I mean every part of this island. This is a shared ambition, and this burns strong and bright in our programme for government. I would like to see an Ireland that looked after its people from the time they come into the world to the time they leave. I want to see an Ireland where everybody is given the opportunity to succeed and where nobody is left behind. I want to see the best life opportunities possible for all of our people. So when people talk about a grubby deal, in this programme for government, we will increase funding for home care packages and home help every year. We will also, and it's very important, we will extend the entitlement to a medical card for all children in receipt of domiciliary care allowance in budget 2017. That's exactly, approximately 10,000 children who will benefit from this initiative. Please do not have the brass neck to call this a grubby deal. This is a programme for government. It's a programme of inclusion. It's a programme for a just society. And this government will proceed to design and planning stage for a dedicated cystic fibrosis unit at Beaumont Hospital for inclusion in 2017 capital plan. Cystic fibrosis. And you come in here and tell me this is a grubby deal. I will stand and I will take any heat from any member when I defend people with cystic fibrosis. We are trying to do something. You sit in the fence. In relation to disabilities, and I got this commitment from the Taoiseach halfway through the talks, not towards the end of the talks. Ireland signed the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Disabilities in 2007. We will come along and ratify that over the next 6 months. So in other words, disability will be at the heart of this government and the rights of people with a disability. And we will also support an increase in disability benefit and allowance, carers benefit allowance and the blind persons allowance. So please, please do not insult the people by calling this a grubby deal. We will also support the transport service for young people with disabilities. So finally, at Cancorla, I ask you all, colleagues, once again, to look at this programme for government, look at the positive aspects in it, and yes, we are open to ideas, as my colleague Deputy Ross said, to include your ideas. We want to be an inclusive government, but we're going to be radical, we're going to be progressive, we're also going to be responsible. Thank you, Cancorla.
Thank you, McGrath. Our next slot then is to the Fine Gael party, and three people sharing the 10-minute slot. Deputy Francis Fitzgerald, Deputy Pascal Donoghue and Deputy Leo Varadkar. Taoiseach.
Thank you. Can I begin by saying what a refreshing speech from Deputy Eamon Ryan, saying how important it is, even occasionally, to comment on what is going well. I think if we could do that even occasionally in this House, we would actually be able to think more clearly and find better solutions to the many problems out there. And I actually believe that the people watching in today and the citizens out there would welcome it, because there are things that are going well in this country, but of course there are many challenges as well. It is a particular honour for me to address this House, and one that I deeply recognise and value, to address this House as Taoiseach and Minister for Justice. This partnership government, as has been said, isn't just new. It is different, profoundly and radically different. As everybody knows, it has taken time, commitment and energy and effort to reach this point. It has taken a willingness to listen, to question and to accept differing viewpoints. Traits, I believe, that are important and which we need in abundance if we are to meet the socio-economic challenges and the international challenges that we face in this world. We do stand, as Minister McGrath has said, united in a new commitment to people who have not yet benefited from the economic recovery, to people who are unsure about their future, to people who are ill or who suffer from a disability, or who have been swept to the margins of Irish life. Success for us will be measured by an improved quality of life for our people, by the opportunities a fair society provides for every single citizen. My party's commitment to a just society is deep, and the decisions that we have taken, the difficult decisions we have taken over the last 5 years, along with our Labour colleagues, have meant that we now have the foundations in place to do just that, to create a just and caring society which gives equal opportunity to all. We saw that in the marriage referendum, which so gripped this country last year. When we look at this government, we do see a brand new diversity. And it is, I believe, a diversity that matches the construction of our nation at this time. Diversity is a challenge and a strength. It gives strength, it gives insight. It turns issues on their side to give us a fresh viewpoint. And I want to pay tribute to the Taoiseach, who has recognised that diversity and the importance of diversity by making a historic decision to appoint 6 women to the Cabinet. Thank you. Uniformity of thought will not be present in this government. It will draw on radically different viewpoints and ideas, putting people and partnership at its core. It will be consultative rather than prescriptive, valuing and respecting the differences around the Cabinet table and in different government departments. And Dáil reform, at its best, should be able to do that also.
Deputy Pascal Donoghue.
Cancorla, I want to begin by thanking members of the House for their good wishes that have been extended to the new government this evening. I want to thank the people of Dublin Central for giving me the great privilege to serve in the Dáil at all. And I also, if you would allow me to do so, want to acknowledge my family, my mum, my supporters, who have allowed and supported me in getting to this point. I want to thank my colleagues in the former Department of Transport, Tourism and Sport. They await with great interest the arrival of Deputy Ross. He has a fantastic department that will be standing with him and behind him at all times. And I also want to acknowledge the pleasure that it was to work with Minister Michael Ring and to see his unyielding commitment at all times to Irish sport. I look forward to continuing to build now on the progress that was achieved by Minister Howlin, on the work done by Minister Noonan in my new role. And this is because what they achieved with the support of the Irish people was and is vital. A falling rate of unemployment does matter. A falling deficit does matter. A falling bond yield does matter. And we've seen the damage which the opposite of those things can do to communities, can do to families. But more particularly, they matter now because they give this government, they give this Dáil the tools we need to take children, to take families out of hotels and into homes. They give us the tools that we need to make sure that those who need public services the most can access them regardless of their income. And as I say this, I'm very conscious now that it's 10 weeks since the Dáil voted. I've had the opportunity to engage with many deputies in this House in relation to the formation of the government. And I want to say that for all deputies that I engaged with, from party and from no party, it was very clear to me that their convictions, their intentions, reflected that they wanted the best for our country. And regardless of whether they completed this process to the end, we've tried to reflect their sentiment, their beliefs in the programme for government. But it's also obvious to me, Count Corlett, that some members did sit in splendid and at sometimes not so splendid isolation, telling us to hurry up to form a government with the only intention of seeking to rubbish us. I've heard some members tonight call for vision. All I've heard from them is vitriol. I've heard some members call for new politics. All I hear from them is the worst of the old. I've heard from their alleged commitment to constructive opposition. All I've heard from them is their determination to oppose all regardless of any merit. So as Minister for Public Expenditure and Reform, I now want to play my part in this government, in this Dáil, in remembering the word public in my title. This isn't this government's money. It's not my department's money. It's the money of those who have elected us. It's the people's money.
I'm afraid you're
it must be invested wisely, and I'll conclude with this point, because I will have an open door, an open mind to every member of this Dáil, whether you're in government or opposition. And I ask, Ceann Comhairle, that they approach their responsibilities in the same way. Not because this government demands it. What role do we have to do it? Not because this Dáil deserves it. What role does the Dáil have to do it? But because, Ceann Comhairle, our country deserves it.
Thank you very much. Deputy Varadkar, you have a minute and a half. Go ahead, yes. Can you
come in on the next slot instead?
You can if you want
yeah,
to. Yes,
fair
yes,
to.
That's fine. Okay. We proceed then. The next speaker, sharing a slot, Deputy Willie O'Dea, Deputy Mark McSherry and Deputy John McGuinness. Deputy O'Dea.
Ceann Comhairle, our understanding was that we had 10 minutes each. And you seem to indicate there that we have 10 minutes between three of us.
Well, that's with me here, I'm afraid.
Well,
it's the order of the House. And it's based on the concluding time.
Well, no, Ceann Comhairle, I mean, I have to make the point, and I want to put this on the record, that it means that in this session, Fianna Fáil, with almost 30% of the seats in this House, has less than 5% of the time. It's happening consistently. And, I mean, there are parties in here, say the Green Party, for example, and good luck to them, nothing personally against them. They have 2 members. They have as much time as us, with 44 members, 43 members now. I mean, Earlier in her speech, Deputy Catherine Murphy on another topic spoke about a distortion of the democratic process. If you want to see a distortion of the democratic process, there's a textbook example. I object. I object in the strongest possible terms. This is not new politics. It is a distortion. It is, to repeat Deputy Catherine Murphy, a distortion of the democratic process, and it has to change because we are not going to put up with it. I want to make that absolutely clear. Now, in the 2 or 3 minutes I have, I just want to dispel a few misconceptions. First of all, it's well known that we had the option of being part of this government. We were approached and offered half the positions, half the spoils of government by Fine Gael. Honouring our election promise, we didn't avail of that. We didn't take up that offer because we had committed not to do so. However, we also committed to campaigning to replace the outgoing government, and we tried assiduously to establish a minority Fianna Fáil government here, headed by Micheál Martin. Unfortunately, we failed to do so. We didn't have the numbers, but that didn't mean we didn't try. We tried in conformity with our election promise. So we were presented then with a stark choice: either support an arrangement like we have, or another election. Now, I don't know about other people. I don't fear another election. My canvassers are suffering withdrawal symptoms at the moment, so I don't care if there's another election. But talking to the people from one end of the constituency to the other, talking to the people out there, talking to the people I meet here in Dublin, the people of this country don't want another election. So, you know, how do you serve the public interest? How do you honour the public will? By trying to avoid another election, which we have worked tirelessly to do. But make no mistake about it, we are not part of the government. When the Taoiseach strategy was in place back in the late 1980s, nobody imagined that Fine Gael were part of the government. They simply supported the government on certain issues from outside. That is precisely the position we intend to adopt. And we are the lead party in opposition. Make no mistake about that. Other people in this House can keep telling themselves that they are the lead party in opposition. Sinn Féin are good at telling themselves things, but they're the only people who believe themselves. The fact of the matter is, we are the lead party in opposition. And if you look at the framework document, our support for the government will be based on its implementation of those principles which are designed to make a fairer and juster society, to bring about a fairer and juster society in this country. And this country will be better. It'll be a better place for the fact that we have such an input in policy because of our position of strength here on the opposition benches. One final point I want to make. Deputy Smith, I think this morning, accused us of changing tack in relation to lone parents. Now, I want to, as somebody who carried the party policy on that issue, I want to refute that completely. The fact of the matter is, if anybody looks at our manifesto, they will see that our proposal is to improve the lot of lone parents, to reverse the damaging changes to lone parents' allowance made by the outgoing Minister for Social Protection, all based on the principle, Jan, that you'll encourage people to go out to work if you make it less attractive for them. If you give them less, more of them will come out. I don't know what school of economics you got that in, but the lone parents don't share your view. Now, let me make this clear. If you look at the framework document, which is the only document to which I am a party, or my party have signed up, if you look at the framework,
your remarks through the chair.
If you look at the framework, well, I might transfer herself to bring her in, so I suppose she can say a few words. But the framework document is the only document to which I and this party are parties. Deputy Smith referred to another document, the Programme for Government. Now, I haven't studied the Programme for Government yet. That was signed, just a minute now. I didn't interrupt you. Yeah. Well, you are interrupting me. Excuse me, but you are interrupting me, and please desist. So the fact of the matter is, we are party to a document, the framework document. There is no hint or suggestion that we are going to do anything but enhance the position of lone parents in that framework document. Now, if there is a phrase in another document or a promise in another document that's going to in some way diminish or punish or reduce the position of lone parents, let me say this to you, Ceann Comhairle, and I say this in conclusion because I want to listen to my colleagues. I don't care what document, what contract, what agreement is in. As far as I'm concerned, it could come out of the Magna Carta. My party will not support, I do not support it, and my party will not support it. And if that's not simple enough for you, come up and see me sometime.
Very much, Deputy Mark McSharry, you have 2.5 minutes, I'm afraid.
Thanks very much. With a bit of leniency, perhaps, Ceann Comhairle. Just a couple of points. Congratulations to all the ministers and the Taoiseach and so on. I'd have plenty to say about that, but don't have time. 3 points I want to make. First of all, on health. I note in your programme for government here, which I have, and obviously fair play to Deputy Halligan, I see he's getting an additional cath lab in Waterford. 106,000 people live in Waterford, Ceann Comhairle. It has a motorway all the way to Dublin. It has 75 short miles to Cork. In the northwest of the country, where Deputy McLaughlin and many others are from here, Deputy Kenny, Deputy Scannell and myself from Sligo and Leitrim, we have no cath lab. If you have a heart attack in our part of the country, you're at a disadvantage. You have a less opportunity to survive that incident. The National Cancer Control Programme in the context of the Northwest is a total disaster. Galway, the supposed centre of excellence that serves us, is beyond capacity. There's nothing in the programme for government about that. There's nothing in the programme for government about that, and I'd like to know what's going to happen with that regard. In terms of rural Ireland, congratulations to all the ministers. It's nothing personal. Of the 18 positions that were announced by the Taoiseach here today, 72% of them are from the Greater Dublin area and a small amount from Cork and Limerick. There is nobody from the northwest of Ireland. Nobody. And in the ultimate display of contempt for rural Ireland, we gather that deputies Moran and Canny had to beg to share an individual junior ministry. I mean, the senior role in terms of rural Ireland has been stuffed into poor Minister Humphreys, along with regional development, arts, culture, Gaeltacht, and I don't know whatever else. There's no question she is good, but nobody is that good. So where is the commitment for rural Ireland? Do we want to look at the things strategically? Do we want to invest? Do we want to rebalance the IDA budget and put the regions to work, instead of looking at the regions consistently nationally as a pain in the national side? No, we need to look at it strategically. We need to invest in those areas and put them to work so they can make a more sustainable effort, more sustainable contribution to the national effort. This just must be done, and I have to say, in the context of the framework which we've agreed to facilitate a minority government, I don't see much in this so far to show the kind of commitment that we expect in terms of rural Ireland and in terms of equality in the health service throughout the country. Very finally, on agriculture, can I say, and I conclude in a second, I wish Minister Creed very, very well. Can I say the focus on agriculture needs to be on market access, and that cannot be done through Bord Bia. Minister Humphrey was here yesterday listening to a debate, and I said Bord Bia are the best in the world at what they do. But it's not Tullamore Dew and Ballymaloe relish that we need to sell. We need to find markets for the unfashionable, unsexy four-quarter beef, which is very, very difficult. It's more than 40% of the animal, and it's for sale for less than €3. That's not sustainable. We need an assistant secretary and a junior minister in the air full-time, getting rid of BSE-era regulations that are blocking our produce getting into markets and getting live cattle markets open so that we have a balancing factor here against the processors and the vested interests. Just those few basic points. I am concluding. I do wish the government well, but don't let anybody think that as long as Mark McSharry is in this House, that you guys are the main opposition, no matter what we're facilitating over there. I genuinely wish you well, but I'll tell you, this document has nothing in it to show any level of commitment to rural and regional Ireland any more than the previous government. So I hope, while the devil may well be in the detail, there may be an awful lot, there ought to be an awful lot more detail about what you're going to do in the constituencies where, as an outgoing government, you were wiped out. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Deputy McGuinness, you have a minute and a half.
I want to congratulate each and every minister that was appointed today, and I want to wish them well. I wish the Taoiseach well. He's a man of compassion and understanding, and I know that from personal experience. And I heard him today speak about the people in the country, the citizens of the country, and what they could expect from this government. And I was glad to hear that. So I would ask each minister to look at their programme in government and to detail the time frame, because the time frames that I have heard here this evening range from now, not from now, rather, but 2017 in the budget and so on, for achievement of the various parts and targets within that programme for government. The people are suffering now. And I would ask immediately that the Minister for Justice would look at the eviction courts that take place all over the country, that are evicting families from their own homes, where those that are represented in court through the legal representatives, they don't even know the detail of the family homes. They don't even know the detail of those that they represent. And you can see, if you attend those courts, they don't even read the papers that are presented to them. And they are being evicted on a regular basis, week in and week out. And I am asking that minister, the Minister for Justice, would immediately intervene, suspend what's going on in those courts, suspend the actions of those courts, and ask for a fairer place for those difficulties to be ironed out in terms of the individuals and the families concerned. In terms of mental health, and I know my time is up, but in terms of mental health, I would ask you to look at that immediately, because the example that I can give you is that apart from the cutbacks in mental health, we have seen where individual cases have cost families a small fortune to get intervention privately, because they could not get that intervention in the public service. If you look at the waiting lists in the public service for all of what's needed for young people in this country, you will see that they are in queues. And while waiting in those queues, they are on extensive medication. Their lives are being ruined. And part of the mental health issues come from the pressures that the banks are putting families and business people under. There's no mention of this in the document. And we need to spell out clearly what you're going to do to intervene. And may I say one other intervention, which is in terms of the Irish Water, small businesses and so on. The procurement process in this country relative to departments and to the Department of Public Expenditure and Reform is not working for small businesses. I hear no discussion about that. I hear no discussion about the rates. And finally, Deputy O'Donoghue, who is Public Expenditure and Reform responsible for the Comptroller and Auditor General's office, one single request: extend the remit of the Comptroller and Auditor General to the end spend of taxpayers' money. And you know what this means, Deputy Harris, and I would ask that local government will be included in that remit as well.
Thank you very much, Deputy. Can I, just in response to the points made by Deputy O'D, can I point out that the allocation of time is in accordance with the order of the House made earlier today, to which all members of the House agreed, number one. And number two, the Dáil Reform Committee will next week produce a report which will identify proportionality in terms of the allocation of time and resources as being a key issue. Now we move on to the Sinn Féin contributors, Deputy Louise O'Reilly, Deputy Carol Nolan and Deputy John Brady. You're sharing the 10 minutes.
We are.
Deputy O'Reilly.
Thank you, Cancóla. I would like to start by echoing much of what Deputy McSharry said about the programme for government. We weren't impressed with it either. That's why we voted against Enda Kenny for Taoiseach. So I suppose today we can say that the Taoiseach has made history. He has managed to cling on and to achieve re-election. I would like to echo what other deputies have said in relation to congratulating those ministers who are returning, and in particular those ministers who have been appointed for the first time, and wish them well in their endeavours. I fear that I'm about to contradict some of what I just said, but I will continue. So the programme for government that we got after 70 long days, what did we get? Did we get a fairer, more progressive tax system? Did we get universal health care? Did we get affordable childcare? Or is this package simply more of the same, tinkering at the edges to deliver some parish pump wins and secure support for the Taoiseach? I don't see any big vision contained within the pages. So what is the big vision for health cooked up between the two main parties? Because we know that that's where the bulk of the talking was done. Over the last number of years, we didn't get any reform of our health service. It was promised, we didn't get it. So now, in the era of our so-called new politics, I think it's time that we have a much needed debate on the real issues in the health system, the real reforms that are needed and the resources that can make a real difference. but unfortunately the programme for government is none of that. A cursory glance at the document tells us that the new government is full of ambition and full of good intentions, that you will make efforts and prioritise aspects of the health service. What it's lacking is detail on how these things are actually going to happen. The section on health is divided into 7 areas, with a separate section on mental health, which is welcomed. The document looks at primary care, rural practices, Healthy Ireland, emergency and acute services, waiting times, HSE reform and funding. It is devoid of real policy change. It is devoid of any detail. It is devoid of vision, and in my opinion, it is destined to fail. Sinn Féin believes that reform must be implemented in a planned and strategic way in order to move definitively towards a universal system of health care. There are many honourable aspirations in the document. For example, the aspiration to tackle waiting lists. €15 million, 500,000 people waiting. We don't think it's going to add up to a huge difference for those people who desperately need to access services. Similarly, taking one section of the health crisis without dealing with other elements of healthcare is very short-sighted. The programme speaks of annual performance targets, but as we've seen, targets set by ministers previously, this will not be sufficient. The ever-lengthening hospital waiting lists are a product of understaffing, a lack of capacity and inefficiencies in the system, and there is nothing in this document which will incentivise even one nurse to return to this country. This document not only fails support staff working in our health service, but it fails our nurses and doctors too. The programme continues the two-tier nature of our health system, which is in and of itself central to the health crisis. Thank you. The omission of support staff from the report, I think, is a failure. I think it signals outsourcing. I said this previously, and we will wait to see. But finally, and this can't be said enough times, particularly after the remarks made by Deputy O'Dea and Deputy Kelly, Sinn Féin now lead the opposition. And we led the opposition in a vote against Enda Kenny for Taoiseach. We did what we said we would do. We did not prop him up. Thank you, Ceann Comhairle.
I hope, rather than believe, that this incoming government will deliver much needed change for our citizens and also for my constituency of Offaly and North Tipperary. The legacy of failed politics of both Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael is very, very evident in our towns and in our villages, which have been ravaged by high unemployment, lack of services and a decimation of the services that were there, because there's absolutely nothing in rural Ireland now, and somebody needs to wake up and do something. And another thing is the flooding in West Offaly. I mean, that area has been badly flooded by the Shannon. There was months there where homes and businesses were absolutely destroyed, and all we have taken place is report after report and talking shops. Now, it's immediate action that those people want, and that's what I'm there. I'm here to represent those people, and we need urgent action. So whoever's in charge of that area, the minister in charge, needs to take urgent action in the towns of Shannonbridge, Banagher and Shannon Harbour immediately. The people of the constituency of Offaly and North Tipperary have been let down very badly by the failed politics of austerity, which was introduced by Fianna Fáil and then replicated by Fine Gael. Just this week, I've been contacted by a number of constituents, a number of very distressed constituents, and it's beyond justification that those people are in the hardship that they're in. And that hardship completely demonstrates the failure of the outgoing government. I've been contacted by a family who are due to be evicted on foot of a repossession order by a bank within the next month. And this particular family have special needs children. But they've been given no supports and they're being told that they've to go. Now, the banks were bailed out by the people of this country, so why don't we return the compliment now and safeguard our citizens and stand up for our people? What we should be doing all along. It was also brought to my attention that five tenants in South Offaly, in the Burr area, have been issued with repossession orders by a bank as well. And some of these tenants have young families. So, I mean, we're seeing it everywhere. It's not just confined to urban areas, but we have it in the rural areas as well. I've been contacted by a constituent to advise me that she received notification that respite care services in Burr have been cancelled at very short notice, and for the next 2 weeks allegedly due to staff shortages, leaving an exhausted carer who's trying to take care of her elderly mother with a harsh choice to either cancel her much-needed break or leave her mother with no care other than 2 short toilet calls by a nurse. That's disgraceful. Beyond belief that this is happening in 2016, and yet we had TDs here who marked the centenary and who marched out, to glorify 1916. It's shameful that this has taken place, and it just shows us that all of the children of this nation are not being cherished equally. Children with disabilities in counties Laois and Offaly are facing now a 3-year backlog. And as a special needs teacher, this is something I'm passionate about. And again, there's no justification for it. These are vulnerable children. They need the support. And I would appeal to the Minister in charge of that area now to get their act together and make sure that the therapists are put in place in Laois and Offaly as soon as possible. And this apparently is due to a lack of recruitment of psychologist posts for these children, while there is no school-age team yet in operation either. So it's disgraceful. These are real stories. Stories of real families and real communities who have been left to suffer while this farce has dragged on for 70 days. And I'm not in here to play any game other than to represent my constituency, and that I will do. And I will be holding the government to account. Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael. This is the real legacy on the failed politics of both Fine Gael and Fianna Fáil. And I very much welcome the fact that the nonsense has come to end once and for all here tonight, after 70 long days, and that we can finally get down, hopefully, to actual business and representing the real citizens and not the banks of this country. The people of Offaly and North Tipperary cannot face another 5 years of the same policies and the same harsh cuts, and I want to assure the members of the incoming government that I will do all in my power to work constructively with them to deliver much needed change. I want change, and I'm prepared to work with anyone who will deliver change. And that is needed to address all of these pertinent issues and to stop the suffering and hardships with these families. However, I want to assure them too that I, along with my Sinn Féin colleagues, will provide a robust opposition, the only opposition, that will hold Fine Gael and Fianna Fáil to account in delivering on issues that affect our communities, because that's why we're here, because we care. The people of Offaly and North Tipperary deserve no less, and I will ensure that they get better than they have been.
Deputy John Brady, you have very little time left.
Count Corlin.
Very briefly.
The grubby little deal that was cobbled together here can only be described by parties that make up the new austerity alliance is an agreement which will ultimately see no real change and will ultimately see the crisis in housing continue. As we sit here this evening, Count Corlin, and I'll cut to this, we have a situation in Wicklow where 2 homeless men were turned away from all services, are now locked up in a county council building in Bray. The authorities have effectively locked them in, turned up the heating and stopped any supply of water and food to those 2 individuals. 2 men who had no alternative but to lock themselves in that premises. There's no emergency accommodation provided for those 2 individuals. Now, I'm appealing to the new Minister for Housing, who isn't here in the chamber this evening, to personally intervene in this situation. And I know these are 2 of many thousands of homeless people across the state, but this shows categorically and quite clearly that people are desperate and will resort to desperate means, and this shows that quite clearly. So I'll conclude by sending out a personal appeal to the Minister in his absence here this evening that his first port of call should be to pick up the phone to the authorities in Wicklow and end this scandalous situation that is ongoing now over the last 2 nights.
Thank you, Deputy Brady. Thank you very much. Next speaker is Deputy Jan O'Sullivan.
Begin by congratulating the Taoiseach Enda Kenny and his ministers on their election and their preferment as ministers, particularly those new ministers, and to wish them well. We, as a party, worked very, very well with the Taoiseach, and I share very much what Minister Paschal Donoghue has just said in his contribution in relation to the hard graft and hard work that was done to fix the economy that that party over there seems to have forgotten that they wrecked, including cutting social welfare by €8, Deputy OD, when you were a minister. Twice.
And the hard work that was done in government over the last 5 years, and I wish Minister Donoghue in particular well in the onerous job of Minister for Public Expenditure and Reform, because he's going to have to deal with all of the varying demands on the public purse, and it is the public's money that are going to come down the line in this government that has just been formed. Deputy Rock, who was the very first speaker today, told us we should embrace the politics of the future. But I really can see very little politics in the future in what's been cobbled together in this government today. And we sat here in these benches earlier on with empty benches on our left because that government was still being cobbled together. And my real concern is that we fixed the economy because we wanted a decent, fair society. And we began that we were able to do some of that in the last government when for the first time we had a little bit of money to spare. And we did start some of the things that now thankfully are in the programme for government. For example, in the area that I was working in, there's a commitment to reduce class size, and I very much welcome that. But we actually already started that. We have money in the budget for next September to begin reducing class size, and that's important. But, you know, the talk about all of the important things that need to be done. But my worry is that areas like mental health that are so important, areas like education that are absolutely crucial to the future of young people in this country, areas like measures to reduce child poverty, which are really important, areas like childcare, and again I wish Minister Zappone well in that area. All of those areas need money, and they're going to have to compete with the demands of all of the other bits and pieces that got cobbled together in that deal from various parts of the country. And it's interesting to see that the lads who are propping it up are already complaining about money being spent in that deal. But the real needs of the country are going to have to compete with all of that, and that's why I do really wish Minister Donoghue well in the job that he's going to have to do to spread that money around. Abraham Lincoln famously put together what became known as the team of rivals. In contrast, the last-minute arrangements we're asked to vote on now can only be described as a team of survival. And, you know, I particularly have grave doubts when I hear the one leg in and one leg out speeches of Deputy O'Dea and Deputy McSherry, who, on the one hand, are propping up the government, on the other hand, are having a fine go there at opposition as well. And I believe that really that there are internal weaknesses that I would be really concerned about. And I think Minister Howland, or sorry, well, he's still Minister actually, Minister Howland said earlier on today about lack of trust and about lack of stability, and I fear that that is the fate of the government. But in saying that, I'm not judging any individual members of government. I know that there's commitment, and I wish them all well. But I am really concerned at the manner in which the government was put together. And I think from what I heard about the horse trading that was going on in the last 24 hours, I think it would really rival the fair of Spansel Hill in the amount of horse trading that was going on. I do want to wish Minister Bruton well in particular, because he goes into the Department of Education where I've been working for the past couple of years, and I know it's been a fantastic honour to serve as Minister for Education. I think we have achieved quite a lot, considering that we were constrained by money, both my predecessor Minister Quinn and myself, in, for example, increasing the number of teachers, the number of SNAs, in, as I said, beginning to reduce class size, and in building schools when there was no money, when there was literally negative money in departments, cuts in departments. We still were able to build high quality schools and get rid of prefabs. And I think that was an extraordinary achievement in the times that we're in it. I know that Minister Bruton will have an interest in one particular area where we made progress, and that's the area of apprenticeships. We're offering, for the first time, opportunities for apprenticeship, not just in the traditional construction areas, but in many other areas of the economy. We've got that up and running now, and I'm sure and I hope that Minister Bruton will continue with that work. It gives real opportunity to young people who don't or won't have the particular bent to go on to third level, but have a real skill and a real strength and a real opportunity for positive careers, and that's an important one that I'm certainly very proud of as well. I would also I was a bit amused about the fact that one of the big wins that was put in with regard to education was that no small school will be forced to close. I actually announced that in February 2015, that no small school would be forced to close, that it would be around consultation. Thanks for stealing our clothes, but you know, well done anyway. I would like also just briefly to turn to the area of childcare and to wish Minister Zappone very well. But I do hope that you will not use the concept of a tax credit as a way of supporting childcare. I know that's been floated. I'm not sure which party floated it, but I certainly don't think that that is a model that will work. And I would certainly hope that that will not be the model that you will choose. I think what we need is the model whereby there is investment directly in the services and a guarantee that the savings are passed on to families, and that there is decent pay in the sector, because that's desperately needed as well. So childcare has been neglected by this state for a long time, and certainly we in the Labour Party will be fully supportive because we had a detailed proposal in our own manifesto, and we will be fully supportive in terms of supporting childcare. But please do not choose the tax break model, because that is not the way to go. How things are made often dictates how things work, and I have a very real concern that in the face of every issue, every demand, every claim by an interest group, the same approach of buying off trouble one by one will take hold. And I'm really worried about that, because we've seen evidence of it in the last few days. This will have a serious impact on our capacity to take the mature, strategic decisions that are needed over the coming years. Yes, we can buy political peace within and without government from week to week, but the price may be the vital policy goals of, for example, reducing primary class size, lower childcare costs for families, or properly funding our mental health supports, that they may be put on the long finger. I have very real fears about the viability, coherence and capacity of this governing arrangement. I wish no one, either a member or a supporter of the government, any ill will. However, at a time when vision, courage and tenacity was needed within government, I fear we now have an administration that will be crippled by procrastination, weakness and division. I, along with my colleagues in the Labour Party, will offer constructive opposition, and we mean that. Given the events earlier today, I for one have had enough of grandstanding, brinkmanship and spin, and I look forward to moving on from that and advocating, supporting and advancing progressive policy choices that will make our country a fairer, more equal republic for all of its children.
Smith.
Some people outside were saying this is a great day for those who are being elected, the Taoiseach and the new ministers that are being appointed, and I'm sure individually and personally it is a great day for people who feel that they've achieved some kind of a progress in political life. But I want to look at things holistically, and I think that this day will be remembered not for the election of the Taoiseach, but for the election of Jerry Carroll of People Before Profit in West Belfast, where he topped the poll, and the imminent election of Eamon McCann in Derry. And I say that because I think that will be the big news of the day, and it'll be the big news of the day because when we talk about new politics, we have to look at what's going on in this country, and politics are happening inside chambers like this, but they're also significantly happening outside. And the election of People Before Profit in the north, just like the election of the AAA candidates and the People Before Profit candidates on this side, and others indeed in this House, represents the interests of politics on the outside, the interests of politics of people power against austerity. And that's what the election of Jerry Carroll and Eamon McCann represents, is the fight against austerity north and south as committed to by ordinary people. So I want to talk about politics both inside and outside the chamber. But I want to also give you a surprise, Taoiseach, and your ministers, to tell you that, and I'm not sure if I had the English right in this, that should you do certain things, we will be voting for you, or we will be voting for you should you do certain things. I want to run through them very quickly. If you're willing to invest in a massive investment in public housing and build tens of thousands of public, not private, not for developers, not for landlords enhancement, but public housing over the next 5 years that will deal with the homeless and housing crisis, we will vote for that measure. If you will urgently employ the doctors and at least 5,000 nurses that are required to end the trolley crisis in this country, we will vote with you for that measure. If you will deliver a public health service that is available to people at the point of need and not according to the size of their wallet, we will vote for the government with that measure. If you will, in the beginning, try to do something with Irish Water by fixing the leaks, actually fixing the leaks and actually dealing with the sewage problem, investing at least £1 billion a year that is got from progressive taxation, end the scourge of metering and the waste that metering and billing has become, and put Irish Water into the dustbin of history, we will vote with you on that measure. If you're prepared to treat public sector pay in a serious way, to restore the pay cuts that the people who work in this chamber have suffered, to end the ridiculous pension-related deduction that you impose on all public service workers, and to begin to outlaw, not reform, but outlaw the FEMPI legislation, we will vote with you on that measure. And people will say, obviously, how do you provide for all that? And clearly, we do need tax justice in this country. Your document is so scarce on any form of tax justice that it is outrageous. And given the recent publication of the Panama Papers, this government should indeed be ashamed of themselves for treating that so lightly. This is a scandal of global proportions. And what we need in this country is a commitment from you guys that you will bring in measures to make sure that the corporations pay the effective rate of tax at 12.5%. Not the 4 and 6% that they currently pay, but the effective rate of 12.5%. Everybody seems to run scared of that, like, my God, the corporations will flee the country. But the world is narrowing for people who want to avoid tax on that level. It's narrowing because of the revelations of the Panama Papers and the commitment made by other governments to end the sort of tax havens that exist around the world. And I think we have to start looking at that, introducing a financial transaction tax on all of the transactions that go through the IFSC, and we will begin to see billions achieved through taxing the rich and more tax justice achieved in this country. We will vote with yous on that measure. On women and equality for women, this is a huge issue. And some of your document tries to address it, but it is really hilarious how on the one hand you talk about setting up a commission to look at the question of repealing the 8th Amendment, when poll after poll shows that the vast majority in this country want to see a referendum on repealing the 8th Amendment, not a commission dominated by right-wing politicians who are actually against abortion in this country. And then on the other hand, you advocate that you'll create more jobs in the army for women. Oh great, we won't give women the right to control their own bodies, but we'll send them into the military to indicate that we favour equality. And lastly, and not leastly, I want to talk about other equality issues like refugees. How are we going to deal with them? We've promised to take in 4,000, we've taken in less than 500, and then we have the Taoiseach telling us that they don't want to come to Ireland because they all want to go to Germany or Sweden. They've never heard of us. They've never been asked, would you like to go to a very green, pleasant island on the edge of the Atlantic if there were equality that you might be treated well? We need to get the US troops out at Shannon. If you guys were to put that measure before us, we would vote for that. But that ain't going to happen inside this House unless the new politics outside this House puts the pressure on everybody in here. And that's why I do want to end by saying that the election success of Jerry Carroll and Eamon McCann today is the news of the day, not because of the individuals involved, but because it represents a trend across the world. We've seen it through Bernie Sanders, we've seen it in Britain with the election of the new leader of the Labour Party, we've seen it through the emergence of strong left parties in Greece, in South America, in Spain, and now we're seeing it again in the rise of the movement of people power in this country, north and south of the border, against austerity, regardless of who is implementing that austerity. It ain't working, it's destroying our economy, it's destroying our people, it's destroying public services. We want to see that ended.
Thank you, Deputy Smith. Deputy Joan Collins.
In 2011, I remember distinctly my first day in this Dáil, and you, Taoiseach, made the point that this is going to be we had seen a democratic revolution, and you'd keep your ear close to the ground. We did not have a democratic revolution. What we had was 5 years of severe austerity that has impacted so much on people's lives in relation to how they live, how they work or not work, how they rear their families, how they access services, and how they get about their daily lives in a way that's they're proud, that they have the ability to do it, that they have a future, that they have hope, and that was taken away from them the last 5 years with the help and support of the Labour Party. And I think after today, many people will wonder how come a party like Fine Gael, the dominant party in what was an extremely unpopular government, a government which sought re-election on the basis of its record and was decisively rejected by the people in a popular vote, is now the dominant party in a new government. They're just asking, how the hell did that happen? They're also asking how come Enda Kenny, who a clear majority do not want as Taoiseach, has been re-elected as Taoiseach. In short, they are wondering how do the losers become the winners? And that's what's happened today in the Dáil. And the answer to this question is, of course, the role played by Fianna Fáil. In everything but name, this is a Fianna Fáil, Fine Gael coalition. No, you could not nakedly go into government and look for ministerial positions. You could not nakedly do that, but you're doing it from the back and through silent group within that coalition. There was a 10-week charade that's been played out to deliver this sleight of hand. And to my mind, the 9 independents are just the extras in the movie, the Fall Guys, who deserve what's going to come to them, because it will come to you. The talk of new politics from Fine Gael and Fianna Fáil is laughable. There is nothing new here. This is a continuation of the rule of two parties who've ruled on behalf of the elite since the foundation of this state. And you have usurped the will of the people in the general election on February the 26th. You have usurped that will, and usurp means to do so without authority or right on behalf of the people. I'm reminded of the novel by an Italian writer by the name of Lampedusa, The Leopard, where the landed gentry of Sicily are discussing whether or not to support Garibaldi, when one of them utters the famous words, "If we want things to stay as they are, things will have to change." And that's exactly what we're hearing in this Dáil. We have to change so things will stay the same. I want to comment briefly on the amazing statement by the Labour leader, Joan Burton, that Labour is proud of its role in the last government. For me, the legacy of Labour's 5 years in government can be summed up with one fact. The doubling of child poverty in this country over the last number of years. That is your legacy. There is nothing to be proud of in that when you have 1 in 9 children living in poverty. It is an enormous shame that the tradition of Labour has been frittered away by a succession of leaders and career politicians who consistently put the spoils of office before their responsibility to build a mass alternative to change society. That was the idea of Connolly and Larkin, to build a mass movement to change society. That was in their minds, not where we are here today, and the fact that you frittered away any support you had before. Those of us who now have the honour of carrying out that task will not squander that opportunity. We will play our role in building that alternative. People who went out and voted on the 26th of February have the right to change. Not the change that we have seen of more of the same in this Dáil, but they want real change. And we will build it, we will change it with meaningful change, and meaningful change is on the way. And I will use every sinew and bone in my body and work with people who are progressive on the left to make that change. And I think it's going to be really to vindicate the right to change both in here, in this bubble, and also in the communities outside, in their homes, in their streets, in their communities, and in their workplaces.
Deputy Catherine Martin, you offering? No? Okay. Minister support, Deputy support.
Kim Corla, I want to begin by expressing my great gratitude, I suppose, to be able to sit in this seat and appreciate your appointment to Minister for Children, Taoiseach, and of course expressing gratitude to my constituents from Dublin South West who elected me what seems like a long time ago now, but I suppose it's just a few short months. I also want to express my gratitude to all of the speakers, my colleagues, parliamentarians. I've listened carefully to what you have said. taken notes and appreciate your comments. I suppose that in relation to my own remarks, I want to begin with some optimism and hope for the Irish people. I think I have an ethical obligation to do so as the new Minister for Children and Youth Affairs, so that we can, in the words of our Sinn Féin colleague, Deputy Kenny, allow our children to raise our grandchildren, or so that we can find, in the words of Deputy Martin, a new direction for the way of conducting our country's business, or so that all of our children can grow up in a country that supports their, in the words of our Taoiseach, psychological and emotional well-being, as he has pledged. And so I think one of our collective tasks is indeed to end child poverty. And several of my colleagues you've identified that and spoken about that as a critical task for us all to engage in. And if the program for government in its current form doesn't have enough on that, only the seeds of it perhaps indeed, well, what I would ask of you is to work with me and other colleagues, to work with us to do that once and for all. I know a little bit about attempting to end child poverty. It comes from the ideology that I carry, which, for want of a better word, I use the word progressive too. Some of the people who have informed that thinking, maybe political theorists like Jürgen Habermas, or radical educators like Paulo Freire, as well as the practice of my work as a community educator in Jobstown, West Tala, the wider Tala area, where with my spouse, who is still with us here, Anne Louise, set up one of the first creches in Jobstown Community Centre 30 years ago, as we invited 12 women from the Jobstown community to come to our home, which is where we started our educational project, to take the brave step to get back onto the learning path, so that eventually they would become either leaders in their own communities or get jobs, and if the jobs weren't good for themselves, eventually they'd get their children would get good jobs because their children were well educated. This is a little bit of the practice and the experience that I pledge to bring to bear on the leadership of my new ministry. But it's just one of the many collective tasks that we must engage in, so that we, in 2016, can garner all of our efforts, our imagination, and our skillful use of our resources to cherish all of our children equally. That we can provide every child with an equal start in life, which is what I called a set of policies I developed when I was a senator. Identifying the care and the education, the parental support, the preventative and early intervention supports that should be delivered in one place for the child and his or her parents. So I begin with that hope and an identification of a couple of key collective tasks. But how is it that we will be effective in the delivery of these and other collective tasks? Several colleagues have referred to the very difficult birth of this minority-led government. I agree, it's not perfect. It was way too slow, especially as many of you have identified, as was exemplified this morning. So, yes, it is true that we must get better at this. Yes, it is true that more trust needs to be built. And it is equally true that constructive opposition, radical left opposition, Sinn Féin opposition, Labour opposition, Green and Social Democratic opposition, that all of this opposition is required to stop us when we are not doing what is required to cherish all of our children equally, or to transform opposition to creative proposals that all of us would welcome for our people. How is it that we will be effective? Each one of us has to ask that question for ourselves, and I'm sure you have. So have I. How will we use our power? I define power as the ability to get things done. How will we use our power? In opposition. I respect your choice for that. Party or non-party. Or party or non-party or independent in government. Clearly, I have made my choice. And I have discerned that after much reflection that I will attempt to get things done over here rather than over there. And that I have brought my progressive approach, my practice and experience with the people of Tallaght, with my practice and experience as a feminist, as an educator, as the former chief executive of the National Women's Council, as a human rights advocate, as a marriage equality leader. So yes, I know what people power is like. I know what it means to mobilize the people to get things done and to bring about effective change. And I know how long it takes to do that. And some of that was brought into this program for government that's constructed. It's not perfect, it's not complete, and it is simply a guide for the action plans, the strategies, and the budgets that we will and we must create together.
Thank you very much, Deputy Sapone. Deputy Michael Harty.
Ceann Comhairle, thank you. It has been 70 days now since our election, and to me it has felt much longer. In those 70 days, it has been my privilege to meet many deputies who have been intently constructive in exploring government formation. Even though they may have had divergent views, they came together to have us here today. I welcome that we finally have a government, as I am sure are the people of Ireland, and that we can start to address our problems of housing, of homelessness, of health, of agriculture, of regional peripheral decline. This minority government will be a new style of administration and may well be the norm for the future. It will need to be more inclusive of ideas from all sides of the House and will require a constructive response from its supporting opposition. Railroading legislation through the House will be a thing of the past. We need to have constructive, not destructive debate. Instead, we must have compromise, communication, consultation and accommodation. This can only be good for a new style of democracy. Balanced regional development and rural viability and sustainability are essential if we are to be inclusive in our economic revival. Compassion and dignity need to be foremost in our minds when addressing housing, homelessness and our health problems. In relation to criticism from the opposition benches of the role of independents in this Dáil, I would like to say that it was independents who initiated talks on government formation 7 weeks ago, because established large and small parties opted out of the process for their own political reasons, a type of political abstentionism. Independent TDs also have a mandate from their electorate. By criticising and denigrating independent TDs, you are also criticising and denigrating those who voted for them. In this democracy, there should be equal respect for their mandate and equal right to represent their constituencies. Finally, I would like to wish the new government, ministers, well and good luck in their difficult task of governing this expectant country of ours. I believe we can build on a new political relationship which we have forged over the past 10 weeks and start to overcome many of our social and economic challenges. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Harty. Deputy Matty McGrath, who's sharing time with you.
Ceann Comhairle, I too am glad to be able to get time to speak here this evening on the Cabinet posts. And I want in the first instance to Céadúil Chies Muccordas to go to Gochénia. I want to compliment and thank or congratulate the new Cabinet, the new ministers, the new appointees from the independent ranks and wish them well and their families. And I think it's a big honour and I know it's an enjoyable day for them, but it's also going to be a very, very difficult and challenging role. As regards the talks, like Dr. Harty, I would fully agree with him. We could have all sat back and sat on our hands and did nothing. I engaged with other independents and everybody else who was interested in seeking out stable government if we could. We had to deal with the result that the people threw up. And I'm very thankful to the people of Tipperary for sending me back here for another term, however long that might be. And I felt it was incumbent on me to get involved and try and support a positive outcome. The people needed a government, the country needed a government, we've got one. Albeit I was very critical of Taoiseach Kenny in the past. I didn't vote for him today for that reason, but I want to compliment him and his team, and especially Ministers Coveney and others, Richard Bruton, several ministers, Michael Noonan and Simon Harris, for the way they engaged with us, seriously and meaningfully and respectfully. And it was a very interesting process, and I learned a lot from it. I got an insight into how many items that I was giving out about in the last Dáil and angry about and frustrated with, how we can get in and make change. And politics is about the art of the possible. And we did, I believe, in this document that I have here, that we worked for so hard and long with the government and indeed the officials and the facilitators. I want to thank them as well. And it was a decent effort at providing a roadmap when the Fianna Fáil decided, and I thanked them as well for providing a roadmap that how independents could support a government. We could have went back to the people. What would that have solved? I don't think we'd be thanked for it, and the cost of it as well on the taxpayer, when there's so many other areas you could spend that 40 million plus on. So I want to say that there's so much in this document that I look forward, that I'm pleased that it's in there. There was a lot of long and late nights, including last night, trying to get different formulas, different sentiments and sentences and statements of intent by the government in the programme for government. And I want to say that I'm pleased with the amount of receptiveness that we got. Obviously there were compromises, obviously there were disappointments, but there's much in it that we can work with and try to work with. I gave a commitment to be constructive, to work with it, but also to hold to account the Taoiseach and all the ministers for issues. There are timelines there, and there's aspirations, and if they're not met, I know everything won't be met, but there has to be full engagement, and I hope that there will be a full engagement, as promised by the Taoiseach the first day we met, for the new type of parliament that we have here now, with the different arrangements. Am I right for time? I thought you were looking at me there, you want to stop me on cola. Well, there you are now. Anyway, I hope that engagement will be there. And the Taoiseach did always also promises that there'd be a sea change among the public and civil servants that are backing up the government. And that's vital, because we have to change and adapt. And I look forward to new committee structures and indeed the new debates. And I look forward to governments losing votes as well, because as a member who introduced a number of, 5 actually, private members, piece of legislation here in the last Dáil, and to see how some of them are just rejected because of the people who introduced them. I never suggested that the bills that I had introduced were perfect or anything like it, but I'd like to have them considered. And I'm delighted now that 2 of them, those private members' bills, are now included in the programme for government, or the general body of them, with an aspiration and with a wish that they would be implemented, because some of them are so badly needed. We're trying to keep people in their homes, but especially the precious and scrap metals bill, because people are being pilloried in their homes and their precious metals and issues like that. And we know, as well as trying to live and eke out a living for themselves on a daily basis. So I look forward to waving this book at your teacher here in the mornings, whatever, and asking you about items that are in it. And you did ask me a few times the last Dáil what book was I talking about, but I know what book I have this time because I was part of the make-up of it, so I will be accurate this time at all times. I remember you turning to the officials once or twice saying, what book is he talking about? And I had got it out of the whip's office, but anyway, we have it all here. I'm going to bring it home and frame it, and maybe have it the Bible indeed, short segments of it I'm going to have for the different topics. But anyway, it was a meaningful and enjoyable experience, and I salute and thank all the independents that got involved in it, because we can all sit back and do nothing, and that's not an answer for anything. Having said all that, as I said, I'm wishing the ministers well, and I wish the new Minister of Health, especially Minister Harris, well, because there's a huge job to be done in health. Huge job. And I think this former Taoiseach called it Angola. certainly, I know he hails from out in Wicklow, nothing like Angola, but I think he's up for the job, and there's a huge job of work there because my own hospital is at discussed with Taoiseach in Tipperary and all across the country, medical cars and you name the issues. But there are many other issues, and I tried to get them in. I'm disappointed with the outcome as regards the whole dealing with the what I call it, dispirited, mean-fated and nasty industry of repossessions. I start straight away, I start with the courts, I start with the county registers, the sheriffs, the repossession companies, and indeed the whole system of nasty business that's grown up around that industry. And a lot of accelerated since the interregnum between the election and tonight, because people felt they had no government. And that has to be stopped. That train must be derailed. And those people must go out and support. And I know there's some items in the new courts you're talking about here to help families, but we need more meaningful help. Get in time and put some manners and respect on the banks. The people are suffering so much for the bailout of the banks. I voted for it. I think I regret it. But I did at the time. Our goodness put our head as well on that night, the bank guarantee. So that must be derailed. And we must get a court service that will respect the rights of the families. And I wanted the judges' a record of their interests, the same as we have. A return every year of their financial transactions in SIPO. They're not a protected species. I salute them, and they have a very important job. I know there's separations of courts and the Oireachtas. But we need that interest. We need it, because we can't have a few cases I've seen where justice had to be forced out of the court by lay litigants. We need respect for lay litigants. And we don't have to have it all tied up with a gravy train of barristers. People can't afford that. They're intimidated by the system. There must be respect and meaning for us there. Also, I am very critical of the 70% plus of ministers in the Greater Dublin area. I worry about that with the Minister for Rural Affairs and Regional Development in there as well. Parts of the West and South East very scantily represented. I know we'll have ministers of state, but we must reflect that. We can't give it lip service and talk about an aspirational. We have to at all time reflect it. How are we going to save rural Ireland? And saving is needed. And there's a lot in the document. I will, of course, not hold. I would like to say it's late and we all want to get home. I want to. Gael?
No, please don't be provoked.
I didn't look for any perks. Didn't look for any perks. I would hold to account the people that are there, the Mexican perks for other people. So you did force 3 or 4 of our colleagues to take the one car. I don't know where they're going to sit. I hope it's not a hybrid or something. I hope they'll have room for it. So I'm nearly finished. And get it down. And I appreciate that. I wish them well, but I'll be holding them to account. Go on.
The next lot is to Deputy Leo Varadkar, who's sharing time with Deputy Catherine Byrne.
How much time do I have?
Deputy Byrne has 2.
8 minutes, thank you. Might need the full 8, but thanks very much nonetheless. First of all, I just really want to congratulate my colleagues on their nominations as Minister. I particularly want to congratulate Franz Fitzgerald as the newly appointed Taoiseach and the new members joining the Cabinet today. Catherine Zappone, Mary Mitchell O'Connor, Simon Harris, Michael Creed, Shane Ross and Dennis Naughton. I also this time want to particularly thank my former officials and staff in the Department of Health who were behind me for so many years and worked so hard in the past couple of years. And it is with mixed feelings and some regret that I'm moving on from that department. It was a very tough job to have, probably one of the toughest in politics, but one in which you can make a real difference. And certainly with my government colleagues, I was really delighted last week to have got to the point where we'd secured planning permission and funding for the new Children's Hospital after 20 years of effort, and I'm sure Mr Harris will do the sod turning on that in a few months' time, and I'll be delighted to see that happen. Also being able to begin the first steps of free GP care by providing GP care to everyone under 6 and over 70, regardless of income, and I'm sure that will continue and be extended to all children under 18, as the programme for government says. And also the publication of the Public Health Alcohol Bill, legislation that will save lives, and I'm sure and I sincerely hope we'll get through the Dáil and the Shannon without too much dispute. Because I know that getting legislation through this new Dáil is going to be difficult, but I hope when it comes to issues like that, that legislation that should have the broad support of both houses will get through and get through quickly. I particularly want to thank the Taoiseach for nominating me to head up the Department of Social Protection. It is a department with a very large budget, one which has an enormous impact on people's lives. pensioners, carers, people with disabilities, job seekers and many others. And I'm conscious that I am the first Fine Gael minister to hold that office in 30 years, which I think is of significance. It's a long time since my party held the Department of Education, and Richard Bruton is there now, and it's a long time since my party had the opportunity to hold office in the Department of Social Protection, and I think that's going to be very significant. I particularly want to recognise outgoing Minister Joan Burton, who I think was a real reforming and successful minister in that department in a very difficult time. And during that period, I think she transformed the department from one that made payments to one that was much more about activation and helping people to move into work and into the workforce. And I really hope that I can build on the work, or some of the work that she did in that particular role. What I particularly want to do is push forward Fine Gael's policy of introducing a working family payment, a payment that will support families in a much better way than FIS does currently, removing poverty traps and making sure that work always pays. Because for some families in this stage, it isn't worth entering the workforce, and that is something that should change, not in a punitive way, but by providing a different system of assisting families to move into work. And I think that could be a really big change, not just in terms of reducing poverty, but also activating more people and allowing them to get into the labour market and to work, and all the benefits, non-economic benefits, all the social benefits and health benefits that come from work. I'd particularly like to do something for the self-employed. We all know for a long time that people who are self-employed don't receive very many PRSI benefits. I know it's not straightforward. I have read the Mangan report, but I think perhaps we can at least start to do something to give self-employed people a better deal when it comes to social insurance. I'd also like to see us develop a whole new social insurance system. Social insurance works so much better in other European countries. Employers and employees pay in, and they get much more back in return for that than we do in our country. I'd particularly like to see things like the dental benefits returned, but other benefits too. When people in other European countries lose their job, they get a much higher benefit initially in the first few weeks and months when they've immediately lost work, and that was in our manifesto, and I really want to bring that forward. I'd also like to restore some of the cutbacks that occurred to social welfare payments in the years when they had to be done because of the economic crisis that we faced. In recognising the very strong emphasis on rural Ireland in our programme for government, I think we could do a lot to develop the rural social schemes in particular, and I look forward to visiting some of those schemes and getting to know that aspect of our department and our country a lot better. And as well, I have a particular interest in developing a universal pension scheme, because there are so many people in Ireland who have no pension at all. Those of us in this House benefit from a very generous pension, as do many other people. But there are some people in this state who have no pension at all, other than the state pension, particularly young workers, particularly the self-employed, contractors, and low-paid people in the private sector who often get no pension other than the state pension. And it's a very difficult area, a tricky area, and I remember a long time ago as an opposition spokesperson reading the green paper on that produced by Fianna Fáil when they were last in office. Things couldn't be done in the difficult years, but perhaps things can be done in the years ahead to start with younger people in their 20s and 30s paying into their pension funds right away so they can have a much better retirement. Just to finish up, Count Corla, I'd just like to reflect briefly on the last few months gone by, and certainly as somebody who spent a lot of time in the doors in my constituency and in other constituencies, it occurs to me, and it maybe shouldn't occur to me, as we should all know this, that we now have in Ireland a very fragmented society, a society much more fragmented than I've ever seen in the past. That was an inevitable consequence of the recession and the difficult times that affected people during the worst recession in a generation. But I wrongly believed that a recovery would lift all boats. It didn't. And in fact, because we had a recovery for some, and because some people are back in work and some people have seen their incomes restored, those who've not had their income restored and those who've not been able to go back to work feel more left behind than they ever were before. And I think that then presents a huge opportunity for this government, a government that may have emerged as it did today, but not a government that was elected in the way that governments were in the past. And I think it will be a different government because we do understand that the election was no coronation, that we lost lots of seats and that we had to form a different form of government today. But it does present us now with an opportunity actually to learn from that election, to learn from what people said, to try and bring together a very fragmented society to make sure that economic recovery is not just about GDP, not just about bond yields, not just about getting the debt down, but starting to heal some of the fractures in our society, starting to reverse income inequality, and many of the things that have occurred in the past decades. And if we do that, I think it will make our country a better place, and maybe might be the secret ingredient that sees this government and this party receiving a third term in office. Thank you.
Very much. Deputy Catherine Byrne.
Carla, and thank you very much to the Minister for allowing me 2 minutes of his time. I just couldn't let this evening go by without just saying a brief few words. First of all, to congratulate those who have been appointed as ministers, and to the Taoiseach and to the women who are now in our cabinet. I just want to welcome Frances, Catherine, Mary, Regina and Heather in their positions. I think it's very important now that we have women in all walks of life, in all work right across the board. I want to take the opportunity, and this is really why I wanted to stand up, was to thank Labour and to thank Minister John Burton and Minister Howling and all his other colleagues that we have worked with in the last 5 years. It was an extraordinary time in my life. It was an extraordinary time, I think, in the country's life. And I want to thank you personally, on a personal basis, Joan, for all the hard work that you've done as your time as Minister for Social Protection. I don't think people realise the amount of effort and time that you put into the job, and I think you've done a wonderful job. And I didn't take that off Minister Varadkar. I already had it in my few notes here. But to thank you, because I believe sincerely a lot of good people lost their seats in Labour that shouldn't have, and I'm sorry this evening they're not here. I just want to also just mention, if I can, just what we have ahead of us, Carla, in the next coming months to try and hold the government together. And I think Catherine already said the programme for government, it's not perfect. And none of us can fool ourselves to say that it is. But I think if we work together as we did with the Labour Party before, and with the independents and with the support of Fianna Fáil, I think we'll have every opportunity to fulfil some of the things that are in it. And I just want, I suppose, just to make a short few words to my constituency colleagues, Ingleshouse, Snoddick, Joan and Bridge, just to say, I know in the past it's been difficult at times in our constituency, because it is a very difficult one, and we may have had opposite views on things, but I hope over the next coming months and years we can together work together to fix the problems of child poverty, to fix the problems of housing, but above all to be able to work for the people who elected us. And I think we're all here this evening because of them. I'll leave you with a small quote, Carla. It's one I've used many times, and I think it's one that we should all reflect on. And it's not a day for quotes, I know, but seemingly somebody else is throwing in a few, so I might as well throw in this one. It comes from the founder of the Obla Fathers, which it was a parish in Inchicore, which Dawn knows very well, and it was their founder, Blessed Eugene de Masnet, and his saying was, "What we dream alone remains a dream, but what we dream together becomes a reality." And I think the reality is now that we have an opportunity not to dream anymore, to make what we're going to do in the future a real reality.
Deputy Byrne. Deputy Fleming, you have 8 minutes.
Thank you, Carla, and I welcome the opportunity of speaking on this debate here tonight. But first of all, I will have to say on behalf of the Irish people, I think it's a good day and an important day for the Irish people, having voted 70 days ago, to now actually have a government coming into place here tonight. And people have talked about the 70 days since the last election, but I genuinely believe we haven't had an active government for 6 months. Because if you go back to last November, there was talk of an election in November, and most of the cabinet were on election footing at that stage. It didn't happen, we rolled into Christmas. But since January, all government ministers have been involved in preparing for elections, running election campaigns, or in the aftermath of election. And we actually haven't had ministers being active in their job to the extent it normally would be over the last 6 months. So I think when the ministers take up their post and arrive at their desk at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning or Monday morning or whenever they will arrive, there'll be quite a lot of issues to be dealt with there, and I think that will emerge very soon. My main concern about this government is that it has the potential, and use the word potential, to be the most right-wing government Ireland will have ever seen in my lifetime. It's a Fine Gael government, and most of the independents are former members of Fine Gael or were nominated to the other house by a Fine Gael Taoiseach. So it's substantially a Fine Gael type government. And we know the difference between Fine Gael and the rest of us. They are a more right-wing party. They want tax cuts. And the essential benefit of what Fianna Fáil did in our negotiation with our short document, which was not a programme for government. We've seen that big document circulating here today, which is a programme for government, and we're not a government party or a party to the government. But the one thing we did say, and it boils down to one issue, is that we insisted, and this is the single biggest issue facing this Dáil, that where there are available resources, that the split be 2 to 1 in favour of additional government expenditure. That runs counter to the grain of where Fine Gael has been for most of their lives, and there is meaning they won't be able to give their tax cuts to their high earners that they would be liking to do, and it does mean that I think that agreement with us has prevented this government operating in the right-wing manner that they would be inclined to do based on their own DNA. And this 2 to 1 rule is the issue that's going to protect public services. And everything that has been mentioned here by Minister Varadkar, what he wants to do in social welfare and other ministers want to do in health, can only happen because Fianna Fáil put that in there. That was our manifesto. And that's the bit that's underpinning this government. And everything else, the extra expenditure on public services, will flow from that short document that we had. And it's important to recognise that. I will say the most important issue for this government being a successful government will depend on the attitude of the Taoiseach and the government, and I hope it is conducive to working with the Oireachtas and not trying to bounce the Oireachtas into urgent decisions and their proper consultation. We saw it in the talks with ourselves, we've seen it with the talks with the independents, and Taoiseach, I just caution you, don't try and bounce people too quick, too fast, because sometimes you might be better going a little bit slower and maybe being a bit more careful. And when it comes to the operation of this government, all you have to do on your side, and I'm speaking from the Fianna Fáil side, is have your 58 votes. Because we will abstain if you're behaving in agreement with the agreement we set out. We've said we'll support you on the key issues like budget decisions, we'll support you on votes of confidence, or we won't oppose you on those issues, and will facilitate those going ahead. But the onus will be on the government to have the 58, because you won't have a majority in the House with Fianna Fáil abstention if you don't have 58. And I think your numbers are very light, and it's important that you keep to that. I would say I want to congratulate my county colleague Charlie Flanagan on retaining his position in the Cabinet, and that will be welcome in our area, and I wish him every success in his post. And I think most people extend goodwill to their colleagues in their constituency, and I am certainly in that category. The biggest challenges that I see now facing this government are the issues of health and the issues of housing. And so Minister Harris and Coveney are going to be two central ministers in this government. And I start with health, and why Minister Harris will have a difficult job. We already know there are budget overruns in the department, in the HSE. That's well known already, and it's probably due to the fact that the department and most departments have been freewheeling without active government ministers for a number of months now. And the second reason is, and I won't rehash it, but in the last 3 or 4 years there has never been an honest health estimate presented in this House. It was always 600 or 700 million short of what people knew was required. It always required a supplementary estimate, and I would like to see, as part of the new budgetary process, for the first time in a number of years, an honest health estimate to meet the requirements, and not this phony estimate being put through on budget day. And that will be very important so we can have a realistic health service plan in that area. When it comes to housing, I think that's going to be the biggest test of this government, their ability to get things moving. There are a lot of empty houses, there are a lot of sites with planning permission, and you will have to look at serious measures to bring them back into the housing market, and that's the most important thing to actually do here in the immediate couple of years ahead. I hope that you will be able to keep your numbers at 58 and above on the government side. We've given a commitment to support 3 budgets, which we will do on the basis that you meet the 2 to 1 expenditure taxation split, which will actually help improve and restore public services. So, Ceann Comhairle, I conclude by that by saying I expect a vote here tonight. We didn't vote for the Taoiseach, so I wanted to go out on the public record. Fianna Fáil is not part of this government. Fianna Fáil is not voting to support this government. Fianna Fáil is abstaining, and what I will say is Fianna Fáil will lead and will be the main and the strongest opposition party to this government. and you can already hear they're trying to shout it down because they know, given time, our 43 members on this side of the House will be the strongest opposition to the government over there, and you will be on our coattails, and you will see strong, effective opposition from us on this side of the House, and I look forward to being vigorous in our opposition in the months and years ahead.
Deputy Fleming, I'm now required to put the question in. Can we have order, please? I'm now required to put the question in accordance with the resolution of the Dáil today. The question is that Dáil Éireann approves the nominations by the Taoiseach for appointment by the President to be members of the government. Chakti atá bháver an Tariscan Aberdís tá, each Shúdatá in a Gine Aberdís Neil, Shinam Gullin Kestritze, Ótáil.
Item number 2, nomination of other members of the government. The question is that Dáil Éireann approves the nominations by the Taoiseach for appointment by the President to be members of the government, and on that question a division has been called. Tellers, Tá, Deputies Regina Doherty and Marcella Corcoran-Kennedy, Neil, Deputies Angus O'Snuddy and Jonathan O'Brien. Anis Tura an Votal Tá Caigani, Neil Trucashe, Tan Kesht Ritte, Tan Dáil Éireann Godi, Lani Gado, De Mort and Shaktu La Deg the Bialtana.